From jolly old England.
Oh, England and Iceland.
How's the Queen doing?
She's doing okay, by
Good,
golly.
bless her heart.
Spent a full week and a half at Cornwall on the coast with my kids. It was
How nice
great.
was that?
Great. And the Blue Lagoon, Iceland,
Yeah?
that was terrific. That was really, that was absolutely, how was,
I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Can
oh,
she hear?
Cancun.
Absolutely beautiful.
Oh, great.
Beautiful weather, beautiful food.
Yeah,
We just had a wonderful, relaxing time.
I know.
It's like, I wanted to move the most.
Ready?
Good morning, how are we? Back from a very long break. I'm glad to be here. This is September 8, 2021. We're going to start with issues from our county administrator. Gary Schmidt, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Smith. So all commissioners are present. Commissioner Fisher is on Zoom. First, welcome back from your recess, commissioners. I signed 0 contracts during your recess. I think this may be the first time like ever.
Wow.
0 contracts or agreements because staff did such a fantastic job of planning in advance. They either got it done before you left or you have a whole onslaught today, actually. So I signed no contracts, so I wanted to, for the record, state that. It's not on the agenda, but quickly, Daniel Nybauer, our Disaster Management Director, please come forward to give a wildfire update on the wildfires that are burning right now that impact Clackamas County.
Sure. Daniel Nybauer, Interim Director, Disaster Management. Update on the Bull Complex fire. Fire was caused by lightning. It currently stands at 17,201 acres, 7% contained on a small line to the north and south. The east line is strengthening. They're putting out spot fires there. It's showing slow and consistent growth due to the light winds, which has been very much to our benefit. However, there are dry fuels and a low relative humidity. Firefighters and equipment operators are working to strengthen some of the indirect lines to the north and the northwest of the fire. The fire actively burned in a couple areas due to slope. The fire activity in these areas are slope driven, which means the movement of the fire is occurring on the ground through woody material and debris, and it's just being able to run up the slopes relatively easily. Their planned actions moving forward, using helicopters to slow the spread of the fire in key areas. They'll be working on several different road systems to continue to prepare them as indirect lines. They're also strengthening the lines in several areas where they already have them contained. The weather will be getting warmer and drier for the next couple of days. Humidity levels are staying low. Winds will be out of the south to west, about 5 to 10 miles an hour. There is a southerly wind flow that's coming up and will hopefully put some smoke that's coming from down south, which will help keep temperatures cool. And cooler and cloudier weather is forecast to begin on Wednesday, and we're looking forward to that. The Marion County Sheriff has issued a level 1 be ready evacuation advisory only for Brighton Bush Hot Springs. Here in Clackamas County, Disaster Management has worked with Clackamas County Sheriff's Office, the Fire Defense Board, Forest Service, and others to talk about what we would do if winds come out and how we would begin to work those evacuations. On a bit of the sad news for that fire, the Bull of the Run's lookout was lost last night to the fire. So they were not able to get into that area to protect that building because of the fire and the winds. And a small update on September 2nd, we had a small 4-acre brush fire. The fire originated in an outside burn pit. The fire was some unwanted papers and debris, and the individual who lit the fire left it unattended. But Clack Fire came in and put it out very quickly.
Great. Regarding the Bull of the Run fire up there, how many acres are burned now again?
17,201.
Wow, that
as of
has
this morning.
just, since a week ago, it was 11,000. When you put out your good email to the board on that, and that's increasing. There's hundreds and hundreds of people who've been deployed on this, correct?
There are currently 566 personnel on the fire.
506, and it's 0% contained.
7%.
7, oh, okay. And it's because the terrain is very difficult,
That is true.
and they're using equipment and they're back burning, is that correct?
Yes, when they can.
Yeah. Well, you know, where I live, we had several days of, it was very smoky. And I had to reinstall my air filters in my home in every room. I have HEPA UV lighting air filters to clean out my house because it was becoming an issue. And you say with the southerly winds coming and the other fires in the area, South Clackamas County could be affected again. You can draw a line. I'm not sure where the fire line, the smoke line was. Oregon City was not affected. I'm not sure if Karis, I think Malino South and that whole area was affected. So we could get some calls into the county, and I just hope, those calls that come in, we're just mindful and compassionate and explain to them what's happening with that. Is this a Forest Service-owned piece of property?
Correct.
And Forest Service, the United States Forest Service is conducting the firefighting operations?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Daniel on this, anybody? Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you. Stay here, Daniel. Philip, please come forward. Philip Mason Joyner. Next is COVID-19 updates. We are returning these updates to you, Board, at your business meetings, but because it's been a break, we'll start today and at your business meeting in 2 days. So Philip and Daniel, please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Smith and Commissioners, and I believe Shannon, you should have a slideshow for us. Thank you so much. Like in the past, Daniel will get us started with the numbers.
Okay. Going over to the next slide. Since the last BCC report, we've seen cases increase by 720 and 5 additional deaths. In Clackamas County, Multnomah County has seen 1,003 additional cases and 6 deaths. Washington County has seen 754 cases and 1 death. Next slide, please. Looking at our case count, we're still seeing going aggressively higher, currently at 1,094 for the previous week. Next slide, please. This slide shows case counts compared to whether vaccinated and unvaccinated per 100,000. As you can see, with unvaccinated individuals, your case rate is 460.6 per 100,000, while vaccinated individuals are only showing at 82 per 100,000. And next slide, please. On hospitalizations, the lines as you look down them, the top one is COVID positive patients that are currently hospitalized. The middle one is those in ICU beds, and the bottom one is those that are also on ventilators. We have 1,172 COVID positive patients in hospitals in Region 1, and only 19 ICU beds are currently available out of 357.
I apologize, that slide's not as clear as it could be.
Yeah, if we could do different colors.
Okay,
Next time, the shades of blue are hard to determine. If you could do different colors on that.
and that 1,172, that's the number of COVID patients in hospitals statewide.
Statewide.
Sorry.
In Region 1, there's 19 ICU beds currently available out of 357 total in our region.
Do we know the average stay in ICU beds because of COVID?
The average number of length of stay, and I can look that up. I don't have that off the top of my head. It's available.
The county emergency managers and hospital emergency managers met last week to discuss different needs that are going on there and any way in which we can assist the hospitals at all. And for the most part, we found their biggest need is medically trained personnel, which we don't have, but we will continue to have a discussion with them on a weekly basis to see what areas they have need for and if there is anything that emergency management can do to assist. And so we've talked in many different areas. We're also talking with them on the medical examiner side to make sure that there is the proper capacity there throughout the region to make sure that we're taking care of individuals that make it that far.
Any other comments?
Yeah, just a couple more slides. I do want to remind the public that may be watching that we do provide a weekly written report to the board. We implemented that several weeks ago. That is shared with the board, it's shared with partners, and it is also posted on our county website for the general public to read. And it includes this slide deck. In the last couple of weeks, just some of the highlights on things that have been occurring around COVID response. There is a new modeling report that came out last week. It does show that this current peak we're experiencing around cases and hospitalizations, that it should begin to flatten or hopefully decline pretty soon here. So we will be watching that really, really closely to see if that happens on our case counts. We have seen locally and statewide a rise in the number of folks who are seeking vaccination. So in July and August, we were seeing around 2,000, 2,500 every week, and we're well over the last couple of weeks, over 4,000 Clackamas County community members getting vaccinated. So that is wonderful to see. We think it's multi-factored. Of course, the governor's requirements around vaccine requirements for educators and healthcare workers play a factor. We're also seeing a lot of unvaccinated folks who have kind of wanted to wait and see or just haven't gotten around to it are now getting vaccinated. Booster shots continues to be a big topic of interest for the community. Right now, it's only approved for folks who are immunocompromised. And folks who are immunocompromised, you need to talk to your healthcare providers directly. They will get you connected to the booster. We're really focusing our local clinic still on folks seeking first and second doses. However, once the booster shots are approved for the general population, then we'll be relying on partners, having additional pop-up clinics, and also our standing 4 or 5 sites we have around the county. Along with folks can access now at your primary care clinic, you can access at your local pharmacy. But at this point, we're getting lots of questions. Boosters are not ready for the general population yet. It's got to go through the FDA. It's got to go to the state of Oregon. OHA has to give us permission in order to be able to do that locally. So could be in the next few weeks. It could be a little bit longer, though. So folks need to be patient. Monoclonal antibody treatment, which is really hard to say, but it's proving to be an effective treatment that the nation's really looking at to help treat COVID-positive patients and really for folks who are, I would say, more moderately ill to prevent them from getting severely ill and hospitalized. So if folks can get connected to that therapy early, that's a very good thing. We've seen locally that Kaiser has started to offer this therapy. Providence is looking at this therapy, and I'm very proud of our Clackamas County Health Centers team. They have just now started to implement this as a pilot. Last week successfully treated their first patient with this treatment. So that's a very, very good thing. And folks, through our contact tracing, we will provide support and information about how to get referred to that therapy. It's not yet fully publicly available, and we continue to promote that prevention of disease is better than having to seek the treatment. But this is really good that we have another tool in a toolbox available to us.
Is there a timeline to get that treatment from the time you get sick and or are tested for it to be effective?
Had first symptoms within the last 10 days, really starting to feel pretty cruddy and getting connected before it gets to that point where you feel like, oh my gosh, I have to go to the emergency department and call 911 right now. So there's a window there. That's the hardest part.
About 10 days, we're thinking.
About 10 days after you first get symptoms.
Okay,
Yep.
after you get symptoms, which may be shorter than from when you have a positive COVID test.
Right.
Because a lot of times people won't go in. They're feeling kind of funny for a week and they don't go in. Okay.
Correct. And then finally, public health team continues to be very focused. It's the start of the school year. A couple of our districts started last week. A lot of them are starting school today. So working with schools on their plans, making sure that we're doing all we can to support the schools, meeting with them, the school nurses and other school staff pretty much daily right now just to do all we can to prevent outbreaks happening in the school setting, doing all we could to keep teachers and staff and students healthy and in the classroom.
Originally, you talk about the modeling on OHA had originally said that they thought that this would peak around Labor Day. Is that still the current modeling? I haven't seen what you had just referred to.
Yeah, the model shows that today is when the peak should start to go downward. We'll see if that holds true.
Okay, start to go downward, which would tell me yesterday was Labor Day, that modeling by the OHA statistician, Dr. Peter Graver, is probably still holding for right now.
Yes.
That's what that tells me. Thank you, Philip, for that.
And I think we just have one last slide. It's a slide you've seen a lot before, just our reminders for folks. We have seen an uptick in businesses contacting us to have our mobile team go out to their location. That's great. We continue to provide that service for the community. Folks, if you need access to appointment, you can email us, you can call us, you can just show up. We have 4 or 5 clinics throughout the county on a weekly basis, several days a week, different hours, making it really, really easy for folks to get vaccinated. And then for partner organizations that want to help and can do outreach into the community with folks who are vaccine hesitant and want to help share information, there are grants that are still available. It closes October 1st, but that's an opportunity for you to help the county continue to provide folks with information and access to the vaccine. And that is all I have to share. I'm happy to answer any questions that the
Mark,
board
you
may
had
have.
your card up.
Yes, thank you. A couple questions. Daniel, you said that in Region 1, there was 357 ICU beds with only 19 available. That total number of beds, is that number down from last year due to lack of healthcare providers in the hospital? And the second question is, in our schools, is there a program for random COVID testing to track on the school populations? Thank you.
Could you speak to the beds?
The beds, I can look up the beds and see if the number changes. I do know it often revolves around personnel. It's unfortunately not just a bed. There's a lot of equipment and personnel that have to be available to do that. So I can look into the number of beds.
That'd be interesting because it's I understand that a lot of the hospitals have beds that aren't being used in ICU for lack of personnel. I just want to confirm that.
Yeah, I do know that personnel is what hospitals need the most to be able to staff. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
And then the
Mark?
testing in schools?
Testing of, we did a lot of trials with the school districts last school year around testing in the schools. The school nurses are so busy with contact tracing and supporting teachers and working with families around COVID and other illnesses and needs that what most school districts have found in our county is that it's a lot more efficient when they identify, to really message to parents and families to stay home if you're sick, of course. And then if they a student starts to experience symptoms during the school day, to actually quickly get them out of the school building and to a clinic or to a pharmacy to get tested, because when they have those rapid tests at the school, you got to hang around for 15 to 45 minutes. It's easier just to get them out of the building, get them connected to testing in the community, and go home.
Okay.
To feel better. Yeah. So most are not doing testing this school year.
Interesting.
On-site.
Commissioner Fisher's in the queue, but a quick question. Does every school have a school nurse on site?
Every school district has school nurses.
District.
Some have, not all of them are in every building, primary school, middle school, high school. Some of them have to share duties and they go across multiple buildings.
So our school districts, which has a high school and an elementary school and a junior high, and some feeders has more than one elementary school, could only have one nurse from multiple buildings, is what you're saying.
Correct.
In Clackamas County, do all of our school districts have at least one nurse?
Oh, definitely. Yeah,
Okay,
they're
good.
required
That's
to.
good to know. Commissioner Fisher, you're up, and I have to apologize. I did not know you were going to be remote from your office today, so I'm relying on others to tell me when you want to speak. But when you're finished, you can just indicate, and I'll wait for you. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, my questions, you answered quite a few of them with Chair Smith's questions. But what right now is our current vaccination rate in Clackamas County?
He's looking.
It's so nice to have this board report. Of course, it's a hyperlink. It's not in
It's
my
a
brain.
hyperlink, okay.
It's in the board report, and I'll share it on Thursday.
You did say it was over 4,000 a week.
Well, we've been averaging over 4,000
But do you-
additional people per week.
Commissioner Fisher, are you asking what the overall percentage is?
Yeah, of our population.
Okay.
I really appreciated last week's report, which showed the healthcare workers that were vaccinated by county. I'm also interested in Clackamas County's vaccination rates. If we have a background, some stats based on age group, I think that's fascinating to see what our highest, most vulnerable age groups of people are. It was interesting in our last report how people that are 80 plus are much more vaccinated than people that are in my age group of 50 to 60 as part of the lowest group of vaccinated rates. So since we're vaccinating 4,000 a week, I'm just curious where is the change happening? And this is so, it's moving so quickly. It will be good to know that. My next question is, we have 19 ICU beds in Region 1. What happens if we use up all those ICU beds?
That's really a question for the hospital systems. And I know last week the other week they held a press conference where that question was asked, and they do have plans in place. It does require prioritization. I can't speak to the specifics of how that works. That's really a question for our hospital partners.
In the emergency manager meeting, they are working on different contingency plans as they can do, but there's not a lot of room there. I know they talked about taking a pediatric ICU and allowing people from 18 to 25 to be in there, but that was, of course, dependent on their not needing that space for pediatric patients. So they're definitely trying to make space where they can. But when it's out, then I can inquire with the hospitals and see what planning they've done in addition to that. But I'm not sure there's much.
Well, if you could, and if they want to reveal what their plans are too, go ahead, Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, thank you. Do we have anecdotally, I have a friend who was scheduled for a hip replacement and then that got bumped. Do we have any data on what other medical procedures are being delayed?
I know that they've delayed or canceled most elective surgeries. I don't know the specific procedures, but I do know that most have been.
Okay, but so we don't have data about that. And then what about, I've been watching Florida, Texas, and the increased hospitalizations for children. And I do know that their their vaccination rates are less than ours. What can we anticipate with this Delta variant for children and hospitalizations? Do we have any science or data based on our higher vaccination rate? Or are we not at a risk of more children being hospitalized based on that?
Well, I guess how to respond to that is Oregon is watching those other states very, very closely. We haven't seen that directly here in Oregon around an increase in pediatric COVID hospitalizations. I think that's why we have such strong school reopening plans and have been so intentional about getting ready for in-person instruction that we're doing all we can to prevent that from happening, like in other places.
I just got Commissioner Fisher? Yeah. I just got a text. I just got a text message from the OHA says the vax rate for Clackamas County is 71.5% of 18 and older, and we'll have Philip codify that for our Thursday meeting, if that's all right with you.
Oh, yeah, that is excellent. Thank you, Chair Smith. It's wonderful to have technology that way.
Well, we have some really good staff, as you know, who are listening.
Yes. If my assumption is correct that we are not seeing the increase in IC or in children's hospitalizations because we have higher vaccination rates than Texas and Florida. And I just use those states because the media focuses on those.
Any other questions, Commissioner Fisher?
Well, that was a question. Is that
Oh.
a correct assumption of mine?
Oh, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. A correct assumption that because we are higher vaccinated in Oregon than these other states that are having a surge in pediatric hospitalizations, is it because we have higher vaccination rates?
Has the vax been approved for children 12 and under?
It is not.
It is not.
No,
No, I'm talking about for the adults, the adult population, or the 12 and above.
I think in general, public health, the more public health precautions and mitigation strategies we can put in place, the better. So vaccines are one of the most effective tools we have to get through this pandemic. The other requirements around distancing, quarantine requirements, wearing masks, those are all other interventions that Oregon's put into place that is going to go a long way in helping us prevent kids from getting COVID and getting hospitalized from COVID. So yeah, I can't say it's a direct connection, but I definitely think they're all interrelated.
Okay, that's really helpful. So basically, it takes all measures. And Philip, I did see, I don't know if the board has seen, but we should share it, the cheese analogy with the holes in the cheese about what the different methods of protection can do to help stop the spread of the virus. That would be really great to spread with everyone. But what I'm hearing you say is that it really takes all avenues to best protect our children.
Any further questions, Commissioner Fisher?
Not right now. Thank you, Chair
Okay,
Smith.
yeah, and I'll be looking at Shannon when you want to raise your hand again. Thank you very much, Gary. Martha?
I had one question. My understanding is that they are actually doing testing now, right, for 12 and under with Moderna and Pfizer.
What was that, Martha?
That the pharmaceuticals are actually doing trials right now.
Yes, they have
Okay.
been doing
Yeah.
clinical trials to reduce the age of eligibility for the vaccines to younger age groups.
Okay, yeah.
I still think it'll be a few months, potentially. I don't know
Yeah.
how many months away it is, the timelines, it's hard, they don't share it, but.
No, they don't-
It'd probably
they
be
don't
early
know.
next year would be my best guess.
Yeah, and then the bottom line is it's probably my guess might be it's a dosage issue too. I mean, that was my understanding. I was listening to Fauci this morning on OPB as I came in, and they're also, the other thing he said, and I think it's a good source because they're pretty accurate, that they're talking about booster shots for vaccines about 8 months after your second shot. That seems to be in the works, and it looks like Pfizer is going to cross the finish line first with having that available. Moderna is going to be a little bit later. So that's the other pieces they are talking about.
Yep.
Boosters, and I think that, again, I trust OPB to get me accurate information, and it came from Fauci directly, so, okay. So boosters are in the works,
Okay.
okay?
Anybody else? Gary?
All right, thank you, Philip and Daniel. So we will have these updates on Thursdays at your business meeting this week, and then afterwards it'll be weekly on Thursdays, not Tuesdays. So thank you for that. Next, American Rescue Plan Act update. Nancy Bush, please come forward.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nancy Bush, County Operations Officer. So we have a few things going on with the ARPA dollars. First, we have heard, at least from NACO, we have not heard from the Treasury, but it sounds like we will not get the final guidance until mid-September. So shortly. So, we continue to move forward. We did have our first report that was due. Each of you got a copy of that, and it's also posted on our website at our recovery site if anyone wants to go look at that. The template and those instructions for the reports actually gave us a lot of information of what they're expecting in the future and how we, I guess, we justify how we're spending the dollars. The report had information in there regarding metrics. If we have anything, it's like, how do we spend it and what is that impact to our populations? We had $150K that was sent to the recovery centers. We did not have a lot of information there because they have not spent that money yet, but we will have that for our next report. And then we had some money in there for the EOC. Just to remind everyone, we used carriage dollars until the end of June. So we didn't pick anything up until the 1st of July, and this was only for the month of July for this particular report. Of course, next time we'll probably see a lot more dollars that we have to report on. They now have 5 areas, there's 7 areas of primary that we need to report on, which is support for public health response, addressing negative economic impacts, replacing public sector revenue loss, investment in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, premium pay for essential workers, services to disproportionately impacted communities and also administration cost. So at least we know how we need to report and what we need to report on. The group working on the nonprofits is looking on how to report and how to determine what the metrics are going to be related to the nonprofits and when we send out the dollars. So we have to have like a reporting process both for them and for businesses as we send out these dollars. So now that we know that, it's easier for us to start preparing and getting that out and also knowing what the application is going to be looking like. In the next couple of weeks, we're going to be taking a look at how do we put dollars to each of these areas and bring that to the commissioners for approval or discussion. And like I said, we anticipate, we'll put that together, and then we anticipate getting the guidance and then be able to look at the guidance and say, yes, this is solid, and we'll be bringing that to the commissioners. So that's what we have going. So there's a lot of moving parts.
Nancy, how are we doing on determining premium pay for workers here at the county?
We're doing pretty well. It is a very tedious process because we want to make sure we get it right. We are still hoping to have that done by the end of September, and we have some meetings this week. HR and I have meetings this week to making sure we have some things right with our department directors, and soon we'll be meeting with Administrator Schmidt on that and getting a final decision.
Okay, because I know they're pretty anxious about that.
Yes.
Let me give you a few reports. Now, what about the backfill for department loss? There was a formula that was probably discounted as undoable. So how are we doing on that?
So we still are working under the same calculator that has been existing. So we don't know for sure that that's the calculator they're going to be using. We continue to gather information related to those costs and revenue loss. And that is something, of course, the county commissioners are going to have to decide. It's like, are we only going to cap that at a certain amount? And what programs are we going to look at in making sure that that revenue loss is replenished?
Okay, any other questions from commissioners? Seeing none. All right, Gary?
Thank you, Nancy. Next, foreclosed tax lot deed adjustment. Sarah Eckman and Kathleen Rastetter, please come forward. There is a memo in your packet.
Good morning. Good morning. Sarah Eckman, Interim Director with Business and Community Services, and I'm with Senior Assistant County Counsel Kathleen Rastetter to talk to you about an issue of a deed correction that needs to take place based on some historical issues. And Kathleen will tell us more about that.
Yeah, basically this one piece of property was included in a tax foreclosure back in 2011, but for some reason inadvertently left off the deed that was then deeded to the county as part of that foreclosure process. So we need to file a correction deed to include this piece of property. We're able to do that because judgments are good for 10 years, but because it was 2011, we've got to do that now this year. So we're just coming before you to ask permission to re-record a deed that would include this property, and we would attach the foreclosure judgment, which did clearly list this piece of property. It's a very small portion, but in the judgment with the re-recorded deeds to make it clear what happened. But as I said, because judgments are only good for 10 years, we've got to do it this year.
Does the county still own this property?
Yes, but it wasn't deeded to us, so.
Well, no, we have not sold it through
No.
disposition or any other means, so we still own it. Okay, that's good to know. Any other questions for Kathleen on this?
I have one question.
Yeah, Mark.
How is it that this deed dropped through the crack?
I don't know. It was before even Lindsay's time, I believe, but.
So
yeah.
it's not a procedural problem that caused it?
It rarely happens. It can happen, but it rarely happens. You know, every once in a while, we have deeds that don't match up to the properties, and sometimes that's because a property is old and the descriptions are not correct, and then we come back later, years later, and have to correct that. In this case, I think it was just inadvertently left off.
So how did you find it? How did you find out this mistake happened?
Lindsay was going through her Lindsay Wild, former property agent, going through her list of properties that we own and trying to figure out what's, as you know, they come before you each year and ask to sell certain pieces of it, and caught this. But we we realized it had been left off the deed, so it needed to be corrected.
Any other questions or comments? Gary, what action do we take on this?
So Kathy, what's the next step?
We'll draft a correction deed. We'll bring it before you. We'd like to do that as soon as possible. Put it on your agenda for,
Is it a business meeting item?
Yes.
yeah,
And can it go on consent agenda?
yes. if
Okay,
you
let's
agree,
put it
yes.
there.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah and Kathleen. Next, Farmer to Farm Land Lease Program. Andrew Naylor, please come forward. There was a memo in your packet as well. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. The county currently leases approximately 160 acres to OSU for agricultural research purposes. That lease expires in 2034, but back in 2016, the county agreed to permit OSU to sublease up to 50% of that land for a farmer-to-farm program. So they sublease it to local farmers to grow crops, and then OSU receives some percentage of the profit from that. So that program's been going on for the past 5 years or so. The problem is that portion of the lease for that farmer-to-farm program is expiring this year. So OSU would like to extend that program to 2034 to coincide with the larger lease. So that is the request that has currently come before the county to consider. So
Is this a property at Wilsonville?
it is.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions, comments?
No, it's a great program.
Sure.
And it fits right into one of our top priorities.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you're going to prepare the documents and bring them forward
Yes.
at what meeting?
I believe we'll present the documented issues, and then we'll go to business.
And go on a
just in the
consent
normal
agenda
course.
on a future business meeting. Just wanted to give you the update, so if your answer was no, we'd stop any work on it. But if you're good to go forward, we'll get it ready for a future business meeting.
I think we're good to go on that, Andrew.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Andrew. All right, next, board town hall topics. This is a looping back from your last discussion about this before the recess. Dylan Blaylock, please come forward. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners and County Administrator Schmidt. Good to see you. I'm Dylan Blaylock with Public and Government Affairs, and my thanks to DTD Director Dan Johnson for joining me. This is a continued discussion from a few weeks ago when we talked about town hall topics for September. The date was set then for Wednesday, September 22nd, but the direction was to come back to you and give you a little bit more information about possible topics that were raised. Just as a reminder, we have October set for childcare and November set for public safety. We can always add more to any month that we want with any topic. The two that we were asked to give more information on, first was Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Awareness Week. This is National Suicide Awareness Prevention Month. I might be getting a few words there wrong, but that's what this is. I did raise this with some of the key mental health staff at Clackamas County. They love the idea of doing it on this day. Specifically, Allie Murray would be available. We all know who she is. And as I stated before, we did have the highest turnout that we've ever had for our listening sessions in town halls last year, with the two that were related to mental health and safety. Just to remind, those are a little bit tweaked from the normal procedure because we don't allow live calls during them because of the risk of someone having the need, an episode or the need for mental health consultation right then. So we do it all via email, but again, it was the highest attended each time. And for the second one, it was on congestion and pricing and tolling. And that's why Dan has joined me today. There were a couple things to check out involving that. Didn't want to step on DTD's toes.
Yeah, just a minute before you move on. On the
Yes.
Suicide Prevention Month, if we decide to go that, no live calls, but you will monitor the emails and read whatever you think is appropriate.
Yeah, we have I do it with mental health staff, and we
Okay.
actually have a quick filtering system in real time
good.
where they let me know it's okay. And for the most part, 90% of them are,
Sure.
but it's just that extra 10% you got to be a little worried about.
Okay, Dan, you going to give us an update on congestion pricing?
Congestion pricing and tolling. So we had a chance to catch up last week, kind of get a deeper dive into what Commissioner Savas was thinking about for this particular topic. What we kind of rested on, to make sure I get this right, is a joint presentation, because again, those are discussions that we are not in control of. So it'd be our partners at ODOT and Metro coming forward. Kind of having a short information session at the beginning, so those individuals would be able to provide information to anybody attending on what those topics are and how they would be implemented. And then basically turning it over to commissioner comments for feedback and to listen, a listening session to our public. That was kind of what we had discussed. We had looked for kind of a save the date. We wanted time because we have other presenters coming in, so we looked at November or later. We had talked about November, but apparently there's something going on with CCSO on that date or possibly, so we may be able to add another date in November, it looks like. But I'm not sure you have to expand on that at all.
Yeah, well, whether it's November, it applies November and December. I think that if we do it, I don't want to do it close to the holidays because people are going to be busy. So ideally, in the earlier part of each of those 2 months would be better. Earlier November, earlier December, not near the holidays. So that'd be my preference. But is the opportunity to move the public safety one, is that flexible or is that firm?
That was the only one that was firm as of last time, and that's just because that was when Sheriff Brandenburg was available, and that was from six months ago. I can check again.
We'll go to December.
Okay. I just need to get a date certain so I can get it out to those folks.
So CCSO would be in November then?
Yes.
Okay, and I think I like the format about the congestion tolling, and if December is okay, it's going to be timely now, it's going to be timely then on this issue. I do think for September, we need to take a look at the mental health suicide, right? Commissioners, are you in agreement with that?
Fine.
Yeah, and what date is that?
That's slated for 2 weeks from tomorrow,
And
Chair.
we have
So
enough
September
time to
22nd.
get the message out for that?
Yes, plenty of time for that.
Commissioners, are you okay with our town hall topics for September? Mental health and suicide awareness. I would also, suicide is, affects people differently. It's one thing to be aware of it, but it's another thing to try to implement procedures to prevent it. And I would like the topics to be focused around prevention and help. And if it's all possible, jeepers, if it's all possible, to focus on that. We know it's out there. How do we help our loved ones? How do we help our neighbors? If we know somebody's in a mental health crisis, what do we do?
Yes.
We've
done that before, Chair, with the two we did last year. We had staff presentations right at the beginning, and we brought that into the conversation again and again with the resources that were available and how to help.
And just, tailor it to, the lay people out there, which is me. If I know somebody's in mental health crisis, what do? I did take the mental health first aid class when I was here last time, and it was really interesting. It was just really fascinating. Yeah. So, okay, any other questions from commissioners?
Chair?
Yeah.
Just so we give Dan and our invitees, so I'm looking at December, so
For 2 weeks?
December 8th? Does that work? Is it a Wednesday? Is it preferably a Wednesday?
I think we actually have it already booked out for the commissioner schedules for the first Wednesday of each month.
Oh, the first Wednesday,
First
maybe the
Wednesday.
first then.
Yeah, because that
That's fine.
would be right up against the second Thursday, which is an evening meeting.
Right, okay,
So you don't want 2 evening meetings in a row.
right. Okay,
So December 1st.
December 1st.
That's okay.
Got it.
I may be on a plane December 1st, but we'll talk about that later.
Well, let's try to.
It's okay.
Tracy, will you work with Martha and her schedule with Dylan on that?
Okay. Right.
I don't know that we're tied, necessarily married to a Wednesday.
It's okay. Later in the week's better because I can attend virtually.
Yeah. Let's try to work this out for you.
We'll try and work it out, but you don't have to do special treatment for me, okay? I mean, if it's better for you guys, then so be it. Okay.
Okay. So Dylan, now what's up for October?
That's the childcare. It's childcare related issues that came up in the last discussion, and then
With
the Commissioner's
Martha's,
right,
the
yes.
work she's, okay,
Yes.
so for September, mental health, for October, childcare,
Yes.
for November,
Public
safety, and December is tolling and pricing congestion.
Yep.
I think those are some pretty good topics. Great.
Great.
Any other comments or questions for the group? Gary?
Great, thanks, Dylan. And Dan, next, supportive housing services, I'm pulling that item, and we'll bring back at a future meeting. Next business meeting agenda review for September 9th, 2021. As of right now, you have wildfire updates and COVID-19 updates, and that's it. although you'll have several consent agenda items today that staff will ask you to put on this Thursday's agenda. We'll also have public communication, of course, but it's a light agenda so far for Thursday. Also, we're changing the time at the chair's approval to a morning meeting, so this Thursday will be in the morning, not in the evening. It'll be 10 a.m. this Thursday, September 9th. It's on your calendars. Thank you. Next, if we can move to the consent request for consent agenda, we'll just plow right through these. Housing Authority of Clackamas County. Rod, please come forward. Approval of a board order to write off uncollectible accounts for the first quarter of fiscal year 2022. Total proposed write-off is $644.45. Go ahead, Rod.
Yes, as a business practice, the HAC writes off debts after 90 days of collection efforts. Residents who find themselves in this predicament, they're reported to the federal government, and they can't really rent until they handle this obligation. So that's how it's handled overall. No general funds are involved in this process.
Any comments or questions for Rod?
Just one. Congratulations, Rod, on your permanent appointment, I guess.
Thank you.
Yeah, official
Thank you.
appointment.
Appreciate that.
So.
That's great. That's wonderful. Yeah, I didn't.
All right, good to move forward?
Yes.
Okay, next, approval to apply for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Family Self-Sufficiency Coordinator Grant Renewal Funding. Total grant is $129,468, funded through HUD. No county general funds are involved.
Yes, and the purpose of these funds are to program to help the voucher families make progress towards self-sufficiency and establish escrow accounts for money management, home ownership, and education in the future. The FSS coordinator assures the program participants are linked to the supportive services. There's no general fund involved in this contract.
Any questions for Rod? Seeing none?
Okay, let's skip ahead, Rod, to Health, Housing, Human Services. One, approval of a renewal intergovernmental agreement with the State of Oregon, Oregon Health Authority for the Foodborne Illness Prevention Program. There's no maximum agreement value. Funding is through a fee for services. No county general funds are involved.
Yes, and I'm trying to. Was that through public health?
Public health, yes.
Okay, here we go. Yes, so this agreement allows public health to provide complete environmental, health, food licensing, and inspections to safeguard the health of residents in Clackamas County, and there's no general fund involved in this contract.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, go ahead, Rod.
Next, approval of a subrecipient professional services agreement with Cascade AIDS Project for human immunodeficiency virus, HIV testing and counseling services. Maximum agreement value is $75,000, funded through the State of Oregon, Oregon Health Authority. No county general funds are involved.
Yes, this is pass-through funding from the local public health authority agreement with the State of Oregon. This funding is a mix of federal and state funding. No general funds are involved in this contract.
Any comments or questions for Rod? Seeing none?
Next, approval of a subrecipient professional services agreement with Outside In for human immunodeficiency virus, HIV testing and counseling services. Maximum agreement value is $22,184. Funding is through the State of Oregon, Oregon Health Authority. No county general funds are involved.
Yes, this is very similar. Public Health Division requests approval of agreement with the Outside In for HIV testing and counseling. Same services as before. No general fund is involved in this contract.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none?
Next, approval of an amendment to a subrecipient grant agreement with CODA, Inc. for Housing Assistance Program Services. This amendment extends the term of the agreement 3 months to September 30, 2021, with no change to the agreement cost. No county general funds are involved.
Yes, as Administrator mentioned, Behavioral Health Division requests approval of an amendment to extend the term of an original agreement by 3 months to ensure that no gap in services while a formal procurement process is completed. There are no general funds involved in this transaction.
Any comments? Seeing none?
Next, approval of an amendment to the subrecipient agreement with Clackamas County Children's Commission for Rapid Rehousing Services. This amendment increases Emergency Solutions Grant COVID funds budget by $150,000 for a new total of $243,500, funded through the United States Department of HUD ESG CARES Act funds. No county general funds are involved.
Yes, and what this program does is provide staffing, safety planning, crisis intervention, counseling, and referral services as requested to families for the purpose of additional homeless assistance and homelessness prevention activities to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19. There are no general funds involved in this contract.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none.
Next, approval of an amendment to the subrecipient agreement with Northwest Family Services. This amendment increases Emergency Solutions Grant COVID funds budget by $300,000 for a new total of $657,500 as a grant, funding through the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development ESG CARES Act funds. No county general funds are involved.
Yeah, this is real similar to what I just read on the other nonprofit. It's for safety planning, et cetera. No general funds are involved in this contract.
Any comments for Rod? Seeing none.
Next, approval of a change order between Clackamas County and Ancrom Mosian, Associated Architect, for the Sandy Health Clinic project. The change order adds an additional $10,650 to the contract for geotech design coordination funded through Health Center Fund balance. No county general funds are involved.
Yes, and this one, this change order is mostly due with largely driven by soil conditions. I believe there was some oil and some other things found in the soil, so they've had to adjust the contract a little bit to deal with that issue. But everything else is moving forward. And no general funds are involved in this particular one.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none.
Next, approval of a professional services agreement with Oregon Health and Sciences University for emergency medical services. Agreement value is $111,213, funded through the ambulance service franchise fees. No county general funds are involved.
Yeah, this one's a little different. Agreement allows for local first responders to access clinical expertise on complex 911 medical calls 24/7. Oregon Health Sciences serves as the regional hospital for this area and provides these services across multiple counties in coordination with hospitals and health systems. OHSU helps with communicating and preparing hospitals when a significant medical trauma occurs, requiring a rapid response, and collects this data for all parties in order to inform quality improvement activities across these systems. No general fund is involved in this contract.
That sounds like an interesting service to be offered. Yes. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none.
Next, approval of an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Oregon acting by and through its Department of Human Services for operation of community development disability services for Clackamas County. Total agreement value is $22,225,085, funded through federal Medicaid and state general funds. No county general funds are involved.
Yes, this agreement, Clackamas County's Developmental Disability Services Program, will provide local administration services, case management services, and abuse investigation services. This is a 2-year grant, and there's no general fund is involved with this one.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none.
Next, approval of an amendment to the subrecipient agreement with Clackamas Women's Services. Amendment increases Emergency Solutions Grant COVID program funds budget by $150,000 for a new total of $452,500 as a grant funded through the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development ESG CARES Act funds. No county general funds are involved.
Yes, this amendment would pass along additional HUD grant dollars for rehousing assistance to CWS. No general funds are involved in this contract.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none.
All right, thank you, Rod. Next, Business and Community Services. Sarah, come on down. First, approval of a resolution to apply for Oregon Parks and Recreation Department County Opportunity Grant Program funding for Barton Park's East RV Campground Roadway and RV pads paving. I assume there's no general funds involved. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you. There are no general funds involved. So we are applying for, to get to the right, sorry, I've got my piece here. The Oregon State Parks and Recreation Department County Opportunity Grant Fund for paving of the Barton East Campground. And this would give us $150,000 in grant funds, which we would match. And the planned match from that is from our Metro Local Share bond funding. In the description in the staff report, it gives you a little bit of background in terms of why this is needed, but the essence is that the 2-inch asphalt roadway and parking pad surfaces are failing and do need to be refreshed.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none.
All right, next, approval of an infrastructure and additional shared cost agreement regarding the WorkSource Clackamas one-stop between the local Workforce Development Board, chief elected official, and required one-stop partners. I also assume no general funds involved. Sarah?
That is true, yes. There's no funding required for this, and this agreement was brought forward to you at the July 20th policy session with the Clackamas Workforce Partnership as part of their annual report. But this agreement is required for all of the partners in the One-Stop Center to enter into the cost-sharing agreement, and that does involve signature with Chair Smith.
Thank you. Any other further comments or questions? Seeing none.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Sarah. Next, Human Resources. Christy, come on down.
So Gary,
Yeah.
has the format changed online? It used to be that there was a summary online, we could follow these, what you're reading, but all I have is lumped in a 372-page document.
Oh, you should see what was on the issues list. What I'm reading should be online. Shannon, can you offer any clarity, please?
Yes, I apologize that was not included. If you show the bookmarks on your stuff, you'll be able to follow, like, the book.
Okay.
Each one individual one is bookmarked. We apologize for that.
We will have it correct next time. Sorry, Commissioners. All right, Human Resources, approval of a contract with Compelling Reason LLC for benefit delivery consulting work. Contract value is $487,045, funded through department monthly benefit administration fees, some of which do include county general fund dollars. This request is also to be put on this Thursday's business meeting agenda. Christy, go ahead.
Thank you. So in response to changing environments and some of the challenges that we've had in making sure that we're delivering benefits timely and in compliance, we outsourced with a consultant a year ago, and we developed our benefit service delivery strategy. So this work is to implement that. They'll be helping us in areas of project management, change management, data reporting, and other areas to really operationalize the strategy, which includes best practice and a variety of other benefits to the county. And I'm happy to give more information, but if that is sufficient.
That's enough, unless they have any questions.
All right, thank you.
Any questions or comments for the presenter? Seeing none.
So with your approval, Chair, we'll put this on this Thursday's business meeting.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
Next, elected officials, Sheriff's Office, please come forward. Approval of an intergovernmental agreement with the Oregon State Marine Board for enforcement related to recreational boating in Oregon. Total agreement value is $892,424 for the term July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2023. This is initially funded through county general funds, but it will be reimbursed entirely by the Oregon State Marine Board. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners.
And introduce yourself, please.
My name is Sergeant Nate Thompson with the Sheriff's Office, obviously. I supervise our Marine Patrol Unit, and so we are asking for approval of this intergovernmental agreement. As you can see, for the 2021 fiscal year, it's about $432,000. The following year, in 2022, the reimbursement amount would be $459,000, which is part of our Marine Patrol budget. This money coming from the Oregon State Marine Board is also matched through the county as far as our budget is concerned as well. And those funds provide Marine Patrol service for all the waterways within Clackamas County.
Great. Any further questions or comments for the presenter? Seeing none.
Thank you very much, Sergeant.
That is not timely then?
No.
Okay.
Everything else here can wait except the Human Resources Act.
Thank you.
All right, next, Transportation and Development. First, approval of a change in control of solid waste collection franchises held by Hoodview Disposal and Recycling and by Canby Disposal Company and Westland Refuse and Recycling to Cahoot Companies Holdings. No financial impact, no general funds involved. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair, Commissioners. Our current solid waste code allows for persons holding a solid waste collection franchise to transfer that franchise should the board approve it. Essentially, the Cahoot family owns 100% of the stock of 3 company holdings, county solid waste collection franchises. The companies are Canby Disposal Company, Westland Refuse and Recycling, and Hoodview Disposal and Recycling. The Cahoot family is requesting a transfer of these county franchises. Their companies hold to Waste Collections. Waste Collections currently holds 2 collection franchises in the rural area of the county, as well as serving other communities in the state and throughout North America. Waste Connections intends to retain the current employees that wish to stay, will utilize the existing equipment, and will conduct operations from the current properties where these franchises are currently located. On August 18th, the Solid Waste Commission met to discuss this subcontract and voted unanimously to recommend approval to the board.
What's the impact of this contract on our citizens?
There should be no net financial impact. Rick Winterholt is in the room. Is there any, expand on that for 1 second?
So they're just
transferring the ownership of the franchise.
They acquired and they're naming them under one umbrella.
Yes, I'm assuming.
So Cahoot
Rick, come on up.
So Cahoot acquired a franchise?
3.
Explain this, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chair, Rick Winterhalter, Senior Sustainability Analyst. And no, the Cahoots, they control the 3 franchises currently, and Waste Connections, Inc. is planning to purchase the companies, and then the franchises will go with those companies if you approve.
And there's no net change, there's no impact
no
to
net
rates or anything
change,
of that?
no change in rates, nothing. And this company, when they come in, they are keeping all of the employees. The only people leaving will be the owners.
So is the Cahoot family selling out?
Correct.
Okay, that's my main question. Was
my
that your question?
Yeah.
That was not clear. You said, got it.
Good
Yeah.
family,
Mhm,
wonderful people, yeah.
Yeah, they're out of Canby, right.
Yep.
Mhm. Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments for the presenters? Seeing none. Thank you very much for coming in.
Actually, stay up here for 1 second in case we have a question on that one.
Okay, good. I'll have to think of one.
Next, approval of the subcontract to collect infectious waste in the franchises held by Waste Management of Oregon. No financial impact, no general funds involved.
Thank you so much. So our code currently allows a solid waste collection franchise holder to subcontract with another individual to provide certain services. These subcontracts are not uncommon for specialized services. This particular request, in 2011, Waste Management began providing the service within the franchises they hold. And this service is basically providing the service to hospitals, urgent care clinics, veterinarians, doctors, offices for collection of infectious materials, okay? Staff was notified that Waste Management has proposed to enter into a subcontract with Trilogy Med Waste West LLC to provide this service for them. The management and operation personnel from Waste Management have been hired by Trilogy, so there should not be any disruption in service to our customers. On August 18th, the Solid Waste Commission met to discuss this subcontract and voted unanimously to recommend approval to the board.
Any questions or comments? Mark?
Yes, is the contractor still liable for the performance of Trilogy?
Commissioner, ultimately, the franchisee is responsible. I mean, obviously, and there's a contractual arrangement between the 2 businesses, but ultimately, our franchisee is responsible.
To be held accountable for that.
To be held
for their performance, et cetera. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none?
All right, next, approval of an agreement with Confluence Environment Center for an AmeriCorps member, $14,000, Sustainability and Solid Waste Program. Right, approval of an agreement with Confluence Environment Center for an AmeriCorps member that costs $14,000 that is paid for by Sustainability and Solid Waste Program, solid waste franchise fees, no county general funds involved. Go ahead.
Correct. Each year for the past 5 years, an AmeriCorps member has been placed by a local nonprofit with our Sustainability and Solid Waste Program. This supports delivery and improvement of waste reduction and recycling efforts in our community, in particular with multifamily communities, schools, and general community outreach. This agreement is for $14,000 for a 1-year AmeriCorps placement with Confluence Environmental Center, which serves our region as an AmeriCorps program. The funds for this agreement are included in the approved fiscal year 21-22 budget, and when our restricted solid waste funds, County Council has reviewed and signed the agreement as a whole. Oh, boy.
Any comments or questions?
Yeah.
Martha.
I'm on a roll right now.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Hey, what is the Confluence Environment Center? I haven't heard of that. I've heard a lot of environmental.
A confluence what?
The Confluence
What is it?
Environment Center.
Is it like,
I'll have to get back to you on that specifics.
yeah, because I was like, it's not like the college's environmental learning center.
I
This
do
is
not
in
believe so.
America. Okay.
Yeah, I'll get confirmation.
I'm just
to you.
curious, yeah.
We have, I mean, you haven't seen these in the past, but this is a request from county council, because these look more like a contract, and so we felt we should align it more, but coming forward to the board for the board's approval.
Okay.
So,
Way to go, Stephen. Go ahead.
All right, next, approval of a contract with Emery and Sons Construction Group for the Sunnyside Road ADA improvements, 122nd to 132nd. Total contract value is $744,914.50, funded through the road fund. No county general funds are involved.
this contract will retrofit one signalized intersection with 6 total corners and 5 non-signalized intersections with 18 total corners for ADA compliance. This work is in advance of our asphalt concrete overlay project scheduled for the summer of 2022. Just, if you recall, new ADA requirements require the jurisdiction to update the ADA and elements on a road if we plan to pave any portion of that road. So this is basically the effort to do that. I can tell you that substantial completion of the project is expected by April 30th of 2022. The project was advertised in accordance with ORS and LCRB rules on February 22nd, 2021. Bids were publicly open on August 3rd. After review of the bids, Emery and Sons Construction Group, LLC, was determined to be the lowest responsive bidder.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none.
Thank you, Dan. Finally, County Administration. Nancy, please come forward. Approval of a funding agreement between Clackamas County and the Clackamas County Arts Alliance. The value of the agreement is $192,405. This is funded through county general funds. It is for one fiscal year, 2021 to 2022. Go ahead, Nancy.
All right, thank you. So this is for the Arts Alliance, and they will use the funds to partially support training and capacity building work for businesses, organizations, and entrepreneurs. The public art exhibits, which includes those here in our buildings throughout the county, robust art education programs in regional schools and social services organizations. In addition, $27,000 will go to Young Audiences of Oregon, which will serve 6,300 students in 22 schools.
Any comments? Seeing none.
Great, thanks, Nancy. That is the consent agenda request. The final item today is Commissioner Communications.
Okay, Commissioners. Commissioner Fisher, would you like to lead us off?
Sure, be happy to. I've been seeking out and looking at getting some, well, first of all, hello, everyone. Nice to be with you, even virtually. And I have to say, I actually missed everyone. So I appreciate being back in the saddle, as you would say. I am appearing virtually today as I'm sorting through and trying to get an idea of what would be most appropriate protocols and procedures for us as a governing body, given that our case positivity rate is over 10%. And so that is why I am appearing virtually today. I would really like if I could have other commissioner support for us to socially distance in our meetings. And then I think that would cover more of what Philip was talking about, the different things that we can do to assure most safety for our community. And my biggest concern is for our kids who cannot be vaccinated. I think it's each of ours ultimate responsibility to do all we can to stop the spread, and us modeling that type of behavior at the county level, I think is really important. So if possible, if we could do some social distancing for board meetings and for our policy sessions, I think that that would go a long way in at least assuring my comfort level and knowing that I'm doing my part in keeping our community as safe as possible. And I'm really hoping that other commissioners will join me in this interest.
Anything else, Commissioner Fisher?
I would love to hear comments about that from folks, if
Gary,
they would
what's the
so like
procedure
to
we're
weigh
going
in.
to be putting forth?
All right, so per the As far as a workplace, and that's my responsibility to make sure as a workplace we are managing what the state requirements are for workplaces. Employees, anyone in a workplace is required to wear a mask, which we're all doing in this room. Social distancing is recommended but not required. It's not like it was before where we had to have 6 feet of distance. It's recommended, but it's not required. So I do not recommend moving this room back to how we had it before unless you tell me to, commissioners. The key is to wear the mask, which is what you're all doing, which we ask members of the public to do as well. So unless you direct me otherwise, I don't suggest we change the format of this room. But if you want me to, I will do that. The mask is the key, and we're all wearing masks, and we'll continue to wear masks until we don't need to anymore.
Any other comments, Commissioner Fisher?
Yeah, so Gary, I was in conversation with Philip, and then I was in conversation with Dr. Vines. When the case positivity rate is so extreme right now, over 10%, it is very advisable that we socially distance. And I really would encourage my other commissioners in joining me in this request to our administrator to find a way for us to conduct our meetings so we can have 6 feet of distance.
Thank you for your request. I think we're going to continue conducting the meetings. Commissioner Fisher, if you feel uncomfortable, you're certainly welcome to appear virtually in your office or in your home. I see no problem with that, or any commissioner doing that at any time. Anything else, Commissioner Fisher?
Not at this time.
Thank you very much. Who wants to speak next? Mark.
Yes. Good morning. I was contacted by the Muslim Education Center to participate in a Zoom meeting with Senator Merkley and Congresswoman Bonamici last week on Monday evening to talk about the Afghan refugee situation. Now, there wasn't a lot of information or details about how those 50,000 refugees will be distributed throughout the United States. And there was no information at the time about what kind of federal funding might come with those refugees. But if we look at the population of the United States, and if those refugees were to be distributed amongst the states evenly, 632 would come to Oregon, about 63 people, based on our population numbers, would come to Clackamas County. So, again, the distribution of the refugees is unknown at this time, but that's just kind of a heads up on what we might be looking at. The other thing, too, is since January, we've had an unprecedented number of people coming across the southern border. And here we have 50,000 Afghan refugees processed through the State Department with special immigration visas. These refugees are people who have served, worked with the U.S. military and the U.S. government in Afghanistan for the last 20 years. They're people who, I believe, are looking for a better way of life than they found in Afghanistan. And I encourage us to look at this in a positive way and wait and see what Congresswoman Bonamici and Senator Merkley come up with in terms of distribution and funds for how we might help these good people.
Mark, do you know if these refugees have had a health check, or if they're vaccinated or anything like that?
That was one of the questions asked last week, and we didn't get an answer. But I'm sure that's one of the things that Congresswoman Bonamici, I think, is going to come back with.
And you worked in Afghanistan for many years.
No, I worked in Iraq.
Oh, Iraq.
Yeah,
I beg your pardon. I'm mistaken.
Yeah. So anyway, that's something that we need to put on our radar. And the next thing is tomorrow I'll be in Eugene to meet with Commissioner Pat Farr to get a tour of their programs for housing the homeless. And on the meeting for Thursday, since it's not going to be in the evening, are we getting the word out so that people can put input to the meeting on emails?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Commissioner Schrader.
Yeah, I just want to thank Commissioner Scholl for mentioning the refugee issue, and anything I can do to help with that would be, is kind of a family value, helping people to get into the country. And I think that there are a number of folks at risk now with the fall of Afghanistan and the Taliban taking over. And I do think that it would behoove us as a county to see that as one of our humanitarian, I think,
Yeah, we'll just see
missions, and
what-
see
you know,
what
what
that
kind-
might mean.
Absolutely.
And probably talk to the faith communities and see. I know when my parents sponsored my Filipino family, that sponsorships and helping people find homes and things like that would be really, so thank you. That's I think we need to help with that. And I'm assuming appropriate medical procedures should be in order anyway. I'm not overly worried about that. They'll set something up and go there. Other than that, I just want to say that I'm glad to be back. I had a wonderful time seeing my 2 grandchildren, who I hadn't seen physically in 2 years. So
Wow.
it was nice to see how they've grown and how happy they are, and how great that was to just be able to do that. And I had to take 5 COVID tests to get through Europe. Well, it was had to do what you had to do. I took 2 here to make sure I was within the 72-hour time frame, plus proof of vaccination in order to get into England. Well, actually through Iceland first, and then from Iceland to England. And then in England, their requirement was tracking, and then after 2 days there, another test that had to be sent in, which again turned to be negative. That was good. And then flying back through Iceland, because I was staying there for a few days for medical reasons, actually, believe it or not. I had to get another quick COVID test in England to re-enter Iceland. However, to get back into the United States, they didn't require proof of my vaccination. I guess they'd seen it too many times, but I also had to get another test in Iceland in order to get back into the country. And so I'm going to keep all my 5 negative tests, maybe frame them. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. But in order to travel, those are the rules. Those are the rules of travel right now, is that you've got to get fast vaccine tests, and I will say that every country, including this one, has, I used Zoom Care. You get a very quick test, and they get it back to you within a day, and it's usually a 3-day window that and they require you on the airplanes to wear masks. You cannot, unless you're eating or drinking, they'll let you take that, but largely you've got to be, but it was worth it to do that. But I have never had more testing done in my life.
Wow.
For this whole thing. So just kind of an interesting anecdote. Other than that, I'm looking forward to get back to work with all of you, really, on various issues. And I'm grateful that, just glad to be here. We're all rested and ready to go. So
Thank you.
there we go.
Right. Commissioner Savas.
I really don't have much to report. Had a decent time to work on my property, in my home, and do a little bit of county work here and there. And just want to say that I think something that I was completely struck by often when visiting some friends, which I like to do during the recess, this issue with trying to hire people and people not coming back to work is a big deal. And it just strikes me that so many people are choosing to stay home right now. Not right. I mean, people I think are avoiding because of the risk. I think that there is a lot of people holding back. Differing opinions as to some people, why work if I don't have to, or I'm too afraid to, contracting COVID or the Delta variant or whatnot. That there's fear in people getting out to some degree. But the businesses, I think, are really are suffering. And I'd surely like to know what that means from a payroll standpoint, because that also affects our state funding as well. But it was great to make connections with people I haven't seen in a long time, so all good. Looking forward to going back to work here.
Oh, I am too. I think the time off was very much needed because everybody's been working very hard. I did a little bit of county work as well and talked to our hospital groups regarding their situation and how they're going to manage through COVID. And they're trying very hard to do the best delivery services possible. I offered up Clackamas County as a partner for our 3 hospital groups who are in Clackamas County, Providence, Kaiser, and Legacy. They're all very appreciative. And it's a communication that I continue to I want to continue for the future, just to stay updated. I don't like reading reports in the newspaper of what is or isn't. I told them that right off. I want the clean scoop right here from you, what is really going on. Right now, they are struggling with a labor shortage as well of nurses and doctors possibly quitting, and that's to be determined. And I think as we manage our workforce here at the county, I want to commend my county administrator for the tack that he is taking in preserving our workforce ability here. If we lose some of our workers, we may not be able to hire right behind them so readily as we have in the past. And I think that's very important that we preserve our current workforce and work with them and make accommodations as much as possible. And I think we will continue to do that. I went down to Lake Shasta, Mount Shasta, for a retreat. It was wonderful. The last 2 days we had some smoke and had ash spewing down right now in that corner of California into Nevada. The wildfires are tremendous. Almost 1 million acres have burned up to South Lake Tahoe, where you could see the lake and red flames. It was that extreme. We came home. And then we went up to Blaine, Washington, which is right on the border of Canada. And we met some Canadians there, some friends. And have you ever seen the Peace Arch? The Peace Arch is this wonderful white painted huge cement or marble arch. And it's a neutral territory between America and Canada where you can go without passports. And it's neither owned by America or Canada, and it's a neutral territory. It's not owned by the tribes. And it's an extremely beautiful park, lots of flowers, lots of annuals. And as we were there on Sunday, I believe, groundskeepers were out busy working. A lot of people had come from around just to be there. And it was one of the most peaceful, tranquil places I had ever been in. And it was a lot of fun. And our Canadian friends brought down some lunch for us, and we picnicked and had a wonderful conversation. And it was just really fun. I had not experienced anything like that. And maybe we can bring the Peace Arch to Clackamas County. We'll erect one in our lobby center. So I think that would be very fun. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Gary, do you have anything?
No, so you have no afternoon sessions. You will next meet on Thursday at your business meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
There are three things I hope that you learn from this presentation that you take home with you. And that is first one would be to know how to grow vegetables over a longer period of time, to know how to match the vegetable types and varieties to the specific season that you're growing them in, and know some types of season extenders and how to use those season extenders. So most of us get really excited about gardening in the spring. And some of us get a little too excited about gardening in the spring, and we forget that there are some things that we need to remember. Before we can plant our spring crops, the ground has to be warm enough, and the soil has to be dry enough. If you put in your little seedlings or you put in your transplants too early, the ground is too cold and they will not germinate. The roots won't grow. If you put them in too early and your ground is too wet, then you know you're just going to have clumps, and that isn't going to help your garden at all. Usually in our area, we are able to put in our garden, our spring garden, sometime between March and April, and that of course depends on the weather. And what you will be putting in the springtime is what we call our cool season crops. We have cool season crops and warm season crops. Our cool season crops are the ones that are going to be put in the spring and also in the fall for fall harvest. Your cool season crops are ones such as your lettuce, your brassicas, like your broccoli and your cabbage and your onions, your peas, things like that. Those are just a few of your cool season crops. Now, there are some things you can do to make sure that you can get your ground and your garden area ready ahead of time. Make sure that you can get that spring garden plants in when you want them. One is raised beds. Those of you that have raised beds will find out that the soil in your raised bed will not only warm up sooner than those of us that have it in the ground, but it will also, the water will not collect as much. Your soil will dry out a lot more if you were using a raised bed versus gardening in the ground. The other thing you can do is you can cover, in the wintertime, you can cover your ground. The ground that you're going to put your spring crop in, you can cover it with something, either black plastic, greenhouse plastic, some type of row cover. You can even cover it with coffee sacks. This is to keep some of our real hard winter rains away from the soil, and also having it covered up will also help heat the soil a little bit so it'll be ready for those spring crops to grow in. You can also use season extenders, and I will talk about season extenders in just a little bit. Okay, I'm not going to talk too much about summer garden because you probably already do your summer garden. You're here to learn about how to extend your harvest into fall and winter. But there are a few things about summer garden. In the summer garden is when you are going to plant your warm season crops, your tomatoes, your beans, your corn, your peppers, things like that. It's usually around May in our area in the Pacific Northwest, once again, kind of depending on weather. Some people get it in earlier. They have raised beds. Some people will get it in a little later if they don't. Also, you will be putting in either seeded crops or you'll be putting in transplants. Now, if you're planning on having a fall and winter garden, you're going to have to start thinking about that before you even put in your summer crop. And here's some of the reasons why. You're going to have to figure out which of your plants are in what crop family. For example, if you put in broccoli in the spring and you want to put broccoli in for a fall crop also, you're going to need to rotate that crop. So you're going to have to remember that my broccoli and my cabbage and my cauliflower, my Brussels sprouts are all in the same family, and I want to rotate them from this area of my garden to the other area of my garden. This will prevent diseases and pests from taking over, because pests and diseases like to attack plants in the same family. So that's one thing you're going to have to figure out before you plant your summer garden. The other thing you want to do is you need to save space for successive plantings. In other words, things like lettuce and spinach and kale, you can plant those with seeds, seed them about every 2 weeks. This will extend your harvest. It not only extends your harvest, it will also increase your harvest. The last thing you need to think about is space. If you're planning on growing your fall and winter crops In the same garden that you're planting your summer crops, might need to leave some space, or you're going to have to figure this out. Okay, let's see. I planted my potatoes in early, and they're done. Now I can plant something else in there for my fall and winter crop. So there's a lot of thinking that's going to go on before you can get those crops in the ground. Now, like I mentioned, planting for your fall and winter crops begin in summer. You need to decide which crops you want to grow. Of course, everybody has their own opinion. You're all going to grow something a little bit different. You have to find out the planting dates. You do have one example here of the handout that we gave you is about planting dates. You're going to have to look for suitable varieties. The varieties that you can plant in spring might not be the varieties that we can plant in the fall. And the other thing you need to do is plan if you're going to use season extenders, which ones are you going to use and how are you going to use them. Okay, in order to have success, we do have two different types of crops that you can plant. You can plant your quick-growing crops, ones that you're going to put in the ground and they're going to reach maturity pretty quickly. That would be things like peas and radishes, greens and spinach, lettuces, things like that. You also have your overwintering crops. These are the crops that you're going to put in the ground, but it's going to take them a long time to get mature. Those would be things like your root vegetables, your brassicas, onions, fava beans, garlic, things like that, that are going to grow over a longer period of time before you're going to be able to harvest them. Now, in order to have success with your fall garden, you are going to have to get your plants in the ground at the right time, and you're going to have to get them established well before fall arrives, before our cold weather arrives. And that's going to be a little difficult to do in the summertime, because you know what it's like in our summer. It's hot, it's dry, you water your garden, and it dries out really quick. So just think, if you are putting a seed in the ground in the middle of summer, you might not be able to water it every 3 days like you usually do, or once a week. You might have to water that little seed or that little transplant every day, twice a day maybe, in order for it to get a good established. So you might want to start your seedlings indoors until they get a little hardier. You don't want to put them out when they're very, very tender. You also may use shade cloths. It's summertime. You're putting out this little plant, the sun is beating down on it, it's going to burn those little leaves. They're new, they're tender, so you might have to do something to get a little bit of shade over them. Also, overhead watering, especially those of you that are using drip irrigation or you're using soaker hoses, something like that. These little plants not only take up water through their roots, they will also take them through their leaves, and it will cool the plants down. So you may need to do a little bit of overhead watering. Now, Oregon State University has lots and lots of publications. Our extension office has so many publications. There isn't anything that we don't have that you might want to learn about. I don't think I quite said that right, but anyway, two publications that we have that have a lot of the information that have to do with my talk today, and that is the planting lists and the types of vegetables that you're going to put in for fall and winter. And these are two really, really good publications, and I do have examples back in the back. One is called Fall and Winter Vegetable Gardening for the Pacific Northwest. That sounds normal, huh? That sounds good, doesn't it? The other one is called Growing Your Own, and it has a lot of other information in it, but it does have some planting date information in there. You can also get a lot of that information from seed catalogs. Seed catalogs don't just list their seed, they have lots of really good information in them. Territorial Seed Catalog is a real good one. They are local, down in Cottage Grove. Johnny's Selected Seed is just another one that has a lot of good information about planting varieties and planting times. They're located back east. You can also purchase some books. There's lots of gardeners out there that have written books about cool season gardening or gardening year-round. Bill Thornes is a Seattle gardener, and he gardens year-round, so you know if he can garden year-round, so can we. And Elliot Coleman, he's from Maine, so he gardens year-round, and you know what it's like in Maine in the wintertime, so we shouldn't have any trouble here doing it too. One thing I want to tell you, though, and that is you have an example of some planting dates in front of you. These books and these publications also have examples. They don't always match. You will read through it and it might say, plant the beets the first part of July, and another one might say, plant your beets the middle of July, and maybe another one might even say, plant your beets towards the end of July. So they don't always match. So what you need to do is figure out what you think goes closest to your area and your garden area and where you live. And it might take you a couple years to really succeed in some of the plants that you put in the ground. Maybe you put some cauliflower in and you put it in too late and you found out that it didn't have time to reach maturity. Oh, next year I'm going to put it in the ground earlier. So don't be upset when you read some of these publications and saying they don't match. They don't say the exact same thing. Here's some of the examples of what they will say. They may tell you that mid-July, which are the late maturing crops, which may take 90 days to reach maturity, these crops maybe should be planted around mid-July. And then you'll have a list that says, okay, these crops don't take quite as long to reach maturity, so you can plant them in your garden in mid-August. Remember, it's hot then. You're going to have to do something with these little plants and these little seedlings to get them to really develop well before fall arrives. There are still some crops that you can plant in September and even into October. Those of you that are here right now, it is October. If you want to put in some fava beans or some garlic, it's not too late to do that. Now here's some of the things that I was talking about. Oregon State University does a lot of research and develop a lot of new vegetable varieties. Also, a lot of seed companies do the same thing. And you'll notice here that it's like if you look at the broccoli, it'll say, okay, these are the ones we want you to plant for your spring crop, and these are the ones we want you to plant for your fall crop. Now, those are people that garden year-round already, and the farmers that garden year-round, such as the lady standing beside me, they've learned some little tricks, and they have found out that curly leaf vegetables will tolerate cold better than the smooth leaf vegetables. So you think, okay, I'm going to do some fall kale. Great. Use the curly leaf kale, not the smooth leaf kale. They have also found that the darker colored vegetables seem to absorb more heat than the light colored vegetables. And if you look up here at these names, you'll see purple sprouting broccoli. It's darker than your normal green broccoli. And also, if you look up here, you'll notice that the fall vegetable varieties kind of have cold names. Siberian, winter red, Rudolph, things you'd think that they are cold. Using season extenders. Season extenders are exactly what the name implies. They extend the gardening season. There are lots of different kinds. Plastic tunnels are a frame. You make a frame, usually in a hoop, and it's usually made with PVC pipe or electrical conduit. And then after the hoop is made, you cover that with greenhouse plastic. This will keep your plants safe during the wintertime. If you are going to make a hoop and use greenhouse plastic for your wintertime, it's a good idea to use what's called dripless plastic. That will keep from condensation from forming underneath the hoop, and that way you won't have water dripping down onto your plants, which will help prevent some of the diseases, because water dripping onto your plants in that type of environment is very disease prone. There are also hard plastic tunnels that you can purchase. Floating row covers or row covers is a finely meshed material that allows light and water and air through it, but it also absorbs solar heat and warms up the air underneath it and will warm up the ground. If you can put it on a hoop like you did with the plastic, or as the name implies, floating row covers. You can just lay it over top of your plants and sometimes attach it to the ground somehow so it doesn't blow away. And then as the plants grow, the floating row cover can lift up a little bit if it's not too tight on there. There are some examples of all these season extenders back there on the table for you to look at. They have found that the air underneath a floating row cover can get anywhere from 5 to 8 degrees warmer than the air outside. So that's pretty good. Especially in the wintertime, a few degrees is going to make a big difference. Can you use the black plastic on that one? On top of it? She wants to know if you can use black plastic. You mean over it? No, not underneath? Yeah. Oh, yes, you can put black plastic down and plant your plants in between? Yeah. Yes, you can. Okay, cold frames are like miniature greenhouses. They have a hard side, and the top lifts up and down, and it's usually made from glass or hard plastic or greenhouse plastic. And when it gets really hot in the summer, when it gets really hot in the wintertime, if the sun comes out, you don't want those little plants in there to burn, so you would lift the top up and let some air circulation. If you're using a cold frame in your garden, it does not have a bottom on it. You just set it right on top of the plants. If you're using it as a propagation mat, it will usually have a bottom on it. People put a propagation mat and start their seeds inside, or their plants inside. Those of you that have planted your spring or summer root vegetables and you found that it's fall now and they're still in the ground, but you don't really want to take them out, you don't want to process them yet, you can leave them over winter and they will do fine. But you need to cover them up a little bit. We don't want them to get frozen. If you have freezing weather, you don't want the tops of those plants to get frozen. So just take some leaves or some straws, put a couple inches on top of them, and it will keep them safe. You will also find that a light frost will actually make root vegetables taste a lot sweeter. So it's good to keep them in the ground a little bit longer. You can have some really sweet carrots and beets to have for your Thanksgiving dinner or Christmas dinner. Okay, why do you want to garden year-round? Well, you all have your own reasons, but one is in the summertime, you get to grow warm season crops. You get to grow those yummy tomatoes and the peppers and the beans and the corn on the cob. Oh, nothing better than summer corn on the cob. In the winter, maybe you want to do it because you don't have to work so hard. There are less chores. There's less weeding. There's less watering. Mother Nature takes care of that. And just like the gentleman before me said, hey, if those weeds grew, if they're edible, eat them. And there are less pests and diseases during fall and winter, except for those slugs, and snails. You're going to have to keep your eye on that, especially if you're using some type of season extender. If you have a tunnel or you have your row cover over it, lift it up quite often to make sure that the slugs aren't there and that they haven't eaten your meal before you get a chance to. And winter's a good time to get outside. It's a good excuse to go outside even though it's raining, to go outside and harvest those carrots or that broccoli. And in the springtime, if you've already gardened through fall and winter, you'll be ready to put in your spring crops a little bit earlier. Clackamas County Master Gardeners on our website have many, many videos and many, many more handouts for you that all you do is just go on our website, go to 10-Minute University Handouts, and you will see a lot of information there that I think that you will enjoy. I hope that I've given you some ideas on how you might want to extend your garden season. You might want to do just a few things. Maybe you just want to start by overwintering some of your vegetables. Maybe you want to start with some of the more hardy vegetables so you know you won't have a problem. But I hope this talk has helped you think a little bit in your mind and look through a lot of the resources that are available to you to extend your gardening season. So thank you for coming. Welcome everyone to the 10-Minute University Noontime Chat. For those of you who are not familiar, 10-Minute University is the trademark for short classes, videos, and handouts on essential gardening information for the home gardener. Oregon State University owns the trademark, and Clackamas County Master Gardeners developed the program. Today's talk is part of our 2021 series. You can find recordings and other 10-Minute University resources at cmastergardeners.org. So today we're going to talk about growing and caring for raspberries. Here's a list of some of the 10-Minute University handouts related to raspberries, and you will find these again at cmastergardeners.org. Oregon State University also has some very good publications on growing raspberries. 2 of them are specifically for raspberries only. One of them is growing raspberries in the Willamette Valley, Southern Oregon, Central Oregon, and Eastern Oregon, and the other one is about growing raspberries on the Oregon coast. So a lot of the information that I'm going to talk about today has come from these publications. So it'll really, for you to really get a lot of information, more than I'm going to give you today, I would really say to get into the Oregon State University Extension Publication Catalog and look up these publications for yourself. All right, these are some of the things that I'm hoping you will learn today, that you'll be able to choose your preferred variety of raspberries. You'll become acquainted with some of the terminology. You'll learn planting techniques and soil improvement, and you'll learn proper care, including fertilizing, watering, and pruning, and you will be aware of some possible pest problems and solutions. So let's start from the beginning. First thing you need to do is figure out where you're going to put your raspberries on your property. Raspberries will grow for 15 to 18 years and sometimes even longer. So you need to make sure that where you're going to put them, you know they're going to stay for a long time. Raspberries need full sun. The more sun the berries have, the sweeter the raspberries are going to be. They also need fertile, well-drained soil, and we'll talk about that a little bit more too. Also, make sure that you locate your plants where you can control the suckers. Remember, the suckers that come out of the ground are going to be next year's plants. That's where your berries are going to be. But if you have them, say, beside a driveway and some of the suckers are coming up where you don't want them, that's not going to be much fun. So make sure you locate them where you know that you can control where these new plants are coming up. Also, you need to be sure to avoid a site where potatoes, tomatoes, peppers, eggplants, strawberries, and any other caneberries have grown within the past 3 years. These plants that I just mentioned have a tendency to get what is called verticillium wilt. And if you plant your raspberries in a place where these have had verticillium wilt, then your raspberries are also going to get it. And that's not a good way to start out a raspberry patch. Also, it's good if you plan 6 months in advance or even a year in advance. Now, I know for most of us gardeners, that's kind of hard to do. We go to the nursery and we see a raspberry plant and they look so good and we think, hey, I've always wanted to grow raspberries. So you buy it, you go home, you stick it in the ground. You're not going to be very happy with it. So it's really good to plan ahead. So the first thing you're going to do, now that you know where your site is, you need to prepare your soil. You're going to want to eliminate the perennial weeds. That's why it's a good way to start ahead of time. Because if you plant in an area that has a lot of perennial weeds that are going to come up year and year, you're going to have nothing but trouble fighting them through all the seasons. Also, have your pH checked. Raspberries grow best in 5.6 to 6.5. Most of our native soil is somewhere around that, maybe a little bit higher. So it's a good idea to have your soil pH checked before you put your raspberries in the ground. Now, to prepare your soil, you're going to want to add and mix in some organic matter. 3% of organic matter is usually what they say is good for raspberries. Also, you want to put your raspberries either in a raised area, 1.5 to 2 feet, or in a raised bed, because raspberries cannot take their roots being wet. And heavy, wet soil is going to cause one of the biggest problems with raspberries, which is root rot problems. So if possible, try to raise up the area or plant in raised beds. Now, the raspberries are probably going, all the whatever type of raspberries you decide to put in will probably need some type of trellising. And whatever type of trellising you want to use is totally up to you. Here's a few examples. There's one that has metal T-posts with the wires around it. There's one that has a wood T-post. You can see the wires down the side. There's a lot of homemade trellises out there. There's a lot of sites and university sites online that have different ideas that you could look up. Also, the publications that I mentioned from Oregon State University also have some types of trellises that you might want to try. Okay, now we're going to talk a little bit about terminology. When a blueberry is first coming out of the ground, sorry, I meant raspberry. When a raspberry is first coming out of the ground, we call that plant a primocane. The next year, the following year, the year after it starts to come out of the ground, we change its name to floricane. Now, the fruit of the raspberry develops on what we call a fruiting lateral. So you have a raspberry that grows up from a primocane, turns into a floricane, it grows fruiting laterals out the side, and then those fruiting laterals develop the berries. When you look at a raspberry, you will see all these little bumps. Every one of those bumps is called a druplet, and every druplet has a seed inside. Now, I've been asked before, well, how can I tell if it's a raspberry or a blackberry? And that's a very easy way to tell. When you pull a raspberry off of the vine, the middle part stays on, it's called a receptacle. The receptacle stays on the vine. When you pull a blackberry off of the vine, the receptacle stays on the blackberry, and that is part of it that you eat also. So this is just a little bit of terminology you need to know when you're going into growing some raspberries. Now here's some information about our floricane fruiting raspberries. They're also called summer bearing. And depending on what type of information you read, some publications will say floricane fruiting, some publications will say summer bearing. On the floricane fruiting raspberries, you will get your main crop around mid-June, and that will be the second summer after you're planting them. So if you were to planting, if your ground was ready and you were to plant your raspberries this spring, you will get this, you will not get your first crop until next June. After your berries grow up and you have your first crop, you should be able to get about 25 pounds of berry per 10-foot row, and they will develop over a period of 30 to 40 days. And like I mentioned before, they'll live 15 to 18 years or even longer. And the suckers that you see coming up from the ground during the summertime, that is going to be next year's crop. Now, we also have what is called primocane fruiting raspberries, and you probably remember them being called fall-bearing raspberries. A lot of them are called ever-bearing raspberries. These raspberries will give you a little bit lower yield than the summer-bearing raspberries. And the thing that's different about the fall-bearing raspberries is that they will produce their first berries on primocanes, and then their second group of berries will be produced on the floricanes. You can have 2 crops a year, or you can have 1 crop a year, depending on how you prune them, and I will talk about that a little bit. So if you were to plant fall-bearing raspberries in the spring, you would get your first small crop of berries in the fall, a few months from now, several months from now. Then you would get your second crop of raspberries the following summer. That's how the primocane fruiting raspberries work. We also have black raspberries. They're called blackcaps. They're grown completely different than our other types of raspberries. They're not grown by very many homeowners. Some people do. They have a very distinctive flavor. Either you like them or you don't like them. They're shaped completely different. They're more of a shrub and not a vine. And they do require summer pruning in order to produce some berries, because if you have to top them in the summertime, which produces the laterals. I'm not going to talk a lot about the black caps, but if you look up information in the OSU publications, Growing Raspberry in Your Home Garden, you will have, they have a lot of information about the black caps in there. This is another publication from Oregon State University, and this is called Raspberry Cultivars for the Pacific Northwest. This publication will give you information about the raspberries. It'll give you information specifically about the fruit size, how good the yield is, whether it's disease resistant to some problems, and whether it's really good for home gardeners or if it's one that's better for commercial. I'm going to give you just a few ideas of some of them that are in that publication that I just mentioned. Here's a few of the floricane fruiting raspberries. Now, Cascade Bounty and Cascade Delight are recent introductions. They were developed at Oregon State University. They were developed because, like I mentioned before, root rot is probably the biggest problem you're going to have with your raspberries. And these two are either immune or resistant to the root rot. Now, Meeker and Willamette are a couple of very popular varieties. They're really tasty, so a lot of people like those. But the problem is that they are prone to root rot pretty bad. But if you do have, so sorry. Garrett, I know you're listening to me, so you can stop this. I forgot to turn my telephone off. Sorry about that. So I know you're going to be able to go through this and cut this part out. So I'm going to wait till it stops and then I'll finish it.
That's fine. I mean, I can't hear it that much. It's not as loud. So
Leaves a message.
yeah, just start back at this slide whenever you get a chance.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Here are just a few of the floricane fruiting raspberry cultivars that are recommended for the Pacific Northwest. Cascade Bounty and Cascade Delight are two varieties that were introduced from Oregon State University. And the reason they try new varieties is to get some that are better tasting, of course, and disease resistant. These two happen to be pretty good, either immune or pretty resistant to Phytophthora root rot, which is one of the biggest problems we have with raspberries in the Willamette Valley. Meeker and Willamette are very, very good tasting, but they are pretty prone to Phytophthora root rot. If you have your raspberries in a really good place, you have them raised up, and you're not having a problem with too much water, then these really tasty ones will probably work really well for you. Here's a few of the primocane fruiting raspberries that are also recommended. The nice thing about the primocane fruiting raspberries is you can have red or yellow. There is one yellow floricane or summer bearing raspberry, but it is not very tasty. So if you want a really tasty yellow raspberry, definitely you would want one of the primocane fruiting raspberries or the fall bearing raspberries. Okay, now you've got everything set. You figured out your site. Now you're ready to plant your raspberries. It's good that you purchase certified disease-free plants. You're going to have these for a long time. You want to start out with the best plants that you can. You're going to plant in early spring as long as your ground is ready and you've already checked off your list on all those things I talked about. Normally, you would be buying bare root raspberries. Sometimes you'll be purchasing them in a container. The nurseries start selling their bare root raspberries around January, February. So if you purchase a bare root raspberry, you're getting ready to put it in the ground, you're going to dig a shallow hole and you're going to put this into the ground so that where the root and the cane meet each other, it's about 1 to 2 inches below the soil level. And if you happen to buy your raspberry in a container, you're also going to plant it to where the soil level in your container is about 1 to 2 inches below the soil level of your ground. Then you're going to water it in really good. And then if they're very tall, you are going to cut the canes down to 6 inches. You can grow raspberries in containers. You can grow everbears or summer bears, but if you're going to grow them, you might as well put an everbear in your container. That way you're going to have 2 crops a year. Your container needs to be a minimum of about 2 feet deep. 20 to 30 gallon size works best. You can either purchase some well-drained potting mix, or you can mix your own, which would be 1 part perlite, 1 part finely ground bark, and 2 parts potting soil. It will help if you mulch your raspberries. Mulching controls the weeds. It helps conserve the soil moisture. You can use compost. You can use purchased compost. You can use leaf mulch. Try to avoid straw, especially deep straw. People that have put straw around the raspberries find out that they kind of have a rodent problem. The meadow mice and other little rodents like the heavy straw during the winter time. When you do mulch, don't bury the crown of your raspberries. Make sure that you feather it out just a little bit. Now, raspberries, I talked about how they do not like to have their roots very wet, but they do need water. So your new plants are going to need about 1 inch of water a week. And this is during the times when we're not getting any of our rains. The established plants will need 1 to 1.5 inch. So you're going to be watering probably from mid-June through late summer. You can water by hand, you can use sprinklers or your drip systems. Of course, the drip or the soaker hoses are probably best. If you do use sprinklers, be sure that you water early in the day so that your plants have a chance to dry out before evening time, because that can cause another disease problem that we're going to talk about a little bit later. You want to make sure that after you get done watering, that you've watered enough so that the roots are completely, let me see, how do I put that? You want to make sure that all the roots are covered with water. So a couple hours after you water, dig down around your raspberries and see if the water has gone down. It needs to go down about 1 foot deep. See if you've watered enough, or if maybe you need to water a little bit more the next time you irrigate. You need to remove the weeds. I talked a little bit about before you plant, to get rid of the perennial weeds. Weeds around your raspberry plants will compete for water and for nutrients. When you do cultivate these weeds, if you're going to use a hand trowel or a hoe, just be careful, no deeper than 1 to 2 inches. Remember, during the summertime, new sprouts are coming up from the ground, and those new sprouts are going to be next year's plants, and those are ones that are going to produce the fruit. So you don't want to make sure that you don't take your hoe and hurt all those new plants that are coming up. So you got to do it very gently. Organic mulches, like we talked about, that will help to suppress some of the weeds. Do not use weed mats. We want plants to come up around your raspberries. We want new plants to come up around your raspberry plants. So weed mats are not recommended. Also be very aware if anyone is using herbicides around them. The plants themselves and the leaves can be very sensitive to herbicides. Now, when using fertilizer, I'm not going to go into too much detail because the timing of the fertilizers are different from the newly planted plants to the established plants. Plus, the amount of fertilizer that you use will depend on what type of fertilizer that you use. So I recommend that you check out the OSU's handouts, and they will give you precise information about the fertilization of your raspberry plants. Okay, this is what a lot of people get very confused about. How do I prune my raspberries? Okay, for your floricane fruiting raspberries, which remember are your summer bearing raspberries, you're not going to do any pruning on them until after your first crop. Remember, you plant them in the spring, you will not get your first crop until the following summer. So after you get your first crop, you're going to remove the dead floricanes. That's after you get your first crop, after they have fruited. Then in the wintertime, you're going to remove the canes that are weak or broken or infected by diseases or insects. And then you're also going to remove some that are too crowded. If you look at that photo, you can see the difference. You can see how many canes were squished into that one little area. And you can see that they thin some of those canes out. Because if there are too many canes in one area, you're not going to have enough air circulation. This will just ask for diseases to come in. Then you're going to shorten the canes to 6 feet. You're going to top them to 6 feet. This will create the laterals, which will be producing your fruits. So that's how we prune the floricated fruiting raspberries. All right. Remember, I said that your primocane fruiting raspberries, you can either have 2 crops a year or you can have 1 crop a year. So if you're going to have 2 crops a year, this is what you do. The neat thing about these is you're going to plant these this spring, right? And this fall, you're going to have your first small crop. Well, the following, after the fall crop is over, in the wintertime, you're going to cut the dead tips off. Do you see that picture on the top? That shows some raspberries. The fall raspberries only produce on the tips. So that gentleman there is going to cut the tip off, probably about where his bottom hand is. He's going to cut that off. And once again, we always remove any weak or damaged canes. Then the next summer, your primocane fruiting raspberries are going to produce their second crop, but it won't be on the top this time. It will be in the middle of the vines. After harvesting them, cut them off at the ground. Then the new primocanes are going to start growing up and you will have another small crop in the fall, and it will just continue on and on. Now, if you only want one crop, and that would be a fall crop, and that'd be very easy. In late winter, you're going to cut off all the canes down to 3 or 4 inches above the ground. They're going to grow, they're going to produce a fall crop. The next winter, you're going to cut them down, they're going to grow, they're going to produce a fall crop. So that's very simple. What a lot of people do is they have the red fruiting summer bearing raspberries, and then they have some yellow fall bearing raspberries and have them only produce in the fall, so they can have a lot of variety during the season. Here are some common problems with your raspberries. Winter cold injury, frost injury, poor pollination could happen, sun damage to the fruit. So it's a good idea to check on your raspberry plants at different times of the year, not just when you are pruning them, not just when then you are harvesting them, but go out there and check on them, see what's happening to your raspberries. All right, I'm going to talk a little bit about a couple of the problems that you may come across. I've already mentioned it several times, but it is worth repeating, and that is Phytophthora root rot is probably the biggest problem you're going to have with your raspberries. This is one of the most common ones in the heavier soils, and that's why we talk about adding organic matter and putting your raspberries on a raised bed or raised mounds. Now, the cultivars differ in their sensitivity to the root rot. The way you will know that you have root rot is during the summertime, right about the time your raspberries are getting ready to come on and produce. They will crumble up, they will fall apart, the vines will start dying, they'll look yellow, some of them will die. But the new primocanes that are coming out of the ground, they're going to look nice and green. And the problem people do is they think, oh, okay, I'm having a problem this year. I'm just going to cut down those old berries and I'm going to let the new ones grow up. But that's not going to work. As soon as your new primocanes turn into floricanes, start to produce their berries, all that energy is going into producing those berries, and the roots are already damaged. They cannot take up water. They cannot take up nutrients. The same thing is going to happen. I did mention that there are some cultivars that are resistant. That will definitely help. And planting in well-drained, very well-drained soil and raised bed. That's what you need to do if you have a root rot problem. Botrytis is a fungus, better known to most of us as gray mold. It's caused from moist, humid environment. It could be caused from wet weather, such as rain or heavy dew or fog, or even irrigation that keeps the plants wet for a long time. That's why I said if you're going to overhead water, try to do it early in the day so they dry out by the evening time. If you maintain an open canopy, thin out some of the raspberries so that you have more air circulation, avoid overhead watering and late watering. Also, excessive nitrogen seems to be a little bit of a problem, and control the weeds. The weeds in your berries can also hold in too much moisture, too much humidity, which will cause more botrytis. Now, several years ago, we had an insect that came into our area and started causing a lot of problems with our small fruits, our small soft fruits, raspberries definitely included. And that was the spotted winged Drosophila. You know he's got his name. If you look at this picture, you can see the male has 2 little spots on the top of his wings. This is a fruit fly, but it's not a fruit fly like you normally see. It's not a fruit fly that waits until your berries or fruits are rotting before they enter them. The female spotted winged Drosophila has an ovipositor, and she will deposit eggs inside of your raspberries and other small fruits as they are on your vine, as they are ripening. You will know if you have that problem because when you pick a raspberry off, it will be soft and squishy. And if you open it up, you may see the eggs, the little white eggs or the little white larvae inside. Sanitation is very important to clean up any debris. This will help reduce the populations. I will talk about in the next slide, apple cider vinegar traps. And I will tell you that the later ripening varieties are more susceptible. These little critters have more than one life cycle during the growing season. So the populations get larger as it's later in the season. Here are a couple of samples of the spotted wing Drosophila traps. You can check out the Oregon State University website for publication and details on how to build them. And the different universities are continuing to do experiments to try to figure out what works best for homeowners. So far, they figured out that plastic cups with lids, little holes drilled around the top and filled with apple cider vinegar seem to work pretty good for homeowners. This attracts the spotted wing Drosophila fruit fly into the vinegar instead of onto your bushes. Another insect problem you may have is called the crown moth borer. Yes, it does look like a yellow jacket, but it's actually a moth. And what this crown moth borer larva does is the larva crawls into the base of the cane and then forms this overwintering cell. And then in the spring, the larvae feed for a few weeks and then they start boring into the cane and then your canes obviously die. So if you do find this problem, you're going to want to dig out and burn the infected canes and the crowns, as much of the crown as you can get. And this one is hard to do. You really probably can't remove as many wild blackberries as you would like to, but try to keep your raspberries as far away from your wild blackberries as you can. So be sure to look up the information about growing raspberries at the OSU Extension Catalog, and I thank you for listening. My co-host Sherry Shung has a few questions, and I will do the best I can to answer them.
Hi, Jane. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Sherry.
So we have some questions about growing raspberries. You covered a lot of things, but people are still a little confused about, do they need more than one variety of raspberries? What would be the reason for getting more than one?
You don't need more than one because raspberries they do not need a pollinator. But one of the reasons for getting one is they definitely have different tastes.
Okay. And someone wants to know if their neighbor has really great tasting raspberries and offered to give them some. Should they take it? Is that a good idea?
It's really not a good idea. I talked a lot about some of the diseases that the raspberries can get. And if your neighbor happens to have a virus or Phytophthora root rot and they pull up those raspberries and you plant them, your plant is going to have that same problem. It's really a better idea to go to the nurseries, purchase already disease-free plants. You might want to start out the best healthy way you can.
Okay. And there is a question about an advertisement for a raspberry that's really short because some people don't like the ones that are really tall. So if there's a raspberry that's advertised as just 2 to 3 feet tall and looks kind of bushy, is that a good idea? Well, what is that?
A few years ago, they started to introduce what they call brazelberries. That's B-R-A-Z-E-L, and several companies sell these now. They're really good for putting in a small container. If you don't have very much room, and like you say, you don't want to put up a trellis, it would probably be a good idea. I personally have never tasted them, so I don't know what they taste like, but it would be a good idea if you can find someone that has to see how good they do taste. They're really well for small containers.
That makes sense. And if here's a person with very limited space, but she wants to have some summer harvest and some fall harvest. So she wants to know if it's a good idea to put her summer bearing berries and the fall bearing ones in the same row. And if they kind of grow together, will there be a problem with that?
Actually, definitely, there would be a problem because you prune them two different ways. And as the new sprouts come up from the ground, they're going to be mixing in together. And then if you prune them like they're summer bearers, you're not going to get any fall bearing raspberries. The one thing you could do if you did want them in the same row, you could put some in, then leave a space, leave a trail or a, maybe a grass strip, something away, maybe 2 or 3 feet, and then put in your other berries, just so they don't mix together.
Well, I assume then you're going to have to be pretty vigilant in cutting back the root encroachment so they don't get mixed up.
Yes, that's why, 2 or 3 feet separated, and then watch what comes up in that middle part. And yeah, that's totally right.
So a gardener who had already planted her raspberry before she heard your talk, and now she says, well, I think I have root rot in my plants. And they're in an elevated area, but maybe it's not elevated high enough. So would you have any advice for this gardener at this point?
Unfortunately, if she finds out that she really does have root rot, and it'll probably be Phytophthora root rot, that fungus is in the soil. And even if she raises that same area up a little bit higher, it's probably still going to be there. If at all possible, I would tell her to purchase new raspberries and put them in another area.
Oh, okay. No shortcut, huh?
Sorry.
Okay. Someone else says when she went out to pick her raspberries, they're kind of mushy and fall apart. Does that mean that they're bad?
No, that's called crumbleberry. A lot of people have that problem. The thing is, the bad thing about crumbleberry is it can be caused by so many different things. It could be caused by weather. It could be caused by a disease. It could be caused by you hurting the plants. So it's just, what you just need to do is take care of your plants, try to keep them as healthy as you possibly can. And it's going to be hard if a person has that crumbleberry. They're going to have to look and see what kind of things have happened in the past to see if they can figure out what exactly did cause that problem. It could be frost, it could be a late frost, it could be an early frost, it could be a lot of things. So they would have to think about what's happening weather-wise, what's happening in the care that they took of their berries, or what happened if they had any other disease problems.
Wow. All right. Well, we have a final question, and it has to do with pruning. This person wants to know, how does she know, looking at the canes at the end of the season, which ones have already produced and which ones will produce in the future? Because she doesn't want to have old canes left in the ground, but she also doesn't want to cut off future fruit.
Right, right. You can usually tell because after they've fruited, the canes start to die. That section of the cane will start to die. So it's usually pretty easy to go out there and tell. Now remember, the new canes that are coming out of the ground are going to be nice and green and succulent looking. So there's definitely a difference between the two of them. And remember, if you're doing the primocane fruiting ones, you're going to be cutting off just the top tips in the fall, in the winter time, and then the middle part is going to grow. So a little bit difference there. I hope that answers your question.
I think so. And of course, if there's any question, again, it's easy to review this video because it will be posted at cmastergardeners.org, as well as the handout. So I guess that concludes this segment today. And thank you, Jane, for giving a wonderful presentation. And thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Thank you. Have a good day.
The pandemic really made us change all of our operations. So at the beginning of the pandemic, our focus was to keep all of our clients and staff safe. So initially when the pandemic hit, we had to stop doing classes, all the dogs off campus, so that all of our staff could start working remotely and they were off campus. We still are providing support for 2,100 clients of ours, and so that, like most of the world, moved to virtual. All of our field service managers live throughout the United States, and our instructors also provide in-person visits normally. Because we couldn't provide those in-person visits, we would be doing phone calls with our clients and also Zoom calls with our clients. Our clients are really savvy as far as technology. We had to adapt to that. Normally we would visit them and do a home interview, and we did some virtual home interviews. This has really given us an opportunity to try some things that we've wanted to for a long time.
As Oregon went into the shutdown phase and we got the dogs off campus, we wanted to make sure our staff was safe. And we have wonderful volunteers, most of them the puppy raisers that took in the dogs. And when that happened, the trainers who were training those dogs had direct weekly contact with the people. So they were really in contact and knowing what the dogs are doing, how the dogs are doing. They were giving suggestions. And then when we started bringing the dogs back, we started with a smaller group of dogs and our more senior type of instructors. And then shortly thereafter, we brought the rest of the group back. And so we're in the process of seeing what we can do, how much work we can do. What's been really great is most of the dogs came back just ready to go, pretty much where they left off. Some of us needed to build up our stamina again, but most of them just came back ready to go. They were all excited to come back.
The best is home.
Safety is at the forefront of everyone's mind. I mean, that's the most important thing. And as the community started opening up a little bit, we looked at everything and figured out what we can do, what we couldn't do. Our whole campus here is, we have signs up as far as reminding people about social distancing. We have hand washing stations, hand sanitizing stations all over.
While it changed our operations, it also changed everyone's how much they go out. Clients that have had new dogs and dogs that they've had for a long time found themselves in kind of a changed environment. They weren't going out as much. So we developed some resources, we called them boredom busters, things that they could do with their dog while at home to provide enrichment and to keep their skills up. We also provided some advice. We also had a Zoom call with over 200 applicants to our program just to provide some engagement. There's lots of people waiting for guide dogs, and it's one of the things I think that's been the hardest for all of us here at Guide Dogs as far as not being able to provide guide dogs right now. And so we're really excited to be getting back to that. For a blind person, a lot of the ways that we social distance, as far as if you have vision, that you're judging how close someone is to you. And so if you do come in contact with a person who's blind, really use your voice to let them know where you are as far as distance. So that's been something challenging for our clients to navigate. Also for our dogs, they're not trained to social distance. We have what we call a dog sim. It's a fake dog with a harness on it. And we had that before, but the harness handle length would put the person with a visual impairment holding the harness handle, and the instructor would push the dog, and they were very close together. And so we've added this pole to it so the instructor can stay back and do a little more work with the client that way in a socially distanced space. I remember at the beginning of this pandemic, people were, stocking up on food and supplies and everything. And I think one of the things we realized is we didn't understand a lot of the virus and the pandemic and all those things. And so the need for compassion and understanding that people didn't always know what to do, and to just remind yourself of that as you go through your daily life. One of our key objectives is that as we open back up is to lead with care. And so that's just committing that our actions affect others and really trying to get everyone to think about things in that way, which means, wearing your mask and being mindful of how close you get to people, and that's how we're all going to be successful in this, as far as understanding, empathy, and trying to look out for each other.
Welcome, everyone. We are glad you can join us today for our noontime chat on making high-impact plant combinations. I'm Laura Iyer, and today I will be sharing tips on how to create eye-catching plant designs. For those of you who are not familiar, the 10-Minute University trademark includes short classes, videos, and handouts on essential gardening for you, the home gardener. Oregon State owns the trademark, and Clackamas County Master Gardeners develop and manage the program. Today's class is the 18th in our series of 21 webinars. With the help of these webinars, we hope to help you master your garden. For the complete lineup, please visit the Clackamas Master Gardeners website. Today, Priscilla Robinson is co-host and will facilitate the question and answers in the Q&A box. You may post your questions throughout the presentation in the Q&A box at the bottom of the screen. Sean Van Doren will be monitoring and posting pertinent links in the chat box. She will also post the plant names as we talk about them during the presentation. So let's get started. The most satisfying element about gardening is when you create, either by plan or by accident, wonderful plant combinations. It can be like assembling an outfit, or I like to think of it as creating scenery on a stage. It's a matter of blending similarities and differences in a pleasing proportion to one another. This photo is from a garden in North Portland. This is Phormium tricolor with an orange echinacea and a purple euphorbia. One of the things that we're going to talk about later is the color wheel, and you'll find that orange and purple are complementary colors, and they pick up the very fine color on the edges of the leaves of the flax, Phormium. So today we're going to talk about 3 principles behind high impact plant combinations. Become familiar with using the color wheel, learning about the value of color, its intensity or depth, seeing how high impact designs are composed, and how tapestry works in a garden. So there are 3 principles that are basic to any design. They are color, texture, and form. And you use these items to create contrast. Flower color comes in monochromatic, analogous, and complementary. So the definition of monochromatic is using one color in your design. So they're easy designs to create because they all come from the same family. Analogous colors are groups of 3 colors that are next to each other on the color wheel. And when I show a picture of the color wheel, I'll show you what they are. An analogous look gives you a really rich monochromatic look. Colors that are opposite on the color wheel are complementary colors, like red and green. And it's the contrast of the complementary colors that gives your design a really vibrant impact and a really rich look. Next is texture. Bold, spiky, smooth, feathery, lacy leaves. And the form is mounding, spiked, columnar, trailing. We'll go into these a little bit more. So let's put these items together and look at photos and see how they work. Your eye sees color, and it doesn't care if it's a plant or art object, hardscape, foliage, or a flower. In this photo, the dark colors of the Semicifuga black negligee contrast with the yellow Acancola aureola. And the soft blue-green of this hellebore picks up the softness of the yellow in the Hack-and-Chloe. Texture has two key aspects, shape and tactile. Shape is the visual outlines of the leaf. So, for example, the Hack-and-Chloe has long grassy leaves. The conifer has frilly leaves. Or you can have the palmate look, which looks like your hand, as in the Semicifuga. Tactile means what does it feel like? And it can be ribby or puckery or very shiny, very matte, where it has very soft matte color, or it can be fuzzy. Form is the three-dimensional shape of the plant or the plant mass. So when you're considering putting a design together, think about putting different forms together. So you could have a tall columnar plant with the roundy shape of a barberry, for example. Doing that creates interest in your design. You want to decide on a color scheme, whether it's a hot palette or a warm palette, contrasted with a cool or cold palette. So in this warm palette, and it's a container that I did in my backyard, it's in a red pot. And when you're designing a pot or a container, the color of the pot is as important because as the plants and the flowers you put in, because it affects it. So always think what your plant is, your container's like when you start putting your plants inside. So here I put in a yellow abutilon, and the common name is a flowering maple, with red orange begonias, an apricot calibrachoa, and a yellow helichrysum, which is also called the licorice plant. Then here's a purple salvia that is growing underneath the container. And purple is one of the opposite colors on the color wheel of the red and the apricot color. And I repeated the yellow and helichrysum in the yellow of the abutilon. In the cool palette, you have the really soft silver of the Senecio angel wings. It has a fuzzy feeling. I love this one a lot. And the blue ansomnia. So look at how the blue or violet almost picks up the softness of the silvery in the Senecio. It's a beautiful combination. Warm palettes mean hot energy, high energy. So here we have a very simple combination of orange begonias and hot pink impatiens. And then with creeping Jenny, which is a lime trailing plant. This leads your eye up to the rust, which picks up the orange. But what makes this combination is this blue steel of the conifer. And the color of the blue steel is as intense as the hot pink and the orange. This is great. Cool palettes can be very restful. And when you assemble a group of foliage that all kind of blend in together in a sea of green, it's very nice to look at. So here, the icy blue of the Brunnera picks up the icy green of the Fatsia. Then you have the frilly leaves of the conifer and the very jagged leaves of the fern. So in this combination, there are pronounced differences in the leaf sizes, shapes, and patterns. Here's the traditional color wheel. Here's the color wheel with plants. Red dahlia, yellow rose, and blue foxglove. The secondary colors are orange, which is a combination of red and yellow, green, which is a combination of yellow and blue, and purple, which is a combination of red and blue. So the complementary colors are red and green, they're opposite. The analogous colors would be these three. See how they're very different shades? When you get these guys together, it looks really rich in a combination in your garden. These three would be in the green family and the purple, blues, excuse me. And then look at how hot these are. It's great. So the jelly bean theory is an idea I came up with when I was talking with my clients about how to explain a flow or pattern in a garden, and also how to describe a hot or warm palette and a cool palette when you're putting plants together. A jar of Kirkland jelly beans has 49 colors, so your combination can have 49 colors, your garden can have 49 colors. But if you look at the jelly bean jar, your eye hops around because it's trying to fly a flow or a pattern. I think that's a natural tendency of your eye. It's always looking for a pattern. It's like a Jackson Pollock painting. Here we go. So see how the yellows, you can't necessarily follow the yellows around or the reds. Your eye's hopping around trying to find out where the color is coming from. So I took the jar of jelly beans and I was going to divide them into 49 colors. That made me nuts. So I divided them into 10 colors, 10 shades of colors. Then I put the warm palette colors together and the cool palette colors together in glass vases. So now you can see all the colors, but your eye flows very easily from one to the next. Cool palette are usually pastel colors, very soft colors. When you're creating a design in a container or in your garden, you want to avoid the polka dot look, where you have one of everything just scattered about. I've had clients in the past ask me to their garden because they don't like it. But when I go to their garden, they have really cool plants. And often what has happened is that you have a plant, you come home from the nursery because you liked it, and then you didn't know where to put it. So you just put it in a hole. And over time, you have this polka dot look. And so if the client is willing and has the time and labor to do it, I can rearrange them, the plants for them, and all of a sudden it flows. So they have the same plants in their garden, but now there's a flow and they love their garden. It's nice to do. In this photo, I want you just to look at the colors and not try to think of what the plant names are. See the pink flower in the very back? This was the original part of the garden. And then as the gardener had time and worked in her garden, the garden grew. But you can also see how her color choices changed too, from soft colors like the gladiola into these hot orange and reds of a hot garden. Now this garden has high energy, but what has happened is the pink no longer fits and it's just kind of lost. Purple and white are transition colors, and they help you look from one hot color, like these colors down here, to these colors. So you use transition colors, and they are white, lavender, purple, blue, and gray in between your hot colors, and that gives your eye a place to rest. But it's not jarring then to go from a deep red to a hot orange. It's just a trick. In this case, purple must be of the same intensity as the reds and the oranges, or it's going to get lost, just like that pink gladiola. The changing colors of outdoor light really affects the intensity of your colors, and it can change the appearance of the color. Colors appear more saturated in the summer sun and more subdued in winter light or shade. Colors are also brighter in the morning in that clear sun and deeper in the evening light. This photo has red monarda, and this is black-eyed Susan called Rebecca Goldsturm. See how the intensity or the depth of color in both the monarda and the black-eyed Susan are the same. That's why they look so good together. Remember this yellow. This is a photo of Crocosmia Lucifer and a white Shasta daisy. And I really like this photo because the colors are so crisp. The crispness of the white really makes the Crocosmia shine. But what if, instead of the Shasta daisy, you had the gold of the Rebecca, the hot yellow of the Rebecca? So pick up that yellow and put it here. Can you see how the difference in intensity and excitement would change just by changing out that color, that plant? Here's a continuation of that garden we saw before with the pink gladiola. So if you have an art object, and I always like to have art somewhere in the garden, if you put this rust art over here with the echinacea and the monarda, it would be lost because the colors are too similar. But if you put it in white, all of a sudden it shines. And this white gives you your eye a place to rest with all the hotness going over here. And here's that little pink gladiola off in the corner. Same colors, different shapes. In this photo, while all the colors are tints and tones of purple and orange, you have different forms and textures, which creates drama. And that makes this whole slide a winning combination. And purple and orange are sort of complementary colors. This is in a garden called Flora Magoria in Southwest Portland, and it's just an amazing garden. So these are the seed heads of an allium that they painted orange and purple. And yet they've left some natural just for contrast. Now you have different shades of purple surrounding this combination. You have the violet phlox, the purple salvia, this orange daylily down in the corner. Here we have a great example of using analogous colors. We have three colors in both the flowers and the leaves. So there are differences in size and shapes of the flowers and the leaves. And see this coleus down here? It's a really deep bronze because it's in the shade. This is the same plant, but it's in the hot summer sun and it's more orange. And that's how lighting can make a difference in how your garden looks. This is in the garden of a designer named Darcy Daniels. And this is along her driveway up into the back where her studio is. It's just stunning. So here you have coleus, lilies, abutilon, the cigar plant called Kufia, sedges, which are really bronze in color, and this is a digiplexus called Illumination Flame. So they're all shades and tints of orange, but they go together so wonderfully. And you can have a soft combination of this too. This is an apricot daylily, and it's reflecting the cinnamon brown of the indumentum, which is underneath the rhododendron lily leaf. Without the lily here, you would not particularly even notice that this cinnamon is going on. And the indumentum feels like felt. This is in a garden in Southwest Portland, and this is outside their sliding glass doors of their bedroom. So contrast the shininess of the leaves in the foreground with the matte texture of the fern and the Chamaecyparis in the background. So you have spikiness and rounding, and all contributes to the color, texture, and form, all in shades of green. This is highly interesting. Then you have a water feature and garden art. And next to this is their hot tub. Then you go past the hot tub through a gate and you walk down a path between the house and the fence, and suddenly you see this. Isn't this cool? So here you have Hack and Chloe all gold and Liriope. So what if this green Liriope was replaced with black mondo grass? All of a sudden, you would have an entirely different feeling and energy. And the black mondo grass is like the black background that I chose for these slides. It makes the surrounding color pop because black is the absence of color. The cement of this patio keeps the Liriope, or if you chose black mondo grass, from traveling elsewhere. This is back in that garden, Flora Magoria. You have a really cool succulent. Look how interesting all those leaves are. Then they have rocks that are carved like snails on a gravel bed, and then with green around it. So here you have really good example of high contrast in texture. And the succulent is the star of it all. This is on the driveway of a garden that we visited, and this hedge provides a great backdrop for this combination, and the hedge surrounds their interior garden. So this combination is in a metal trough on legs that's about 3 feet wide and 8 feet long. And so they've taken common petunias, common lobelia, and planted 3 agave plants that have apricot flowers. Who does this? This is really cool. So interesting. Completely unusual. You would never expect to find this. And then you have a whimsical dragonfly just to make everything more interesting. The apricot color is of the same intensity as lobelia and the white. And that's why this whole combination works. Or you could have 3 concrete elements rather than 3 agave. They're in a bed of hostas. And Sean, when Priscilla, Sean, and I were doing a rehearsal on Monday, she said, that looks like water. And now that's what I see. I see a rippling water. This is a pruned boxwood hedge. This is a cotinus, and the color brings out the blue of the hosta. Doesn't that look like water now that you've heard that? When you're creating a high impact plant design, you need a leading player. What's going to bring your eye to that section of your garden or to that container? So you want harmony and contrast. Harmony means likeness, and contrast means difference. So when you combine harmony and contrast, you get drama. And here you have the main player of these lilies, which brings your eye to this corner in the garden. And then the purple of this eucomis picks up the deep purple in the lily. And the echinacea has deep rose pink, which picks up the gray as the purple fades to white in the lily. And then it's surrounded by the sea of green, which provides the backdrop for all these colors. This is in a garden in Southwest Portland. The star of this combination, when you're looking at it, is this Hack and Chloe in a red pot. And if the lighting was a little bit different, you would see that this grass really is lime green in a red pot. That's cool. Then you have the red of the barberry, and this variety is Admiration. This is a great barberry because it's dwarf. It always stays this size and it never needs pruning. Cool. Then you have this rust-colored globe. So the globe, the pot, and the barberry make a triangle. And when I'm doing a garden for clients, I look for triangles in how to place plants. And once I find that triangle, whether it's color or a shape or form, then I know exactly where to put the plant. So one of the ways that you move your eye through a garden is the repetition of color or shape or a plant. In this case, you have the grass of the Hack and Chloe, and over here, you have the Miscanthus grass. This is Morning Light in one of my favorites. So your eye moves from a similar form to grasses. This is, I believe, a Nandina called Gulfstream, and the new growth on Gulfstream is red and orange, which picks up the barberry. This whole garden works together beautifully, and that creates tapestry. So tapestry is the art of weaving plants together in a garden to create a pleasing combination. This is in my garden. So down here in the corner is Santolina Lemon Fizz, and it's in a red pot. I really like that combination. This is 9-bark, and the name is Physocarpus Little Devil. Then I have Artemisia Silver Mound and this white Impatience. This white picks up the insignificant white flowers on this 9-bark. And the 9-bark has kind of a deep chocolate brown, bronzy look. And that's why I put this concrete ball here. Then next to it is Agastache Apricot Summer. Then white Impatience, so I can move my eye around my garden. And then a yellow grass called Ogon. And if you see Ogon in a plant name, it almost always means yellow or gold. And then up here is Weigela, Wine and Roses, which is my favorite Weigela. And it's got burgundy leaves, which picks up the darkness of the Physocarpus. And Weigela has hot pink flowers when it blooms. Next to it is an Osmanthus goshiki. And go in Japanese means 5. And depending on the maturity of the leaves of this goshiki plant, you can have 5 different colors on the leaves. So it's really got year-round interest. This is a shade garden. So a successful combination of plants that get along have a common thread. They have the sun or shade requirements and the same water requirements. So when you're putting together your combinations, make sure that you always think about that part. This is a garden in Canby, and it's a shade garden. This is a hosta Francis Williams, and it's a great hosta. It has puckery, blue-green leaves, and it's edged in yellow chartreuse. And then the gardener has put in ladies' mantle, Alchemilla mollis, which has chartreuse flowers. Then she picks up the lemon yellow also with a sucra in the back. Then there's a purple oxalis, which picks up the deep purple red of this astilbe, and then that form is repeated in the pink astilbe. It's really well put together. Then this rose wants to get in the picture. This is the start of her rose bed. This is my garden along my driveway. So it's hot, it's in full sun, and the driveway makes everything hot. My triangle is this orange-yellow gaillardia right here, the admiration barberry, and the lupin, which has orange-yellow flowers on the same stalk. This was really hot look for me, a little bit too much. So I put in this lavender scabiosa. The name is lavender blue. And then I put in a hardy salvia, and this is part of their skyscraper series. So this has deep red purple blooms, which picks up the lavender. But I needed something to calm down this design so I could look at it. A design to be impactful can be very simple too. The straw color of the grass mimics the steel twigs in the nest. You're creating an illusion. You're setting a stage. It's impactful because every time you look at this, you stop and enjoy it. This is from a garden of a friend of mine who has since passed, and she made the nest. Blue is her favorite color. And every time I see this, I always remember her. So it's impactful for me. This is in my backyard, and it's across the aisle from that scene that we just saw with the Santolina and the Agastache. I had a rock put down here and had an indentation, and I thought I could use it as a bird bath, but it wasn't ever deep enough to have water, and the birds never liked it. So I put a pot there, and I chose a bronze pot that picked up the bronze of my carex, which is called Bronze Perfection. This was the very first time I had experimented with succulents and found out I really liked it. Then behind it is a lavender with Spanish lavender. And underneath is purple pansies. Then up here is apricot summer, that Agastache. So the Agastache apricot picks up the bronziness of both the bowl and the carex. And the purple pansies pick up the purple, the lavender, and lavender, purple, and orange are complementary sort of on the color wheel. And sometimes Mother Nature creates her own design. These pansies appeared in the middle of the Artemisia silver mound that's next to that lemon Santolina. And so every time I went by this, it made me smile. It's like this family of pansies that are saying, "Hi, Mom." So the pansies stayed there for about 3 years and then they went away. Thank you for coming. If you have questions, you can go to cmastergardeners.org. And for the copy of this presentation will be available in a few days. Go to the 10-Minute University and look under videos. Thank you, guys. Hi, Priscilla.
Hey, thanks, Laura. That presentation really got to some basics and to some very sophisticated design ideas. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone who's viewing today, we were throwing out a lot of terminology and information, and all that information is going to be available to you on our website. The video has been recorded, and as Laura said, it'll be available for viewing in a day or so. So if you get a little tongue-tied with the names of some of those plants, like I do, you'll be able to review the video and then get that information and perhaps find those plants. So we've had some good questions, and a lot of them are about the terminology. And so I want to remind them that that list of terms is connected to your reminder email that you got perhaps yesterday or the day before. And so you'll be able to find it. Lots of people are mentioning that they love the presentation, but I don't have any specific questions right now. So if you have questions, we've got about another 10 or 15 minutes to talk to Laura specifically and answer them online. If you, type in those questions down at the bottom. And let's see, I remember that I had a question after seeing this in our rehearsal. In how do we anticipate or try to get our gardens looking like some of the things that we saw in your presentation, like getting all those flowers blooming at the same time so that we're getting those contrasts? What do you have some tips on plant selection?
Plant tags. They are the source of really good information. When you look at a plant tag, you have to remember sometimes that they are pretty general. Like if they can be used in Peoria, Kansas, as well as their Portland, Oregon. And we are known in the Willamette Valley as the Garden of Eden because we can grow so many things with such great growing conditions that often our plants are bigger than what the plant tag says. For example, I have a plant called Hot Lips, which is a salvia. It's a shrub salvia, and it has great white and red flowers that look like snapdragons. It's a deciduous salvia. The plant tag says 3 by 3, and I believed it rather than using my experience that it's going to be way bigger. So I planted it right on the corner. It is 4 feet high by almost 8 feet. It's just too happy. And so constantly I have to prune it because it's right on the corner where you make. And I just forgot. I didn't know it would be that happy. So I look at the plant tags. A lot of it is going in a nursery or going through garden tours to find out what the size of a plant really is. One of the hardest things for new gardeners to know is that when they bring the plant home, it's probably not the mature size. You're buying like a 1 gallon or even a 2 gallon pot or 4-inch pot. And it is going to grow. And especially you see this in plantings that landscapers do when they have a model house. They planted all these plants so close together that the homeowner in 3 years is going to have to undo it all. It's just very sad for me that all that plant material is either going to go to waste, or they're not going to be happy with it.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I really loved about that shot of your garden is that you have your perennials and your woody shrubs, which are your foundation. And then you fill in with like your impatiens, which is just the little annual that you're going to pop in there. So that's really, something that people want to think about when they're designing their garden. To replant an entire bed of annuals is not only expensive, but it's very time consuming. So, figure out your triangle, figure out your watering system. You want to plant like plants that have the same culture. So sunny plants together, shady plants together, ones that like it a little dry together, right? Any other cultural ideas that you want to get out when designing a high impact garden?
One of the things I find usually with new gardeners is that they make the planting beds too narrow, maybe just a couple of feet. If you can have the room, if you can make your beds 4 feet to 8 feet long, then you can achieve that tapestry look, which is that fullness that gives you so much enjoyment. So that gives you, what you would like to have is 3 layers. So you have your shrub plants, like you were talking about, the woody shrubs. Then you can have your lower shrubs, and then you mix in your perennials with them. And then the very last layer would be your ground cover. And I use annuals in a new garden as the jewels on the crown or the icing on the cake. So until the other plants grow in, then you've got at least something to look at that makes your garden look finished.
Nice.
Mhm.
Okay. So Amy has a question about what are some of your go-to plants? And I'm wondering if she's thinking go-to as high impact or maybe just hardy. Is there one that fits both those criteria?
So in a shade garden, the shrub I have as my go-to plant is Sarcococa, which is, I think Sweet Box is the name of it. It's has very shiny leaves, it's evergreen, and in the January, December even, sometimes November, depending on our winter, it has these insignificant flowers, but it perfumes your whole garden and it smells like Daphne. In a sun garden, Nandina, the dwarf Nandinas is my go-to plant because it's so well behaved. Nothing eats either of these plants, and they come in great colors, and they're both evergreen. One of the rules of thumb when you're doing garden design, and it's very hard for me to do because I'm not naturally inclined that way, is your garden should be 1/3 conifers. And the way that you can achieve that now is that there are so many great dwarf conifers that you can use in a residential garden. You don't have to have 40 acres to achieve that look.
Nice. What are your thoughts about year-round foliage or color in a shade garden, as many plants go dormant during our winter, such as the hostas? So what other plants are a good option for that?
In a shade garden in particular, Brunnera, pulmonaria are low-growing perennials that keep their color all year round. Heuchera. The thing that you have to remember is that they're going to have winter damage, and at some point they're just going to look raggedy. So when you do your winter cleanup, you will cut them off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, do you ever change the color palettes in one garden by season? And like say cool for spring and hot for summer? Is that an option? Or how would you do that? Change color palettes?
It depends on the summer light and the winter light. So winter light is so kind, well, there's not much of it, that you could do a cool or hot garden. It would be expensive to change it out all the time, but I do that in my containers, in my winter containers and my summer containers. Then my winter containers are, I usually have lemon cypress, that little dwarf cypress, that's lemon cypress. It's dwarf when you buy it, but just remember, at maturity, it's going to be 8 to 10 feet. But you buy them in a nursery when they're this tall, you put them in a container and you surround it with violas or pansies, heuchera, Lysimachia, that creeping Jenny. Then in the summer, I have hot begonia, and the one I like is called Angel Wings begonia, and it has hot orange flowers. It's a trailing plant, and it gets sometimes 4 feet down. It's great. And then the one I like is called Bonfire. But the rest of the containers, I usually don't mess with because I'm exhausted by that time.
Right.
The plants that I use a lot in containers are fuchsias, hardy fuchsias. The thing to remember about hardy fuchsias is that they love full sun. They're not like your annual fuchsias that you would buy, like maybe a hanging container. And they last all year. They come back every year. I mean, in the winter, they're deciduous, so they lose all their leaves, but they'll come back for you, be better the next year.
That sounds like great advice.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a funny story about begonias. I lived in the Northeast for a period of time, and my father had beautiful tuberous begonias out in the backyard. And all of a sudden, a big thunderstorm came, and along with it came hail. And I ran out in this thunderstorm with as many umbrellas as I could find. And I covered all of the tuberous begonias and protected them from this huge hailstorm. And his neighbor next door also had tuberous begonia, and they were kind of in competition. And he came over to see what kind of damage had happened at my father's garden. And of course, the umbrellas were put away. And he couldn't understand how his bed had just been massacred, and my father's begonias were beautiful and perky. So, you know, even as a child, I was really devoted to keeping those gardens looking good and bright. So I don't see any more questions coming in right now. So if you're thinking about typing something in, this is your last chance. Oh, yes.
So that's interesting. When you work the clinic at Master Gardeners and you get a question coming in about what's eating my plant, often
yes.
when you ask enough questions, you find there was a hailstorm, and that can cause that damage. So sometimes damage is caused not by a plant or a pathogen or a bug. It's an environmental damage.
That's a really good point, because there are bugs that get into my garden, and I want them out of there. But I always do my due diligence. I do some investigating, looking at the bottom of leaves, looking at the shape of the perhaps chew mark, where it's happening in the garden, if one plant's being affected and not another. So before you go to the home garden store and find some sort of pesticide, please do your due diligence and, you know, try and figure it out before you just do a massive spraying. But yeah, that's a very good point. All right, there's a question. This came in. 1/3 conifers rule. Would that include any evergreen plants in that ratio, or is it just the conifers?
This rule was just for conifers. And so when I see a rule like that, I take it with a grain of salt. Some gardens just don't have room. You know, I have some little tiny globe conifers in my garden and some really neat ones with white tips just to give interest to the garden. But, you know, there's no plant police out there. You can do what you want. It's just, if you're planting a garden from brand new and you want ideas, you can use that as a basis to start. And then what do you like? That's basically it. What is going to give you pleasure to look at and to work in for many years?
And while I design my gardens, I always have to consult my husband because he has some very particular ideas about things. And so he and I try to coordinate and cooperate and I'll tell him the design elements and he'll tell me what he wants. And we just come to a happy compromise. So I hope that answered your question about the conifers. Again, our presentation today has been recorded and will be available in the next couple of days. So if you want to review a particular slide and the name of a plant, it will be available. And that would be at cmastergardeners.org and under 10-Minute University. And also all the handouts and the information that Sean has been posting in the chat box is also going to be available for you to use, because there was a lot of technical information in this presentation. Just as a reminder, we will have a short survey after this, and it really helps us when you answer that honestly and put something in the comments to help us to grow as educators and presenters. So we really appreciate that. And if you still have questions, perhaps about a pest that may be in your garden, you can take photographs and submit them to www.mastergardeners.org. And there are live people there looking at those pictures, doing research. I know, Laura, you're one of those live people. Thank you for your work on that. And we will try and give you the best advice that we can give. And that advice is always research-based. It is been approved by Oregon State University, and it's going to be to you free and to improve your home garden. Yes.
There was a question about how far back to prune your Butilon.
Oh.
And so as long as it has a good shape, I cut out the damaged parts, the old parts, but I would like my Butilon to be get as big as it can. And I'm also, because my Butilon are in containers, I don't want the root ball to be so big. So I try to keep it within 3 to 4 feet, but that's mine. I've seen Butilons be as big as shrubs, big as small trees. In fact, in that garden of Darcy Daniels, she has a Butilons that may be 6 feet. So that's one place where you would really need to look at the plant tag to see how big it is. It's just, that is something that is what you like your Butilon to look like and where it is and how big you want it to be. I had one that I had in a container, unfortunately, at my other house, and it was 8 feet. And it was hard to get it in and out of the greenhouse each year. And so it went to heaven.
And maybe some people are at the point where they're still cleaning up the winter mess. Why don't you tell us about your 3D system for cleaning up shrubs and trees?
So damaged, dead, and diseased are always taken away. And because they will never recover, and you don't want the diseased ones infecting your other plants. My fourth one is deranged, and that's when I did it at seminar. And that's where you have a limb that goes sideways. You want to take that out because the plant you will never have a nice looking plant with this strange branch that goes off.
Yeah. And if you are taking care of diseased branches be sure to sanitize your loppers, your clippers, your saw. And that can be done easily with a bleach solution in a spray bottle, and then just wiping it down with a rag and then washing that rag.
And also, you don't want to put that diseased in your compost. You want to put that in your garbage or something else.
Good point. Okay, well, I think that presentation was so comprehensive that people are just thinking about what they want to do in their garden. And I want to thank you so much for your wonderful presentation today, well prepared. I want to thank the photographers who contributed to that. Just beautiful examples of the different options you have when planting a high impact garden.
Thank you.
Happy Valley City Council for August 17th, 2021 will come to order, and we'll start with the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Counselor Sherman,
Here.
Counselor Amami,
Here.
and Counselor Drake's working on signing in virtually. Council President Golby
Here.
and Mayor Ellis.
Here.
And Counselor Drake signed on, so all are present.
Yeah, Councilor Drake is with us tonight. We're just trying to get his audio to work.
Can you hear me now?
No, still can't. Okay, I'll go ahead and move on to appearance of interested citizens. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak before the council tonight, please let us know.
Hello?
If you're online, you can hit raise hand. Seeing none. The next item is consent agenda. I need a motion to accept consent agenda.
So moved.
I'll second. We have a first by Counselor Sherman, second by Counselor Amami, and I'll go ahead and call for the vote. And we can't hear Counselor Drake, so if he can hear us, he'll just have to raise his hand when his name is called. Go ahead.
Counselor Sherman,
Aye.
Counselor Amami,
Aye.
Counselor Drake,
Aye.
Okay.
and which was an aye. Council President Golby,
Aye.
Mayor Ellis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you. Next item of business is Resolution 21-18, alarm user fees and false alarm penalties, presented by Mr. Campbell. Please come forward, Mr. Campbell. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Steve Campbell, Director of Community Services and Public Safety. The City of Happy Valley Alarm Ordinance was last reviewed and adopted back in 2001. The focus at the time was to encourage alarm users and the responsibility of maintaining proper use of their alarm systems to prevent unnecessary false alarms and protect emergency response capabilities. Over the last 20 years, we have seen an alarm systems change from standard monitoring from alarm companies to user self-monitoring systems, which have shown a dramatic increase in false alarms. We have approximately 600 false alarms each year. This requires police response, and this now puts alarm response as one of the highest calls for service in our city. City staff is proposing to increase fees and false alarm penalties to help defray the cost and provide alarm program management and deter false alarms. In addition, staff recommends waiving fees for residents 65 years or older and military veterans. I have no further information to share. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Any questions of Mr. Campbell? Nope. Any further correspondence on this? Anyone? Nope. Okay, public comment. Does anyone wish to speak concerning this matter? Please note, if you choose to testify, your name and address will be made part of the public record for the meeting. For those participating via Zoom, if you wish to speak, please select raise hand or press 9 if calling by phone. We have no one. Thank you very much. Any counselor comments, questions? Councilor President Golby.
I just want to thank Mr. Campbell. I know that you guys have brought this to work session a couple of times, and there was some revamping that took place. So really appreciate you guys getting started with it, listening to our feedback, and making those necessary adjustments. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion to adopt Resolution 2118.
I move that we adopt Resolution 2118.
Second.
I have a first by Councilor Amami, have a second by Council President Golby, and I'll call for the vote. Councilor Drake, if you would raise your hand when your name is called, we will know what your vote is. Thank you.
Counselor Sherman.
Aye.
Counselor Amami,
Aye.
Counselor Drake,
Aye.
aye. Council President Golby,
Aye.
Mayor Ellis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you very much. That is all we have on the agenda tonight. I'm going to say one thing before we adjourn, and that is, 2 weeks ago was our National Night Out the Park. We all attended, except for Councilor Drake, but he was there in spirit. And it was one of the best things I think the city's ever done. There was so many people there. There was so much positive energy. so many positive comments I got, and I'm sure the rest of the council did too, that I just had to say something about it because it was just an incredible night for the whole city of Happy Valley. With that said, there's a few people that I want to call out on that, and the entire city staff, number one. Number two, our Public Works Department, led by Chris Randall, were just phenomenal in doing what they needed to do to make it a success. And then I wanted to call out two individuals by name, Mr. Campbell and Ms. Hearn. These two folks were the driving force behind this. How they come up with these ideas day in and day out is beyond me. We're lucky to have them. They do a wonderful job, and I cannot heap enough praise on these two individuals for doing what they do to make our city what it is. And so I want to thank both of you from the bottom of my heart, and I'm sure the council does too, because it was just a phenomenal experience. It was overwhelming. It was fun. I just could not believe how much people enjoyed it. So thank you very much to both of you. Yes. Yes. And if anybody would like to comment on that, please do. I will leave that up to you. Council President Golby.
Well, as someone who has been a proud supporter of a lot of our community events, both in spirit and with our business investing in it, and facing COVID and a lot of those community events having to be put on hold or suspended. And we use this word a lot in the midst of COVID, pivoting. And Mr. Campbell, you and your staff, I think, as well as, of course, Public Works that had to pivot during storms and fires. Our staff as a whole just makes every other city honestly look obsolete. To the extent where National Night Out, we did have other elected officials from other jurisdictions coming to our community event to see what we were pulling off, to witness the greatness of our city staff and everything that you guys did. So thank you. I know several of your counselors here wanted to see community events. It was this challenge of, can it happen? Can it happen? It can't happen. It can happen. And you guys have waded through that. You've listened to us. You've listened to us debate and determine when the proper time was. Our concerts are back and extremely well attended. So thank you to your guys' staff. You have done an amazing job.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll add one quick thing. You know, I'll tell this to anybody who will listen. We have the best staff in the whole entire state. And I truly stand by that, from Mr. Campbell to Mrs. Hearn and Kara. I mean, everyone, just, you guys are so phenomenal. We're so lucky to have you. And for the public, you know, if you could see behind the scenes all the hard work that we get to see, you'd be so impressed. So thank you, Mr. Campbell, appreciate it. And Mrs. Hearn and everyone. We just have the best staff here in Happy Valley.
Okay. Anyone else? I know Councilor Drake gives his thumbs up also, I'm sure, even though he can't speak right now, but we see the thumbs up. So thank you very much, everyone. Okay, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. First by Council President Golby, second by Councilor Sherman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thumbs up from Councilor Drake. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.
Cloutier, and I'm a 27-year wildlife biologist and stream restoration and ecology person. I am the restoration, the stewardship manager with the Clackamas River Basin Council. And who here lives in the Clackamas River Basin? A few of us, fabulous. So the River Basin Council, most people say, well, what the heck is that? Well, we're a nonprofit and we're the advocate for you, people that live on the river. So we advocate for clean water, especially clean drinking water for the 400,000 people that drink out of the Clackamas River. You may not know that. For salmon habitat and for our riparian areas. So we do a whole lot of different kinds of work in the Clackamas River Basin. I'm very proud both to work here and to live here. I have a farm up in Sandy off of Tickle Creek. So I really appreciate everybody coming to this class today. It is so much fun to teach this class. I've been teaching wildlife classes, birds, mammals, the whole nine, gardening for wildlife for a long time, because one thing that I found is that we are, as we go through life, we are really getting separate from the ecosystem that we rely on and live in. And we start to look at things as us against them, us against wildlife. And it's a little dismaying because if we don't have all of this out here, we don't have us. So it's maybe a little bit self-serving to say that I'm all about being pretty hardcore, not conservationist, but pretty hardcore about everybody's preservation. When we do that, we just need to understand each other a little bit better. So we've already had a discussion if people haven't actually come in here before when we were having this talk about my nickname, which is Roadkill. So in college, I had a mammals class. We had to prepare skins and skulls, much like this. I was also a poor older college student who ate a lot of ramen and cabbage because I was paying my way through there and realized that in New England there was a plethora of food products left on the side of the road during the winter, carefully packed on ice for several months out of the year. So at 2 years into college, I realized I can eat a whole lot better than I was. So that being said, we'll move on. All right, yeah, absolutely. So if it gets too hot in here, we can crack some more windows too. So just let me know. So why do we need a Living with Wildlife class anyway? So I'm going to get basically, let's talk about the past 500 years of our existence. In the past 500 years, we've had a lot of improvements in things like our ability to eat food and produce food, improved sanitation. If anybody's read about the cholera epidemics, we've improved that substantially. We've been able to grow our population exponentially in the last 500 years. So natural processes that used to keep us down aren't. Wildlands used to be the exclusive domain of wild animals, and now we're moving into those wildlands, right? So we talk a lot about encroachment. People call me about this animal's encroaching on me, and really it's the opposite. Things like, well, we're encroaching on them. So we're rapidly making our place urbanized. So we have to exist with our wildlife a lot better than we already do. So here it is, world population growth. Check this out. So 200 million people at 1 AD. 9 billion people projected to be on this earth by 2050. Holy moly. So you can see that right here in 1,500 years, 1,700 years, we've improved a lot of things, right? Medical care, the whole 9 yards. So it's a little bit scary. I don't want to terrify everyone, but let's let this sink in for a minute here. We have a huge loss of species and biodiversity on this planet. Every 20 minutes, we add 3,500 more people and we lose one more species. We have species that haven't even been discovered yet by man that are already gone. 20% of the world's species could be gone in 30 years. Yikes. If we talk about the littlest thing leading to the biggest thing, being able to survive, bugs, we've lost huge amounts of insect life, which feeds the larger species and larger species. And believe it or not, that spider we squish has a direct impact on us eventually. We have 75% of our genetic diversity is now lost. It's in agricultural crops. I grew up on a ranch. I know that we started planting GMO foods, or these, or corns, that we now have one species of corn in our fields now, maybe two species in general. What happens when some pest comes in and wipes out that thing? Our whole corn crop is gone across the United States. We have famine, blah, blah, blah. So yikey, yikes. So a little bit scary, but have hope. So what's causing all this craziness? So we have all sorts of things going on. Habitat fragmentation due to our development. I'm on a tree code committee for the city of Sandy. I've lived in the Sandy and Estacada, Eagle Creek area for years. And we used to be so teeny tiny. And now we have this booming folks moving out. We can't afford to live in the city anymore. No one can pay rent anymore. We can't afford to buy a house anymore. So we're moving to the outskirts, and we're having sprawl. By the way, I grew up on 1,000 acres in the California Central Valley, 1,000 acres of cattle ranching ground and crops. It is now 0 lot line homes. 1,000 acres is now completely covered in homes and pavement. So we've got a lot going on there. And it's, can we blame? We need a place to live. Everybody needs a house. We're polluting our land, water, and air. We have introduction of invasive species and disease. So since we started being able to fly over the oceans or crawl over the mountains or ship goods in, we've got a lot of bugs and seeds and things that are coming in. So in this river basin alone, we have a list of invasive weeds alone that I'm on a watch list for. Is 27 early detection rapid response weeds, meaning just 26 weeds that we are worried about exploding into the next ivy and blackberry. So we've got a lot of things moving around on our roads and our tires. And then of course we have climate change. So climate's always changing, right? We go through cold periods and dinosaurs die, or we go through hot periods and other things and ice caps melt. It's not that the climate isn't changing, it's changing very fast now, faster than we can imagine. So imagine waking up one day only to discover everything that you knew has changed, and the home you've lived in your entire life is gone, that your family and your predecessors have lived in are gone. The roads are much different, making navigation more complicated. You find yourself in areas that are unfamiliar to you. All around you are elements that can easily cause you harm, and there is no escaping. The scenario would be sad and overwhelming for us, and many people would not survive this, right? So yeah, this is what happens every day to our wildlife species. Boy, you didn't know this can be a real bummer on Saturday morning, huh? So it's up to us to learn how to live with these guys. Again, we're kind of in a collision of invasion and frustration and fear. So we want to kind of get over some of our stuff. So, there's a lot of human psychology to our baggage, right? So we're kind of genetically predisposed to have these aversions to certain things. So who here does not do spiders? Yeah, the hand comes up, right? You'll be glad to know Mary Kay, she relocated a few of she calls them Charlottes, of the Charlottes from here today. How about snakes, snake people? Spiders and snakes. Usually I have a spider or a snake, but not a spider and a snake. And then rats. That can be, wow, nobody here has a rat aversion. This is possibly a first. So we're pretty genetically predisposed to stuff. So I want to talk a little bit about our psychology too here for a minute. The way that we look at animals is oftentimes it's a historical biological thing that we're going through. Way back in our biology, before we were probably wearing these kind of pants and these kind of shoes, we know somewhere in our genetics that there were snakes in some other continent, some other era that could kill us. So we have a genetic memory of those snakes. We genetically remember that these rats caused disease, right? The plagues. So European people, it's very interesting, people of European descent tend to have a very strong aversion to rats, because that genetically and historically has been something that we knew was a dangerous thing that would cause a plague. Spiders, the same thing. So we still have these things that are very innate within us. And I want to talk a little bit with this too about how we feel things differently. So I like to say I love all of the creatures, but there's one that really freaks me out. It's cockroach. So that is my one. There's only one. But I will tell you that I worked for years as a fish biologist, and we work in cougar country all the time. I've seen a few cougars, I've seen a few bears, that was all fine. I remember walking back down a logging trail with a work partner of mine after a day, and we had our electrofishing equipment with us, and all the hair stood up on the back of my neck. And I went, I don't know what that is. Do you feel that? We felt something. I didn't see anything, we felt something, and looked up and to see a cougar walking alongside the ridge, looking down on us. And those are the intrinsic biological things that we carry with us all the time, this feeling like, right, I'm the prey to this thing, so we know to be afraid of it. What's another animal that's coming back into our area that we may have this real biological response to? Wolf. Wolf, yeah, totally. You know, we're all for wolf reintroduction, I know. And then it gets here and you're like, oh my God, right? So we have this thing, which is really fascinating. Even our predispositions towards things and being predator or a prey item reflects right down to our gardening style. Can you believe it? So around well, we could even see it here, and it's this a remnant of gardening styles, but you look at this, we are a prey to certain things, so we have a predisposition to want to garden with tall things that we can see through. So I want to be able to have that far sight. So you look at this plantation of trees here, and you can see that I feel very comforted by this. I don't know if other people feel comforted by this. It's a beautiful tree stand. There's a park-like setting. We call it park-like setting. I can see a predator coming from a mile away. It's not the first thing that's in our mind, of course, but it is something that is intrinsically and biologically still within us. I went home last night. Our housemate and I were looking at a big rain garden full of native plants that I made, and it's really filling in, so it looks like a jungle. And she's like, that's kind of sloppy looking. And I'm like, that's awesome. It's hiding place to all kinds of wildlife, but it intrinsically affected her. Like, that's not comforting to me to not be able to see through that. So it's pretty interesting thing when we look at this. So even getting people to change their minds about how they keep their yards and gardens is part of our biology. So we have that for us, so habitat requirements. So I know some of you that are in school have learned your habitat components. So there are 5 things that everything needs to live. And it's not just a human or an ant or a blade of grass, it's a tree, it's whatever. So can you all name one of those components? One thing everything needs to live. Water. Water, cool. What's another one? Food, shelter, water. Ooh, then there's 2 other weird things. Let's see if we're getting it. No, because some things can live asexually. Isn't that crazy? Food, water, shelter, and there are 2 more things. So I'm gonna maybe drop a little hint. Oh, what's that? No, there are worms that live at the bottom of these incredible sulfur vents at the bottom of the ocean that take no oxygen, which is amazing. So they're anoxic and they can live. What's that? No, isn't that amazing? So some things live in the ice. We have microorganisms that live in the ice of the polar ice cap. But what if you and I had to live our whole lives like this together? What's that? Space. We need space. Absolutely. Everybody needs a little space to get their business done, right? And we need all that space and stuff in the right arrangement. What is that, huh? So we need the right arrangement. So if I'm working on fish biology and I gave a fish a thimbleful of water and I gave him 10 pounds of aquatic bugs to eat and a twig, would that be a suitable environment for that salmon? Not so much. Yeah, we can't fit into a thimble, right? If I took an elk and I gave it a pond to live in but fulfilled its other needs, that wouldn't be appropriate either. So everything needs to be in the right arrangement. So when we have global climate change and we have these arrangements that everybody's suited to need, and that starts shifting, like how much water is available? When does this food become available? Oh, is my shelter going away? Then we start to mess with this whole arrangement part. That's where things start to go on their heads. So all that excitement, how can we help? We need to provide for the habitat needs for a variety of animals and expect a variety of animals. Who here feeds cats outside? Who here feeds raccoons outside with the cats? And skunks and possums, and right. So, you know, when we provide habitat components, we're really providing habitat components oftentimes for a whole lot of guys. So I have folks that are like, well, I really want that guy here, but I really don't want that guy here. That guy's eating my roses, deer. And I say, well, you know, what do I do about the deer wanting to eat my roses? I'm like, stick more roses in there. Sharing's caring. So, so let's talk about biology for just a second. So every living thing here, every living, I should say, respiring thing, it has a different kind of selection. So, so we're either R-selected or K-selected. So R-selected critters make a whole lot of kids. So we can look at this little clam, 500 million babies a year. Ooh. That's why I'm not a parent. 8,200 frogs a year, 12 a year, and then we're moving over to the K selection, and we might have 1 or 2, or 1 every 5 years, or 1 every 10 years. So, and I always say, how did I memorize this in college? I was like, R-selected, really lots of kids, and really providing a lot of food for other things. K-selection's like, K, maybe 1's good, maybe 2, maybe every 5 years is good too. So we have R-selected and K-selected things. So the R-selected critters tend to crank out a lot of kiddos. They tend to be a food source for other things. They tend to mature quickly and be precocial, and we'll go over that in a minute. And then our K-selected guys, their babies take a lot of care to grow up. I need to teach you how to hunt. I may need to, you may be incapable of doing anything for a while, so I have to provide for all of your needs. So who here's had experience with K-selected creatures in their lives? Right, are you all parents? Yes, right, so K-selected. So we're the craziest K-selected, right? Our K-selection little young are blobs of naked crying thing that can't roll over, walk, talk. We provide for everything that they need, so we're very K-selected. So let's look at how these guys exist in the environment. So this is kind of fun. It's called a sigmoidal curve. It's very scientific. Here's our timeline. This is population growth over time. So our K species go up to this thing called carrying capacity. And carrying capacity is exactly where a population wants to land. So they're going to hover there, and everybody's going to live happy and mostly have all of their needs met. So these guys started a couple of them, and then they wham, their population may grow pretty big, and then they plateau out right on that carrying capacity line. If we were to zoom way in, you'll see a little bit of boop, boop, boop above and below it. Our R species, however, let's take field mice and voles, for example. Those guys, boom, and they go flying over the top of their carrying capacity. Ah! And then suddenly there's no food, or there's a disease, or something comes down, and it just clobbers the entire population. And they drop way down below it again, and then they do that. So it's like I call it a like R-selected roller coaster ride. So if anyone here has lived on property and you've had, say, a year of gobs of field mice, you might be like, there's so many mice out here this year, I can't believe it. Then the next year, there are no mice, but oh my God, there's so many voles out here this year. So oftentimes we have R-selected species that trade with each other, right? So they may have just slightly different niches in the world, that they may go through their boom and bust, and the other guy who's got a slightly different niche is going to go, yay, and they're going to come up and populate. So sometimes we have this whole thing going on here with different species. I know on my farm, 1 year is usually redback voles, and they're crazy, and I can't understand how there are so many. And then the next year, field mice, or the next year is rabbits. So we have a lot of that interesting stuff going on.
Susan,
yes, sir.
What's the etymology of K and R?
K and R, something way smarter than I can remember after 20 years after college. So, but I'd be happy to look that up for you. So we talked a little bit about precocial and altricial, right? So we have from zero parental care to lots of parental care. So look at these peacocks out here, right? So these guys, you think they have their babies and they're pretty darn super precocial. They hatch from their egg like a chicken, And within just minutes, they're up, they're dry, and they're like, I think I need to peck at the ground. And then, oh, that tasted pretty good. And they're feeding themselves instantly, running around, able to take care of their own needs. So mom's got really nothing more to do than to keep them wrangled, keep them safe, and keep them warm at night. Then we move over to super altricial things. So that's the little guy, the little naked bird in the nest, right? He's got nothing going for him. He's going to lay there. His eyes won't even be open for a week. He's going to, intrinsically know he needs to beg and scream and get fed, much like sometimes our super altricial human babies, right? So that, again, this is all resources that these guys need to provide these babies to get them going. So you can probably imagine that these super precocial guys can have a whole lot more kids than these super altricial ones, because they're like, you're gone, let's go. Let me give you an example. A brush rabbit, one of our local little bunnies, they can have babies. Those babies at a week old are ready to hop around. At 2 weeks old are ready to more or less be off nursing, feeding themselves. They have a whole lot of them, right? So that makes them R-selected. And then they're off becoming a meal. And mom might say, no one's getting a name here because maybe one of you will make it to adulthood to carry this whole thing on. The super altricial guys, lots of resources. And there's a lot of suffering that a parent goes through. Suffering, I use that term lightly, but there's a lot of sacrifice that a parent will go through with an altricial creature. So again, any of you that have raised altricial creatures realize that feeding yourself comes after the baby. So you may run around hungry, you may run around unshowered, you may run around with the same pants on you've had for 8 days because the baby's needs need to come first and you get to slide everything else, all your needs in afterwards. So let's talk about mammals. So we've got all these, precocial and altricial things in mammal world. Little deer needs to be up and ready to roll after he's born. Super altricial, this little pumpkin right there. And that little pumpkin right there, some of our pouched mammals have post-embryonic babies. So their young are actually an embryo. So they're born almost embryonic. And they crawl basically blindly up into the pouch. And then there's a nipple in the pouch that they nurse on until they can become mobile. So things like our kangaroos, our opossums, that's right. So these guys have incredibly altricial little kiddos, right? So housing, and we're going to roll into mammals for a minute here. Does anyone have any question? I will say this is a conversation, so anything you have to say, and if you don't agree with me, you just go ahead and say so. I'm perfectly happy with that. I'll never argue, and I learn a lot from all of you during these classes too, which is really fun. Moving into the mammal world, mammals will live in burrows, nests, under shrubs, fallen, standing, dead wood. If anyone's seen or read Never Cry Wolf, right, in the beard of the guy up there in the Arctic Circle, so they'll live almost anywhere. I have quite a few mammals living in my roof right now, which is unfortunate. What makes a mammal a mammal? Well, what are we? Are we mammals? Yes. Okay, good. Anyone here not a mammal? Okay, uh-oh. We'll talk after class. So what makes a mammal a mammal? Well, we're all warm-blooded, which means that we eat food and we produce our heat from the inside, unlike a reptile that needs to eat food, and then they produce their heat from the outside by laying across a rock or pavement. We're fur-bearing, and yes, even we're fur-bearing, so I'm not a very hairy individual, but we have fur. It's just as we've evolved and put pants and shirts on, we've needed less fur. We bear live young, mostly. So here's a quiz question for everyone. What do you mean mostly? Egg-laying mammal? Wow, good job. And there's one more. Do you know the other one? He lives in the same area as a platypus, and that's the spiny echidna. So we have two mammals that are egg-laying mammals. They're a complete throwback. I think God had like an extras pile. I was like, just make something out of that. And make a new too, right? In Africa, that's all spare parts. So we also have this crazy thing. We have 3 floating bones in our ears that make, and only mammals have those. So what is that? The hammer, the stirrup, and the anvil. Right, exactly. So we have these 3 floating bones. Birds don't have it, right? Reptiles and herps don't have that. But most of all, we're milk producing, right? So again, we're feeding our young. So this is what makes mammals a mammal. I had someone really get into an argument with me once. Wait a minute, pigeons make milk. There's something called pigeon milk. It's basically their regurgitation. I was like, well, it's a little different milk, but those are mammals. So we're going to kind of cruise through some of these locals. If anybody has a fun story, thought, or argument on any of these critters, let me know. We're going to go through, rodents. We have a lot of them out here. The deer family, we've got quite a few as well. And these guys are the quintessential meal. So they're the guys that are eaten.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is nutria from this area or is?
No, it's a South American rodent.
South America.
Yeah, South America.
We were having that discussion this morning. I saw
Some nutria. They look like old Scotsmen. We'll look at those in a few minutes, which is really great because we'll talk a little bit about invasive species because they're kind of at the top of it. So out here in the area, we have black-tailed deer. At the mouth of the Columbia River down towards towards Astoria, we have a really rare, wonderful threatened deer called the Lower Columbia white-tailed deer, which is its own unique population. Pretty cool stuff. This guy's the greeter at Oxbow Park. I was going to actually teach a tracking class there, and I thought he looked like an animatronic greeter there. Welcome to Oxbow. We also have Roosevelt elk, which is the largest deer we have in the area. So this guy's a big guy. If anybody's been around Rosies, they are ginormous and quite fantastic creatures too. We have rodents going to the smaller size. We have animals that these chipmunks, gray squirrels, foxes, flyings, Douglas squirrels, or chickarees, which we may hear some today. And then at the very top, we have this California ground squirrel. And before any cracks about migration come up, yeah, they did come up from California. With climates shifting and things getting a little bit warmer and more applicable, we've always had California ground squirrels here, but only a few of them, and their populations are moving more northerly along with others as the climate shifts. So we have a lot of those suckers now. Those are the guys that are hanging out in the ground. So that's California ground squirrel. What's that? Yes, and they're moving up to northern Oregon and Washington now. So that's a little guy, the little fat guy, super cute, checkerboard back. That's our ground squirrel. Funny story. Here's a little side note on the ground squirrel. So I did a lot of wildlife rehab for a long time. I rehabbed a ground squirrel. It released itself from a cage on my farm a bunch of years ago, and oh no, I think he was ready to go then. Oh well, good luck to him. And my neighbor called me and said, that got the weirdest thing going on. My labs are barking their brains out at a squirrel who's standing at the bottom of a tree just looking at the tree. And I said, oh, I know where my ground squirrel is. So these guys don't go up trees. They're not the tree guys. So we have western gray squirrels. Western gray squirrels, fully gray, and they're super shy guys. So those guys that are mugging you for peanuts, those are the eastern gray squirrel, and you can see the tail of the eastern gray is a little bit redder. So when we talk about these invasive species, I'm shoving them in here too for you. There's an eastern gray squirrel, a little bit more red on them. So those are the guys that'll most likely be in your yard shaking you down for seeds. We also have fox squirrels. Those are the big red guys. Anybody have fox squirrels in their vicinity? Yeah? Those are fun ones too. They're the size of a small tank. And then we have flying squirrels. Who's old enough for that guy? I always date myself with some of this stuff. So we have flying squirrels, but not that flying squirrel. We have that flying squirrel. There's one in his native habitat. They have terrible, terrible taste in housing decoration. So now I actually pulled this off the internet. I was trying to get a view of a flying squirrel actually soaring. They don't fly, they don't flap. They've got this really fantastic musculature and skin structure that allows them to spread out their side skin and sail down from trees. So they'll climb a tree, they'll sail across. From those great big eyes, do you think he's up at night or during the day? Night, yeah. So these are pretty nocturnal. So if you get a chance to see a flying squirrel, super duper. They're everywhere, but they're hard to see because they are nocturnal. So can you find the flying squirrel there? That's my hair. So my cat Cletus came in with a flying squirrel one night, and it was in shock, so I tried to warm it up a little bit, and then it came out of shock and ran up into my own hair. And let's see if we can, whoop. There it is right there. So that was all very pleasant to let him recoup in there until I pulled him down and found a huge population of mites and fleas on him. And so I took a shower. So here's our smallest local squirrel that we have. This is the Douglas squirrel. The chicory is the local vernacular for it. He's a little gray guy, and he really loves to hang out up in Doug fir trees. You'll find them in fir trees more than any of our hardwood trees because they love to eat those Doug fir nuts out of the cones. So signs from these guys, you'll hear a little chit, 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 chit. May sound a little bit like a bird. So people sometimes are like, what bird is yelling at me? It's generally that squirrel. Interestingly enough, that squirrel's call, its alarm call, is letting everybody else, all kinds of other species, know that there might be a threat in the area too. So super fun that that's working across species. You'll also find little garbage heaps at the bottom of some of these Doug fir trees too, where you're going to find just the gilled out fir cones. And you may find, I found 3 and 4 foot high fir cone piles that these guys will pick a favorite branch and just knock it off. So they're pretty fabulous little fellas. Pocket gopher. So, farmer's friend, right? Pocket gophers make a big old hole. Having lived in New England for 10 years and having had holes from marmots, it's not that big. So this is our pocket gopher. He's the guy that might be going for some of the roots in your garden. And this is a pocket gopher getting done to him what they love, which is having his cheeks pulled apart. Just kidding. So this is, so pocket gopher is a pocket gopher because he's got pockets in his cheeks. So they actually have 2 sets of lips, which is really fascinating. You can see how much he's loving this thing. So they have an interior set of cheeks that they can pull down around all of their teeth but their incisors. They have a second set of cheeks on the outside. It's furred on the inside that they can use to store dirt. Their job with those amazing claws is to dig their tunnels, and then they can stash that the soil in there, and they also stash it in their front legs, and they bring it up to their mound and push it out. That's how they make their land. You can also see that those teeth are pretty brown, and if you look behind you on the table, if anyone's in the vicinity of a table wants to grab if you can see a rodent with really red-brown incisors, you can lift it up. Anyone seeing one there? So lots of enamel on those teeth, huge amounts of enamel. So I think that's a beaver. All rodents have big, big enameled teeth because they chew and chew and chew. Their teeth are also perpetually growing. So they'll grow and grow and grow and grow throughout their lifetime. And you'll see that these teeth on this beaver are set way back near its eye sockets because those teeth are always going to grow because they're always getting worn down. So here's a gopher doing what he does best. He's digging his hole. You can see his cheeks are full. And he's pushing that dirt up through the hill. And if you want a fun little factoid or a fun little trivia thing you can teach all of your friends, when you see what looks like a molehill or something on your lawn, I always hear people saying, stupid moles. Well, the moles will make a molehill that looks like a volcano. It's going to be evenly distributed on all sides. A gopher's hole, they always push out in one direction. So it'll be oblong. It'll be shaped like a fried egg. So it's going to be shorter in the back and longer in the front. So fun things to entertain yourself with on a slow day. Is that a gopher? Is that a mole? And the gopher holes, of course, are going to be a bit bigger. Speaking of the devil, there's a mole. Moles get a bad rap, which is such a bummer for me. They're insectivorous rodents, or they're insectivores, excuse me. They're not rodents, they're insectivores, with amazing little hole-digging feet. Look at those suckers. They have man hands, I call it. And then these guys are great aerators of the soil. So they get the crummy rap all the time. Like, these guys are aerating your soil. They're eating pests out of the soil. They do eat quite a bit of worms, too. These guys are so fantastic because they spend so much time underground. Their eyes are greatly reduced. They're almost blind if they come to the surface. They also have fur that sticks straight out of their pore, so they can move both directions in their hole. Their holes are not much bigger than them. So if you find a mole on the ground, brush its fur both ways. It's like velvet. So they've got the ability to move both directions underground without getting their, quote, fur brushed back.
Are they eating vegetables?
Not necessarily. They're mostly insects. And so when we talk about herbivores and carnivores and things, I always say they're mostlies because not everybody's a fully. I have cats that I like to think are all carnivorous, and then I catch them chewing on grass. Same thing with dogs. So everybody needs a little greens in their life. And oddly enough, even animals that are considered vegetarians or herbivores sometimes will eat meat, insects, rodents, you name it. Anybody have chickens at home? Chickens? Yeah. So do your chickens ever go for the errant, hapless mouse running through the coop or nothing like that? I've had chickens that were velociraptors for rodents sometimes. So, yeah.
Is it fair to say that if you have moles, you have very healthy soil?
Yes. I would say it's either very healthy or it's becoming very healthy.
Exactly.
So we get, my neighborhood is hysterical. We all have equines, so we all have horses, mules, and donkeys. And everybody freaks out. They get a whole, got to use the mole rocket or whatever it is with a little bullet in the top and all these things. And they're like, what are you doing? This is helping to aerate your soil, and the holes are never big enough to trap a foot. So I'd say let them rip. I kick a lot of molehills over, but again, our aesthetics sometimes get in the way of our separation of our living with that wildlife and understanding its greater point. So go forth, spread the word. Moles are great guys. Live it up. Don't trap them. Kick that dirt over. Have fun. So there's our mole hole, right? Nice volcano. All right, rats and mice. So we've got a lot of local rats and mice around here. I won't read them all off. But on the left side are our New World. We're considered the New World, FYI. New World mice and rats. And then on the right side are the Old World rats and mice. And where's the Old World? England. Yes, England, according to us Europeans. The Old World is England. And how did those suckers get over here? Ships, you got it. They came over on boats. They came over on ships and ballast. This is like the earliest invasive species ever. They probably came over on the Mayflower. So those guys came over, found lots of resources here that they could use to live, and they had an edge on some of our New World guys and went nuts. So here's one of our local guys, deer mouse. They're fabulous. Again, this is one of those really, really lot species, right? The R's. So it's going right over the carrying capacity. But because I have velociraptors for chickens, they keep those in check and get the populations back down. These guys feed everybody. Everybody eats these things. So they kind of, I feel a little bit bad for the deer mice. But again, big old eyes. So nocturnal or diurnal, meaning day liver or night liver. Yeah, nocturnal. You got it. And then here's the redback vole. That's the guy who exchanges places with this guy. And so mouse one year, redback vole the next year. They fulfill similar niches, minus one or two little categories. So if you, we get some great winters around here when the snow melts off and you see all that grass is down and there are a lot of tunnels going through the grass. Those guys. Yes.
They kind of look like smaller guinea pigs.
They totally do. I think they totally look like little guinea pigs. They got no tail. They got a little nubbin for a tail. And I know that if you lift some things up, sometimes in the garden, you'll surprise a lot of redback voles that are under there. This is the worst picture ever. I keep saying this every year for like 10 years. This is a terrible picture. I need a better picture of a muskrat. And then I leave this picture up. So in rodent world, so we're working from little to bigger, right? So muskrat about this big, also fun guys. They eat vegetation. They love to live in aquatic areas. They build dens in the sides of creeks and ponds and things like that. Not big ones, little ones. So they're beneficial, in my opinion, to the area. They'll keep some of the vegetation down. They're pretty harmless. And they're a mid-sized aquatic rodent.
Is the muskrat the same as a river otter? Or
Different fellas. So river otter is super carnivorous. Okay. They're just, yeah, and much sleeker. They're kind of like the triathlete of this guy's kind of like the couch potato of rodents. So, and then we have our wood rat, which is our local native wood rat. So this guy, I think they're fabulous. So he doesn't look very ratty. He's kind of adorable, isn't he? He's got a big furry tail. He's not the size of a rat. He's maybe this long in his body. He is so neat and tidy that he has the white gloves for the white glove test, right? So I don't think this is an appropriate place. The wood rat is also known as a pack rat. So has anybody experienced the old pack rat situation at their, yeah, so I chronically get wood rats in our well houses because our well houses in the area, if anyone's got one, we're insulating the daylights out of it all the time, keep the well pump from freezing. And they love to live in insulation. So you put your stuff up one winter and you come back in the spring and it's all on the ground. That's the wood rats. Found it beneficial. So here we are on Old World, moving to these guys. So Norway rat up here is brown. Black rat is sometimes black, but not always. So they can be a variety of different colors. This is Rattus norvegicus, and this is Rattus rattus. A rat so nice they named it twice, right? So again, going back to that like super intrinsic stuff that we have going on in our lives, like, oh God, rats, subway rats, terrible sewer rats, and the awful rats, because these guys were the ones that carried the plague. Anybody see any monster rats in your world? Any fantastic, mind-bending? New York City subway, Matthew. Yeah, some biggest rats I've ever seen. New York City subway, first time in there. Fascinating. They were magnificent.
There's big ones in Portland.
Oh, we have big ones in Portland? I haven't met the big ones yet in Portland. So we malign these here big time, right, as Europeans. But what's maligned here might be sacred here.
India.
Yep, that's India. You got it. Do you know what town that is in India? Do you remember what town? So I'll tell you a little story of these rats. So in a village in India, legend has it that one of the rulers of the villages of this village in India a millennia ago had a very sick child, and this child was their pride and joy. And he prayed to Khatri Matas, who was one of the deities there, and he said, "Please save my child." And Khatri Matas said, "I will save your child, but the deal is," because there's always a deal when we have some deity or God. So the deal is, if I save your child, all of the villagers will be reincarnated as rats. Deal, he says. Sold. So from that day on, they built temples honoring the rats who are known as their ancestors. So children go, everybody reveres the rat there. I'm not saying that necessarily happens in all of India, but here in this village, it's the ancestors.
Northern India, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know in India. One of my bucket list worlds is to go to India and go to this temple here and revere the rats. But it's a really interesting thing. Again, as we look at perspectives of us as Americans or folks in India, or what people utilize as food or as gods or as family. We have to know that we're all sitting in different camps and sometimes sitting in different spaces, and our experience with these guys, again, think our biology. So, how cute is that guy? So anybody know what this thing is? I've got its name above, but it's not usually known as that here. So this is Aplodontia. It's also known as a mountain beaver. And mountain beavers, I had never experienced such a kind of a rift in humanity as when I moved out here and started talking to folks in the forestry and logging business. So who have a real, this is a very vile creature to them. So an Aplodontia is a pretty adorable little creature, and they live in forests, they live down in root wads and have dens down in root wads there. I call them farmers. They farm forbs. This guy's actually sitting around a pile of his own forbs. And they haul that in, and they tend to go into something called a torpor over the winter. So they don't go into a full, why am I doing this? I'm so decaffeinated. They don't go into a full slumber. They kind of slow down all their systems and move slowly throughout the winter and stay in their dens. So they eat all of their haystacks that they put in there. So they have a very important niche in the forest system, and that they're also aerating soil, and they're also taking care of some of the forb overgrowth that might happen. When we clear cut, as in logging operations, what happens to the forb layer there when we clear cut stuff? Yeah, it goes away. Yeah, so all those tender forbs that are used to growing up in shaded areas go away. Aplodontia looks a little sad. Gets a little hungry, someone comes through, they replant little seedling firs. The softest thing in the forest now is the apical meristem, or the very tip of that seedling fir. Little guy goes, I'll eat this. If it's the only thing around, kills every fir in sight. So, so the real benefit of selective logging is that you spare and save some space for these mountain beavers. You're able to bring your timber off your land. You keep the habitat intact in areas for these guys. So we oftentimes have a judgment as we're living with wildlife or choosing not to live with wildlife about saying, that guy's a bad guy. And I'm like, well, why is it a bad guy? Why is it doing this? Well, what's it usually do? And what do we just take away? So what one of those habitat requirements are we taking away?
The problem is, however, you plant the trees and you leave forbs around, they still will eat your fruit.
Still might eat your fruit. They might eat your fruit trees. So I know we do a lot of restoration here, and I know Bill has too. We use things called plant protection, so it's kind of a plastic webbing, so you can protect against mountain beavers with that initially, and then you've got other critters when the plants get bigger that are going to want to utilize that too. So I was doing some work at a property up on Suter Creek, further up the watershed here earlier this week, and they do a whole lot of this, moving the plant protection up. So now it's not the mountain beavers they're going to eat. Now it's the deer they're going to browse it. So I pull it up, I pull it up, I pull it up. So we're always trying to, provide enough food for everybody and save enough of what we're working on. That's right. Yeah. So we're always doomed. I love it. So this is our brush rabbit. What kind of selection is he? Really, really, really lots. This guy is the meal. They're not the brightest bulbs in the box either. So when they run from predators, they run in circles. And what happens when you're a smart predator? You just stop and yeah. So these guys, brush rabbits are amazing, and all the Savellaceae family, all the rabbit families, fascinating in that they make so many babies because they are the feeders of everybody. They go through something called a birth estrus. So the minute they give birth, boom, they're back in estrus again. They can breed immediately, more babies. The minute the one set's out, the next set's coming. So they're a good feeding program for everybody. This is a Townsend shrew, yet another terrible picture of a blob of something. Our shrew species, we have a few small shrew species. They're pretty tiny. My cats are habitual shrew hunters. I wish they'd be habitual mouse hunters, but what can I do? These guys love to live in forested areas and moist areas. They're insectivorous. So who here, you look like a person who can eat a ton of food and never put on any weight, right? Are you an eater? I used to be an eater like that too. So this is like a shrew. I call it a shrew-like metabolism. So they have to eat every 15 minutes. They're running so hot and so fast that if they don't eat or if they get stressed, they could die. So years ago, I did something called a grid trapping program. So I was looking at who was living at the forest floor. So I had little live traps set up. And it was in New England. It's the dead of the winter, and I'm cold because I'm from California. And I'm sitting out there doing this, and I have to check the traps every 30 minutes, because if I don't check it every 30 minutes, if I catch one of those guys, they'll stress out and die in a heartbeat. So I'm running my trap line every 30 minutes in the dead of the winter so I don't freak this poor guy out. Every 15 minutes, got to eat. Northern water shrew, amazing. His protection for himself is he's poisonous. I love it. So he's got some poison spines on the inside of his feet. Predators learn real quick that they don't want to eat that guy. He is down in wetlands and streams. Again, super shrew-like metabolism.
Is that an Oregon native?
Yeah, yeah. And then here's the one we see the most is a northern short-tailed shrew, Blarina brevicata is that guy's name. He's munching on a grasshopper there, so they're great. These are great pest control fellows. So I always say, leave the shrews alone, they're great at pest control. And then we have this, speaking of Mother of the Year, right? So who's this? Possum, yeah, opossum. So now the jury's out as to whether these things are native or not. This has been a conversation for the ages around here. It's called the Virginia opossum, FYI. So there are stories that say that these are not native species around here. They're brought over, get this, in the turn of the century as pets. Now, how many people have an aversion to the opossum? Yeah. Not so much, yeah. It's the naked tail, I'm sure of it. They have 50 teeth, the most teeth of any mammal we've got, 50 very pointy teeth too, and I'll find a skull for you at some point. But they are fantastically adapted to survive. So, and why? Because you have 7 kids hanging off of you, I'm not sure, but this is a pouched mammal. This is North America's only pouched mammal. So instead of having a pouch like a kangaroo, they have a set of pouches down the side, and I think my next slide will show that. There we go. And they also give birth to kind of pre-developed babies, which crawl up through the fur, latch onto a teat, and then they continue to develop. So they'll continue to develop in there. Their eyes aren't open. They're just hanging out, growing up. And when they get too big for that, then they crawl on mom's back, and that's where they hang out for a while. And she carries them, bless her heart. So I think she gets Mother of the Year. What adaptation do you know a possum has to keep from getting offed? Yeah, playing dead, playing possum. So this is another amazing piece of biology that they have, and so that I wish I had too. They get afraid, and their endorphin system gets overrun. It just floods, and they pass out. Poof. And that's it. They pass out. Not only they pass out, but their tongue rolls out. They let loose some musk, and they poop and pee all over themselves, which makes you super unappetizing to anybody that's trying to eat you. And they're like, it's dead, it's covered in its own waste, its tongues are rolling, it smells bad, and usually a predator will walk away. It's kind of a dreamy deal. After about 5 minutes, they come to, and usually the threat's gone, and they waddle off. They're pretty slow on the ground, right? They have a prehensile tail. They're great in the trees, so they do really well in the trees. They do lousy on the ground. Yeah.
Does the prehensile, does that mean that it locks and they don't have any, explain that.
Yeah, prehensile, kind of like our hands. It's like a 5th hand. So they can grip onto a tree, they can hold on to a branch, they can use very muscular, so they can use that to help balance themselves. So it's their 5th leg, as I call it.
I've always wondered though, are they, like if we hold on to something, we have to, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I wondered if it's something like where that they could put it on something and it would automatically grip without them having to hold on, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I'll have to ask them next time. I'm not sure. That's a great question. They can wrap it around a branch.
You think it just fall off if they're not holding on anymore.
If you're not thinking about it, I just fall out of a tree in a second. So I have a friend who rehabilitates these, and she has a few as pets that she uses for educational animals, and they'll wrap their tails around her hand, and she can hold on, and they'll just hang. So they're pretty powerful critters. So I have a big appreciation for the possum. They also eat massive amounts of pests, mass amounts. Yes?
Don't they keep their body temperature, their resting body temperature lower than pretty much any other mammal? And that's why they don't really get rabies, because rabies can't live in their bodies.
I didn't know that. Really? That's amazing.
I can't remember. They keep their body temperature so low that rabies can't really live in them, because people don't like them because they're like, oh, they have rabies, but they don't, and then they eat like ticks and stuff like that, so they're really beneficial to the environment.
Yeah, thank you for that. Wow, I had no idea. That is brilliant. I know that they're slow mowers, so I wouldn't imagine that they would have a high core body temperature. And you're right. As a horse person, there's a lot of debate all the time about the opossum on the farm. So they eat a mass amount of ticks and pests. They also spread a disease called equine paralytic myelitis, EPM. So, and that's if they poop in the grass and it becomes hay, and and the horse ingests a certain amount of it. So we sometimes, because we're predators, we tend to get really fixated on certain things as humans. I'll talk about eyes in a minute. And sometimes we grab onto the thing that EPM might be a thing, but it's almost non-existent in the area. So I know a lot of livestock owners and a lot of horse owners are like, no possums. I'm like, that's barely a thing. So that's brilliant. I'll have to look deeper into that. I did not know. Well, there's the kids again. All right, we have black bears here. We used to have grizzly bears sort of in the general vicinity, but we went ahead and killed all those guys off. So now we just have black bears. Black bears are pretty harmless bears unless you get between mom and who? The children's, right? Yeah, exactly. So just in interacting with that kind of wildlife, I've encountered gobs of black bears from here to Alaska. Really, it's just about just standing still and making a goodly amount of noise. They're quite shy folks. If you're standing there and you see mom and you make a goodly amount of noise and the kids are hugging your leg, you're on your own. So, as a matter of fact, black bears is such a very large animal that we have in this area. These guys exist seasonally off of the food that's available. So they'll exist off of mainly grubs, insects, can you believe it, berries, vegetation. So a good portion of their life is eating that kind of stuff. The carnivorous end of their world is pretty small. So I'm always impressed by black bears at the fact that they can pull so much nutrition out of so little.
They're in our orchard now.
Yeah, eating your apples probably, right? Yeah, working the apple trees over. Bear, you know, we can see when we take our walk, we can see what season it is for anything. You know, Burgerville has its blackberry season and it's Walla Walla sweet season. And if you are a wildlife person, you're walking around looking at poop, it's like it's blackberry season and it's apple season. You know, it all comes out in the wash. This is a bear's rear foot. I was teaching that tracking class the animatronic deer was at Oxbow Park. Went down to the bar and to take care of some business and went around a corner and there's this fabulous foot. So this is a rear left, so a left hind of a bear. That's a quarter for comparison. So there was a big sow down there and she was teaching her youngsters to hunt for crawfish. So turning over rocks, finding crawfish, again, lots of little things to nourish a big thing. A lot of our large predators eat a lot of little things instead of one big thing.
They're basically omnivores.
Yeah, they are omnivores. So as a matter of fact, if we go back to omnivore to this, there's a half of a skull back there right in the middle of the table. It's laying on its side. Can you grab that? So that's a bear, that's a black bear skull. If you hold it up and flip those teeth towards us a little bit, you can see that they have canine teeth in the front. And in the back of that jaw, you can see that they have teeth that look suspiciously like ours. So as a true omnivore, they have incisors for cutting, they've got canines for ripping, and then their rear teeth are buodont teeth. It's the same kind of teeth that we have, kind of pillowy. So if you reach your tongue back of mouth, you can feel that we have kind of pillowy teeth in the back for grinding up vegetation. So these guys are well equipped for everything. Oddly enough, we're well equipped for everything too. We've got incising teeth, we've got canine teeth, greatly reduced since we've been cooking food, meats, and then we have our buodont teeth for grinding.
And they're basically a big dog.
Big dog.
They're like,
Speaking of big dog, here's a raccoon in its native habitat. Just kidding. So this is a raccoon. Procyon lotor is his Latin name if you want to get specific about it. Raccoons are an animal that's really learned to live with us. So raccoons, again, when we started moving into their area, they just found resources that they could utilize. So a lot of the resources they could utilize are trash bins, our cat food, sometimes our cats. So they're very diverse in their ability to eat different foods. Is that guy eating our junk food leftovers and Fage yogurt a good plan? Well, no, not necessarily for him, but we have to acknowledge that as we're living with wildlife, that they're going to come and live with us. So if we don't want that kind of mayhem going on in our household, we'll want to seal up trash. Since we talked about it's blackberry season here in Oregon, raccoons have a really unique way. They have their own potty, right? So we pointed out the bathrooms over here. Raccoons will find a particular tree, a particular area, and as a group, they may use that mostly as a restroom. So they're pretty tidy fellas. The same quarter, that poor quarter, it's stuck next to it. Here's a quarter and poop, here's a quarter and poop. That is, the raccoons here have been eating a lot of berries. You can see their scat's pretty red at that point. So we can always tell who it is and what they're munching on primarily. As a matter of fact, as a wildlife biologist, people think we spend a lot of time with the animal. And I'm like, we spend so much time with poop uh, that and habitat that we don't typically see the animal, but there's a lot of sign. Speaking of sign, we got that guy right there. This is a striped skunk. We have 2 skunks in our area. We have striped skunks and we have spotted skunks, which are really cool. Has anyone seen a spotted skunk? Where'd you see a spotted skunk?
Oh, I used to work in zoos and stuff like that, so I worked with a lot of these things that we've gone over so far.
Oh, fabulous. Oh my gosh, that's exciting. Yeah, the spotties are really amazing. And I have yet to see one in the wild. It'll be
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen one in a while.
bucket list item right there. So striped skunk, what's his superpower, guys? Spraying, yeah. So the skunks are pretty slow too, and they've got poor eyesight. They're not great at attacking you if they're being threatened with the front end, but they're in the mustelid or weasel family, so they're great at coming around with the back end. So everybody's got a superpower to help them stay alive. This guy obviously is his scent. So everybody in the weasel family, the mustelids, all have a lot of musty odor, right? Musk. So these guys have some pretty well-developed musk glands in the back. I will tell you, I've worked with skunks. I have rehabilitated skunks. I have done soft release on skunks. The only time I've ever been sprayed by a skunk is when I had a passel of little kids that call it soft releasing, where I was teaching them how to hunt out of a stream and they were play fighting with each other and my leg got in the way. So, and there's not a lot of spritz on a baby, which is nice. But really, it takes a lot to get sprayed by a skunk, a lot. So when we're interacting with wildlife, we need to have some sensitivity to know when we're starting to get its attention and when we've outrun our boundaries with them. So, yeah. So, depends on how fast you're coming on them. That range can get real small if they get surprised really quickly. So I live with several skunks on my property. I have dogs. We've never been sprayed. The dogs walk by. The skunks go about their business. It's all pretty mellow. So we'll talk a little bit about boundaries and barriers a little bit later. There's our western spotted skunk. Is that the cutest? I know, right? Oh, how can you ever spray me? Look at you. So we've got lots of amazing bats here. Bats, some of my very favorite people. Bats are in the order of Chiroptera, so it means hand wing. Go figure, it means hand wing. So I went on a date with a guy once. I said, "What's your favorite bird?" He said, "My favorite bird's a bat." And that was my last date with him. And we know that bats are mammals. They're flying mammals, and they do flap. So they're oftentimes very tiny. We have a lot of bat baggage around here too, and media does a lot for our bat baggage. What gave us a bunch of bat baggage, you think, over time? Yeah, vampires. Oh, yeah, rabies gives us bat baggage. We've got bat baggage to spare around here. So first, oh, it's so ugly. It doesn't look like anything I've known. Oh my God, it carries rabies. Oh, it's gonna suck my blood. So I worked at, when I first moved to this state, I worked at the Audubon Society and I did field classes, and I had someone, an adult, come along on a field class. Again, it's important for us to understand these guys so that we can appreciate them and not be afraid of them. And that I was showing a little brown bat, little brown myotis, preserved. It was this big, and the adult said, "They'll suck your blood, every one of them." And I said, "Wow." And the kids just were terrified. And I said, this is how quickly we can change someone from fascination to fear. The minute we stop thinking, the minute we don't take a breath and learn the facts, right? That applies in all of life, right? So it took a while to calm the kids down and let them know that every bat we have up here is basically an insectivorous bat. So they're the bomb diggity, as I like to call it. One single bat can eat 1,500 mosquitoes per night. One bat, 1,500 mosquitoes. Best friend, mine, right there. Pretty cool. So this is our little brown myotis. He's our smallest bat. Yeah.
If you go down to Portland at night, on Sandy Boulevard, down near where the freeway is, stand next to a light and look up. You'll see sometimes hundreds of them.
Fantastic. So Sandy Boulevard by the overpass?
By any overpass. Or
That's
down
right.
By what used to be the Gulch. And they're just, usually you look up and you'll see lots of them just flitting around
That's such brilliance. And here's some brilliance in all that is that even though we're paving the planet, we're providing habitat for certain animals that may not have had habitat before. These guys tend to be cave dwellers, or they tuck themselves into the grooves of bark of very old trees. Now that we don't have a whole lot of very old trees anymore, they're moving more towards being cave dwellers. We build impeccable caves in the form of overpasses for these guys. So some of our buildings, same thing with our peregrine falcons in Portland. We've created a great cliff habitat for peregrine falcons and what they eat, which is pigeons. So we can see the boom of some of our species out there, which is really cool. This is our smallest bat. It's the western pipistrelle. So cute. And then here's our biggest bat, which is the hoary bat. We have 15 species of bat in Oregon here, which is pretty cool. Check this out. We are 1/4 of a mile from all 15 species, plus a few rare and errant species that live in a 10,000-year-old rock fall right on the outside of 224, a location of which I have been sworn to secrecy on. But if you go to OPB and you look at there's a program on bats that they did it right there at this gentleman's place. So we have a lot of fabulous bats here. It behooves us to keep them. Like I said, they eat a lot of flying insects and a lot of pests. Echolocation. So these guys are big echolocators because they're nocturnal, they're not looking at things, and because mosquitoes might be this big in the pitch dark, it's really hard to see them. So they make the high-pitched sounds that bounce off an object, even an object this big, and then they listen to the echo of the sound coming back, which is quite unbelievable. So we say blind as a bat. They're not really blind. I'm blind as a bat. They're not really blind. It's just the time that they're up and what they're doing. So they navigate well that way. If anyone's had a bat in their house, no one gets a bat in their hair because that bat knows exactly where you are in space, which is pretty nifty. So how big can their wings get? So this hoary bat right here is the largest bat in Oregon. It has a wingspan of almost 16 inches. Fantastic. In the wintertime, they need to hibernate. So in the wintertime, they bring their body processes way, 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 way down. We have fewer insects. That's where they go hide in those caves, which are a really consistent temperature throughout the year. They gather really close because they get their warmth from each other, right? So they're just a little feller, so it's hard to retain your body heat. And then they usually lose about 10 to 30 days of their fat reserves over the winter. So they'll, not over the winter, the 10 to 30% of their fat reserves if we wake them up before, in the middle of the day or something like that. That's why people are encouraged not to go into bat caves and poke them. Every time they wake up and they're not allowed to rebuild their body and metabolize, then we take away a lot of their fat reserves. So we want to be really conscious of that. Bat picking up, yes. Do we have rabies? Yes. Can bats carry rabies? Sure. Do all of them carry rabies? Heck no. So bats, again, we're looking at all of this. Everything's a gray area. So a bat far outweighs with what it can offer as a benefit us in our lives or themselves in their lives than they negate it with the rabies issue. Sound fair enough, Suga?
I know that if you want to work with bats in zoos, you have to get your rabies shots ahead of time.
Dang Skippy. Yeah. Touching bats.
Six Flags Discovery Kingdom, they have a fruit bat that they do an A to B, so it'll fly from a person to a perch or back and forth between two people. So it's really cool, but not a lot of people get to do it because most companies or most facilities don't want to invest the money to pay for the rabies shots, but it's really cool.
Yeah, it really amazing. Yeah, I mean, we have to protect our people, right, all the time because flukes happen, and I'm usually the recipient of every fluke on the planet. But I did some bat research in southern Pennsylvania, same thing, had to receive our rabies shot in a bat cave. The other virus that rolls around in a lot of bat guano is Hanta. It's not going to roll around your property. It's where thousands of bats spent thousands of hours laying many, many inches of poop down. So, so anyway, quite fascinating. Big fan of the bat. In this world. So bobcats, moving on to our carnivores. So anybody see a bobcat in the wild? You did? Where'd you see him?
Trillium.
Trillium Lake, cool. And where'd you see your bobcat?
I actually had a friend who
Oh, they didn't make it a pet or anything, right? I don't know why Fluffy's eating the other cats. So yeah, bobcats are our mid-sized cat, or our smallest wild cat. You can see they've got kind of, I call it a half a tail, so I'm going to show you a lynx in comparison. Bobcats are about probably no more than 30 pounds tops. They're long-legged. They've got a half a tail with a very dark end on it. They do have ear tufts, and it's really hard to see the ear tufts on this guy, but at the tips of each of those ears are a little ear tuft. And then they have this thing called a ruff here, which is more pretty pronounced but not outrageous. It's a really fantastic cat to have around. Again, a great rodent killer. Think about all of our large carnivores as guys that would much rather eat a whole lot of little things, are our selected fellas, than one big K-selected beastie. There is a lynx, people. So, wow, what a difference. Now, I'm going to give you a little side bit. That is a Canada lynx, so it's a slightly different looking, but I can't find a darn local lynx to save my skin. Giant ear tufts, giant ruff, about 1/4 of a tail, and they're about 45 pounds. So we got that little meow and that little meow. Now, I will tell you, I live on right outside of Sandy, 2 miles outside of Sandy. 2 months ago, coming home from work, probably 10 o'clock at night, come around a corner to my farm, lynx.
Sounds familiar.
Fantastic. The next day, Amazon, game cam, very excited. So, in that order. So, lynx and bobcat, cougars, all of these larger predators tend to use something called corridors. The corridors that they tend to use in our area may be road corridors, the corridors that they've created. By the way, our roads we put in over wildlife corridors, so most of the roads that we have around here were originally deer trails. These guys really love to go up riparian corridors, so along creeks and rivers. So those are usually pretty big uninterrupted spans of good cover. I live on a riparian corridor, so it's well utilized. Here's our biggest kitty, right? Cougar. Oh my goodness, does this rise any for people? I know we're having a lot of cougar sightings nowadays. So any thoughts as to why? Why so many cougars? What's that? Yeah, we're building some stuff in their habitat for sure. Yeah.
Recent wildfires kind of pushed them out a little bit too.
That can definitely shove species around a bit. Wildfires can shove species around because, again, if you're a big guy that eats a lot of little guys for a living, and those little guys get wiped out, it's going to be a little time before they start to come back again. So we have a lot of wildfire displaced animals. Our herbivores are some of the biggest wildfire displaced animals. So cougar, we're seeing a lot of sightings. There's another thing is that cougars and large predators are, one, maybe getting desensitized to human beings being around, much like our coyotes and our raccoons, right? They're desensitized more to people. They also realize that in populated areas, there are resources to eat there too.
Yes.
Meow. Cats, dogs, small livestock, goats, sheep. If a horse is laying down taking a flat out nap, that might be a selection for it. I will tell you, I lived in Estacada, and I had a female cougar who had a den for 6 years on the creek that I lived on. And she would pass through. I had a 48-year-old blind mule there who was never bothered by her. So passing through a standing large animal is a poor risk. I'll tell you why it's a poor risk for a cougar, because a cougar is a solitary hunter. And a solitary hunter's got to be pretty aware about what it's going to be, if what it wants to eat is going to cause any damage to it, right? So if that cougar can have its head kicked in by a horse, it's going to say, maybe I'll eat 25 voles instead of that horse. So they will, by nature, select things that are smaller and easier to pick on than large things. Or if they can use, the other thing that cats do is they surprise them, right? So they use the element of surprise. If they can pounce, a cougar kills a quick and easy kill. I always say, well, if I want to go, and my husband knows this and it makes him crazy, if I'm going to go, let it not be a pack of wild dogs or coyotes. Let it be a cougar. That'll be fast. He just hates that. But cougars tend to drop from the top onto their prey, and they quickly either break their neck or suffocate them, and it's done. It's a quick deal, one and done. Coyotes, wolves, they tend to come hunt in packs, and they come from below, and that's kind of an awful death. They'll eviscerate, they'll break a leg, they'll, you know, it ain't pretty. So yes, cougar, thank you. So let's move on to these guys. It's so funny. I used to say, well, forget the wolf. I'm just using it as comparison. There are none in the area. Well, we now have wolves in the area. So yes, let's look at both of these fellas now. So coyotes, they're pretty endemic, right? They've also gotten super used to being around people. Do you know that there are 3 separate packs of coyotes that live in North Portland alone? 3 well-established, fabulous packs of coyotes that live in this city. In Gresham, we've got at least 3 packs of coyotes that have been there for 50 to 60 years. Nobody sees them, but once you see them everywhere, which is nuts. So our eyes as human beings, we're trained to look at patterns. So if something's out of our general tick list of things that we see regularly, have you ever done that? You've been like, well, someone this morning said, well, it's not a this, it's not a that. Oh my God, it's the other thing. So oftentimes we're just trained to not see these things. They can be endemic and everywhere, but the minute we do see it, then we're like, oh my gosh, they're everywhere. It's amazing. So coyotes are pack dwellers, as are wolves. They hunt in communion with each other. They're very strong family units. They're amazing creatures. These guys, coyotes, generally around 35 pounds, or 25 pounds, and they look way bigger because they've got big, long legs. So they may look huge, but you get it wet, and it's just a skinny guy with long legs. These guys have a whole series of complex communications, from howling to yipping to yapping, and there's a whole lot of talking that goes on when they're hunting or finding each other or locating another pack. I've got 3 packs around me. So when they're in the vicinity of each other, there's a whole lot of conversation going back. We're over here, I'm over here, sounds good, that's perfect. And oftentimes there's immigration or emigration into a pack, which is really fantastic. Wolves I know a little bit less about, but obviously a wolf is quite substantially bigger. They tend to have sometimes in areas where the resources are more slender, smaller packs. In our area, when we start, you know, now that we're reintroducing wolves and they're starting to get, they're highly migratory, so they'll put a lot of miles on. We may have lone males looking for a pack, lone females looking for a pack, so there's a whole lot of kind of, the lone wolf thing cracks me up, but yeah, lone wolves running around. So these guys have rounded tips. Coyotes got sharper tips. Coyotes tend to be redder. Wolves can be any color. Yeah.
I have a question going back with the cougars.
Yeah.
And mountain lions.
Yeah.
Do you use that word interchangeably?
Yeah. Cougar, puma, mountain lion. Okay. Yeah, same fella for sure. All very different vernacular. I was thinking about the marmot, hoary marmot that we have here in this, you know, higher regions in eastern area. Back in Rhode Island, they call them whistle pigs, and you know there are a million names for a million of these guys, but same thing. So is this guy a super genius? Heck yeah, he is. So here in this area, as a farm person, we have a lot of this. I'm killing coyotes, and I go, oh, that's never going to work, and it's going to make the problem worse. And I have not been able to sell my pitch on anyone who is trapping and killing coyotes yet. We are determined to do something if someone that we love or something that we love gets hurt or killed, and we get, again, completely focused on that. Here's why killing or poisoning coyotes doesn't work. A stable pack over here, you have your alphas, they have puppies, you have your betas, they don't breed. You knock off one or the other, the alpha, cuts numbers by half, but only for a sec, then everybody breeds. So they have an amazing way of keeping their populations stable. This is why it doesn't work, people. This I'll go on for days. I've brought this to folks, and it doesn't matter. They say, I'm just going to kill them all. Well, no, you won't. We'll just, and so we've seen coyote. Since there have been more urban coyotes and more coyotes in farm areas, we've seen the populations explode because we have way more trapping and killing and shooting.
My understanding too is that the wolves and the cougars help keep the coyote populations in check. So if you reintroduce the higher
Darn Skippy. Darn Skippy. So, you know, just because they're dogs doesn't make them part of a private club. So you're right. Coyotes are prey items to larger predators as well. So when we put these apex predators back in, like wolves, cougars, it shifts the whole combination of everybody that's out there. So, so share that, spread the word, talk about it. Quickly, we have some non-native invasive species. We've got our nutria, feral pigs more on the east side, and eastern gray squirrels. Here's the nutria. Yes.
Before you get off of wolves and coyotes.
Yes, sir.
I had the privilege of seeing a pack of red foxes.
Ooh.
Beautiful red foxes, just once.
Fabulous.
At night, but so they're around here too.
Yes, we have red fox around here, gray fox over the divide, and just amazing critters. Weirdly enough, not native.
Yeah, but they're here.
So gray fox, we had gray fox. Gray fox is kind of a really talented tree climber. So when we tally-hoed ourselves into the States here, we took our sport of fox hunting. The Europeans took their sport of fox hunting, and how unfortunate that we cannot tally-ho ourselves up a tree. So they started importing red foxes. Now they're endemic. Same thing with our ringneck pheasants, so that we can continue to sport. Yeah, they're pretty shy. So this nutria, I'm going to show you the nutria. Looks like an old Scottish guy. Who was talking about nutria earlier? Was it you guys? Yeah, so this is a nutria. It's probably, I'd say, I can't give you a poundage on it because they can really vary in their sizes depending on the resources. They are rodents. They were shipped in from South America because we all have fads. Let's see, what's our latest fad? It was the baggy pants. I'm glad that's kind of gone. Back in the 20s, one of our fads was the big beaver skin coats. And so we basically annihilated every beaver in sight. So they started shipping in nutrias and having nutria farms to make these beaver skin coats out of. As with any fashion fad, that went away. They opened the gates. Nutria ran. They inhabited a good chunk of the same niche as the beaver. They overtook the joint because they can out-adapt. Now we have a lot of nutria here. A lot of nutria. Anybody see a bunch of, you have nutrias in your neighborhood?
I saw them hiking up in the Middle Rocks. Well, I wonder what it was because there was a valley and a glacier, and these critters were coming up from under the glacier water.
And it was nutria?
I don't know what it was. It wasn't a beaver.
Yeah, I don't know. That's really, in the Goat Rocks?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll have to talk about that because that might be someone else. Very exciting. Okay. So we'll chat about that. So nutria looks a little bit like a beaver with a kind of a blunter face, and then they have a ridged tail, or a round tail, pardon me. Here's our beaver for comparison. Handsome devil, flat tail. An adult is larger considerably by that, but remember that we're not always dealing with adults. And then we have our muskrat, which is smaller, and their tail is a ridged tail. So if you're looking at someone swimming in the water, what the heck are you? Look for that round tail, look for that flat tail, and they can slap as a warning, and look for the ridge on a tail, and you can tell who's who. So we went through mammals. I teach a lot of mammals class. There's a ton of mammals in there. Sorry, it's just a little bit of get to know these guys. And now we're going to talk just briefly about birds. So birds a little bit different. I'm a big bird nerd. What makes a bird a bird? Well, we already went over what makes a mammal a mammal. Birds are also warm-blooded animals. They have feathers instead of fur. Can anyone tell us the first flying bird? We've all learned it in school.
Archaeopteryx.
Yeah, that's it. So when they started, when fur started becoming feathers, Archaeopteryx, way back when I was a kid, maybe Bill, was the first. They found its preserved remains and found feathers on that. Archaeopteryx, weirdly enough, was also like that flying squirrel. He didn't really fly, he just glided. They're egg laying, and they have hollow bones. So hollow bones is an adaptation that they developed to help them get lighter, right? So if you're gonna be a flyer, you best not have a bunch of solid bones going on. So birds have hollow bones. They're woodpeckers and birds are really fascinating that they, instead of having a bunch of fissures holding their head bones together, they have a solid skull and a very long tongue that wraps around that and kind of keeps things together when they pound away at things. So they've got some terrific adaptations, including their beak adaptations. So beaks also help them stay lighter. Instead of having a big old jaw with a bunch of teeth in it, and then I have to make a hollow jaw, which isn't very strong, I'm going to go ahead and make some beaks. So we have all sorts of beak adaptation. I won't tell you all about these. You can read it right here. But if there's a bird, there's a different beak. Some of these birds have, if you think about some of the birds over in the Galapagos Islands, even the finches that live on certain islands, their beaks, yeah, Darwin's finches. So you have finches that live on an island, and there's a certain species of plant there, and their beak is uniquely adapted to eat that plant or drink that nectar or what have you. The honey creepers in Hawaii, some of them are adapted just to eat out of one type of flower. So quite amazing stuff. They also have some really interesting feats. So we have ansiodactylid feet. So some of our raptors have that. Really good grippers with one hind-facing toe. Zygodactyl is 2 forward and 2 back. So if you might be a guy that hangs out on the trunk of a tree, AKA what kind of bird? Pounding on the tree. Woodpecker, yeah. So those guys will be zygodactyl so they can hang onto a tree. Heterodactyl, standing toes with some waders in the back. Syndactyl, that rear toe is way the heck back there. And pamperodactyl, all of your toes facing forward. Can you imagine if our woodpecker had that going on? He would never stick to a tree. So lots of great adaptations according to what niche they fill. So check this out, people. Lucky us, we live in the Portland metro area because we are way important on the Pacific Flyway. Just in case you wanted a graphic on that, you can see how amazing this place is for birds. So has anybody been to some of our bird hotspots like Malheur? We've all heard of Malheur at this point, but Malheur, the Klamath Lakes region, huge Pacific Flyway stopovers, but not only are we rocking the north and south route for birds as a pass-through, but we're rocking the east-west route too. So birds will tend to follow river systems. So we have a north-south river here, and we're at the confluence of that. Which one is that one? Goes from the south, flows in the north. Yeah, the Willamette, exactly. And then we have the Columbia, which goes east to west. So just because we had the collision of these two rivers alone, we have a huge concentration of migratory birds. So big, fat, feathery deal. So I want us to look at this little fella here. Does anybody know what bird this one is? Before I do that, I'm going to tell you how many birds we have in our region. We have 400 different species of birds that are residents in this region. So it pays to know how to make them happy. Although the majority of our birds are migratory, as is this little fella here, they may travel thousands of miles to get to here or through here. So we have birds that will migrate from the Arctic to Mexico. We have birds that migrate from South America, that guy to here to nest. So we have a lot going on bird-wise. We have 54 species in this particular area that are now considered threatened or endangered according to the Audubon Society. So we're also at some peril here for our birds. So now I'll talk about this young fella. His name is McGillivray's warbler, and he is a South American warbler. And he comes up here and he nests on the ground. So ground nesting is all good and groovy, and we've got plenty of ground nesting birds here. And we think, well, how in the heck why are you doing that? You know, the predators can get to you on the ground. Well, I have some birds that are ground nesters on my property, and they are so well hidden that it's just shocking to me. It took me seeing an adult going in and out multiple times to see that there was an actual ground nest there. But this guy's a neotropical migrant, and neotropical means I'm going from the tropics back up here and back to the tropics. So nests in North America, winters down in the sunnier climes. So he's a serious snowbird, this guy. They're a prairie nester, so this guy nests out on the prairie in the grasslands, and his nest predation is his biggest issue. So nest predation by local wildlife is a big deal, and what's even a bigger deal with this McGillivray's warbler is nest predation by what? Cats. Dang it.
Yeah.
I'm a crazy cat lady, and yes, cats. Cats are responsible for a huge amount of the decline in our neotropical migrants and local birds in this area. I am owned by 2 cats. I can vouch for this. So having protected habitat set aside for little guys like this and other threatened animals is becoming increasingly more important. When we try to set aside property for these guys or areas for these guys to protect them, oftentimes it's the human animals that go into an uproar. Well, I pay taxes and they don't, and I've heard it all. So when we're looking at preserving a species, that can be a real hot button deal. So what can we do at home for that? Well, we can build those fancy things. Anybody hear this before? A catio? Catios, yeah, catio. I used to work with a program called the Backyard Habitat Program, and we certified people's habitats in their yards. And I had more fun going to these places. There was a catio tour that we went on. I have farm cats, so they're pretty darn good at hunting, you know, the rodentia. But there are some pretty snazzy catios out there. I was pretty impressed. But cats take, you know, they are responsible for a lot of destruction. So thank you to the catio people. By the way, last year in the United States alone, 2.4 billion birds were killed by our pet cats. So, yoinks. Enough of that killing stuff. Let's talk about how we can live with wildlife and make it great and put it in our own yard. So, this is a guy named Tim Miller's yard. Tim Miller lives on the corner of like 39th and Holgate in Portland, and he's kind of my hero. So he started his own, he has a love for the Camas Prairies in Washington, one of the Nature Conservancy properties. So he's like, I really love the Camas, and I love when Camas blooms here, and what can I do to make my yard a beautiful place for me and a productive place for wildlife? And how can I grow things that grow here really well so I can save a bundle on watering, not sweat about pests, and know that these things can be desiccated in the summer and drenched in the winter? Well, he put himself a native habitat in here. So all of these beautiful plants in here, from the ceanothus against his house to the monkey flower to the camas in here, it's all native to the Willamette Valley region. So Tim nailed it. And he's got a lot of critters to vouch for it too. So it's pretty incredible. But you know, you don't need to go all Tim Miller on the place if you like your lawn. You can do a lot or you can do a little. So Tim Miller is kind of the rock star, but we can do other things too. Let me back up here. So even just planting 5% of our yard in native trees, shrubs, and forbs can help increase our native wildlife there as well. So it's pretty cool stuff. Here's an interesting side note on invasive species too. So if we're talking about birds, mammal invasive species, let's not stop at birds because they really get crack-a-lackin'. So invasive species, we have about 200 million European starlings in North America. And in
Oh, you're doing it.
Oh God, yes.
Shakespeare?
60 of those things were brought over by some fella.
Rich guy who loves Shakespeare.
That's right, some rich guy who dug Shakespeare. So tell this story.
So he tried it a few times actually, but this rich gentleman really loves Shakespeare, and Shakespeare loves starlings. So they brought the European starling to Central Park, and I forget how many he released, 60. I think he tried it 3 times, and now they're all the way over here, and they're just one of the worst invasive species. They're pretty bad.
Yeah, he also brought this little dude over too, this European house sparrow. So I think what I had heard was, so this guy's name is Eugene Schieffelin. He was a New York pharmaceutical manufacturer in 1890. He started this whole party. Shakespeare has a bunch of sonnets. In his sonnets, he extols these wonderful European birds. Eugene Schieffelin thought, this is going to be the greatest thing on the planet. I'm going to take some of my extra cash and ship a bunch of these crazies over here and put them in Central Park. And then he's like, oh, I forgot, they have wings. And so they just started going. And so these guys took hold, 200 million now, probably more European house sparrows we see around here than our local sparrows on the East Coast. I've been involved with projects trying to eradicate these things. Mute swans. So if you've ever been beaten by a mute swan trying to protect its nest and eggs, it's not a pleasant situation.
Speaking of eradicating invasive species, the Institute for Applied Ecology holds an invasive species species cook-off every year.
Yes.
In the Corvallis area where you can actually go and you can eat these invasive species.
Yes.
I have actually eaten European starling.
Was it delicious and tiny?
It wasn't bad, actually.
So I've gone down there too, and I've eaten knotweed salads and all kinds of invasive plants. And being that I'm an herbivore, so you know, although the critters look delicious too, and I've had nutria, and that was lovely. Just as a note about this little starling here, they're so darn cute. And I remember as a kid, I read a book called Arnie the Darling Starling, and it just killed me for everything because it was about a woman who took in a starling as a pet, and he could talk and. But these guys are real bullies. They're cavity nesters, so they nest in cavities. They bully every other cavity nester around. So we have woodpeckers that are bullied, any of these other little guys that live in holes or nest boxes. Any of our birdhouse network birds back there bullied and shoved out for this starling. So we're really seeing a reduction in a lot of our cavity nesters because of these fellas right here. There's also an interesting thing, a fungus called, and I'm going to try to pronounce this, I've been practicing, Histoplasma capsulatum can grow in the soil beneath roosting starlings. The fungal spores become airborne if the soil is disturbed and cause a disease called histoplasmosis, which is interesting, which in rare cases can cause blindness and death. Once again, not a lot of it, not much, don't freak out, it's just a thing that is not fun. So anyway, our invasive species can be a problem. So when we build stuff for our natives, understand that the natives might take over as well. So we got a lot of waterfowl. Whoops, I totally missed my waterfowl. There are no waterfowl here, people. We have a lot of ducks in the area too. We have diving ducks, we have dabbling ducks. A lot of our native ducks we have native ducks that are cavity nesters as well, and those would be our wood ducks. So it's important to leave snags up on our property. If you have a larger property like this, we'll walk by and we'll see some of these snags. And the wood ducks use nest holes left by sometimes starlings, oftentimes owls and other cavity nesters. Birds of prey, talk about those. So we have 3 different types of birds of prey. So oftentimes when we're looking at a hawk, we're looking at that, right? We're not really seeing a guy standing on a fence post. So you can here's your guide to birds of prey, which is fun. We have accipiters. Accipiters are these really nimble forest hunters. So they've got short wings and really long tails. So they're pretty maneuverable, like a fighter jet. You'll find a lot of those guys in the forest, like the Cooper's hawks. They can maneuver through trees without crashing into things. We have buteos, and those are our really high flyers that might hunt more in the grasslands. So what's a big high flyer we got around here? Vultures. What's that? Vultures. Vultures. We've got vultures for sure. How about those red-tailed fellas? Yeah, hawks, you got it. So red-tailed hawks are one of our biggest beauties. I have a whole nest of red-tailed hawk. I have 2 babies and an adult, and they're now at the screaming stage at each other on my farm. So it's like, I need some lunch, I'm going. But these guys are great at catching air drafts. They've got a lot of wing surface, so they can catch drafts. They can look down and see what's going on down there. And then we have our falcons, and our falcons are things like our peregrines, those cliff hunters. And the peregrine falcon is the highest, that animal achieves the highest speed of any creature on the earth. When it's at a full dive, I think I had read somewhere, what is it, 85 miles an hour? Something at a full dive, faster than 85. They're screamers. So if you want to see some great peregrine falcons, we have a nesting pair under the St. John's Bridge, and we also have another pair under the Markham Bridge. So there's our red-tailed dude. Look at that big wing. There's our Coopers, a little bit more sleek looking. And then there's my favorite. Oh, I love that. This guy, so this is my spirit bird. God help me. So we've got carrion-eating bird. Oh my God, things that eat dead things. Now you know why I'm named Roadkill, because I love this. So carrion eaters, our biggest carrion eater we have, or our most prolific one is the vulture. So we have this vulture here. There are black vultures in other regions. We have, what's the big bird that we're reintroducing now? Turkey vulture. That's our fabulous little guy. And then we've got a great big guy that we're reintroducing in the area. California condor, right? Biggest carrion eater. And we actually have it, and again, super secret, right across the river on Clear Creek. We actually have a Metro has got a project and a breeding program going right there.
I got something you'll appreciate.
Love it.
The dean of my college that I went to, if you will, dean, she was the head veterinarian on the California Condor Recovery Project for like 10, 15 years.
Wow.
She had a really good story of a condor grabbing her earlobe once, and so she still has the earlobe.
Is the earlobe still there, right?
Yeah, she did that for like 10, 15 years through like LA Zoo, Santa Barbara Zoo.
That's fantastic. That is, so this is really, so that's an interesting side note too, is that when we have animals that start to get, you know, we have these levels of, oh, danger, Will Robinson, we have species of, you know, we have prolific guys, then we have species of special concerns, like, hey, we need to pay attention, this species is in decline. Then we have threatened species, then we get endangered species. So those were like, uh-oh, we're almost out. And by the time our animals hit that endangered species level, our genetic diversity has gone into the, you know what. There's a lot of conversation in the wildlife world about whether it's worth it financially and biologically to start to try to recapture or regrow populations that have reached the endangered level. So some of the concerns with the condors were that they were so chronically endangered that the genetic diversity was non-existent. We're seeing great, you know, and genetics will start to expand over time, but you're all coming out of just a few birds. Same thing with the cheetahs. This is a comment about the cheetahs. They were so threatened that when they started rebreeding them, you could take a skin graft off of a cheetah and throw it on another cheetah and it would grow because there's not that much genetic diversity. So I think that that's not been a problem with the condors, but I'm not that deep into that.
I also know that, and you probably appreciate this, you know, the World Wildlife Fund, the runner-up instead of the panda would be the California condor, which most people probably like the panda, but you and I probably would prefer the California condor.
Cute schmoot. I know everybody wants the cute thing. Look at that face. Yeah. Look at that. Yeah. So I'm a big fan of a guy that eats a dead thing, or my name isn't Roadkill Cloutier. So any condors, these turkey vultures, black vultures, they all serve a really important part of our ecosystem. They're detritivores. They are our carrion eaters. They're the guys that are eating the dead stuff on the ground. I say if we didn't have these guys, or if we didn't have I call it FBI, fungus, bacteria, and insects that consume dead things, we'd have dead things to the stars, right? So thank God for these guys that fly around and go, excellent, what's that? So a little bit about their biology that's fascinating to me is that adorable little red head with wrinkles on it. There is bald. People think, biologists think that it's that way because they spend a lot of time with their head in dead things. You don't want to have your feathers sticking together. You don't want to have bacteria that'll encourage disease. So they've just, you know, evolutionarily, they've got no feathers on their head. They've got an incredible sense of smell, obviously. They're high soarers. They do a lot of time soaring on these updrafts. So you may find whole batches of these guys riding updrafts all day, barely flapping a wing. They also have high acidity in their urea, so in their waste, so they'll poop on their own feet because it acts as a antibacterial for their feet as well. So they're actually incredibly clean guys. For whatever it's worth. So these guys, the problem with these guys and their declines that have been challenged, what are we doing because we want to eradicate some of those coyotes in the area? Poison, you got it, yeah, arsenic. Nasty things we're throwing in carcasses and then we're leaving it out and we're like, oh, hopefully the coyotes will come and eat that and it'll knock the coyotes off. But there's something called bycatch in the world. And bycatch is that you're not just getting the one guy that you think you're getting. So the vultures show up and they feed from that carcass too, and they die. Something comes and feeds from the carcass of the vulture, and they die. So when we think about trying to target some species that we find distasteful, we're really taking them all out. So it's quite a shame, but
and the federal government just okayed using arsenic again.
Cyanide bombs, yeah. So it's just, yeah. And we've been using, what we've been using in some, what folks have placed in the carcasses, was arsenic. Then they traded arsenic because it's so ground contaminating with warfarin, which is the rat poison, a blood thinner. Yeah.
Just a quick tangent, just 'cause
Sure.
it's relevant to this. So,
Go for it.
Have you seen Vulture Apocalypse?
No.
Okay, so in India, folks don't eat the cows there, so they leave the cows' dead bodies out. And this medicine, they didn't figure it out till recently. It killed like 90% of the vulture population. So when the vulture population went down, the rabies counts in humans and the attacks from leopards and the fatalities from leopards goes up because the vultures are gone. So now the dogs are breeding more rampantly, and what eats the dogs? The leopards. So people are getting attacked more by leopards.
Wow.
And people are getting more rabies from being bit by dogs because the vultures aren't there. So that's why, like, that's something that we can see happening in the old world that we don't want to have happen here.
Right. That's
why they're the best.
It's so challenging to think linear. We're very linear thinkers, and we're like, well, what could possibly go wrong? I'm going to introduce this thing, and then we're going to take this thing out that annoys me, and the whole we're a food web. We collapse. Yeah.
It's the I went to see like a raptor show and they're talking about how and people like do poison for mice or rats. They and then they leave them out in fields. That kills off owl and like falcon populations, which then increases the rat populations.
Right.
Making the issue worse and killing off a major predator.
Right. We inadvertently screw a lot up. We were using DDT right up until 1974, was it? And that caused what? Do you remember what that caused? Yes, eggshell thinning, right? So DDT gets in our water. It gets the what lives in the water? The aquatic macroinvertebrates, aquatic bugs. What eats the bug? The fish. The fish bioaccumulates the DDT. What eats the fish? The bird. Boom, soft eggshells. Now we have a endangered bald eagle. So it's like, who would have thunk it, right? So yeah.
So two things. The collective noun for vultures, it's a venue.
A what?
A venue.
A venue.
A venue. So the collective noun, when you see all those vultures swimming around together, it's a venue.
Yeah.
But my question with that is, what are their social dynamics? Because there will be so many of them that come together.
Yes.
You know, I live just right over the Clackamas, and it's like sometimes there are just dozens of them soaring together. So are those all old family units? Are they extended? Do we even know what their behavior is within their family structure?
I know someone has studied the daylights out of them. It wasn't me. So I would love to know that too. I know that they do come together. I know that there are communal roost trees. I know that they will communally eat a carcass because there's way more carcass generally than one vulture can dine on at one shot. So why not share? But that's something I've wanted to dive in deeper to because they're just such amazing animals. They don't overwinter here. So in fall, they blast off and head down to Northern California and south. So I'm always sad to see my last vulture go. Always glad to see my first vulture show up. So very important to have guys that eat guys. So let's talk about pollinators. Oh my God, we're moving to bugs. So yes, even those flying you-know-whats are pollinators. So I'll just let you know that. After last year, I think I'd never been stung in my life by a bee, and I've worked around bees and wasps my whole life. I was stung 8 times last year. So we have to accept that all pollinators, maybe, even if these guys are a little jerky, like say, I don't know, that guy here, or maybe that guy up there, but they're all really important in our ecosystem. So instead of, I always say there's where we get to slow our roll. They're still pollinators, and these predatory bees and wasps will also eat pests, garden pests, because they become carnivorous at a certain point.
Real quick on that, is
Yeah.
it possible to change the vernacular of bees and hornets? When you say bees, it puts everything in, but you're not being stung by bees.
Nope.
You're being stung by hornets.
Yeah.
But the bees get the bad rap that, oh my God, there's
Ah.
bees, save the bees, but kill the bees because they're stinging me. It's not the bees, it's the
Right.
hornets.
It's the hornets and wasps, right? Exactly. And there are 3 species of these fellers. I know, it's a tough one, isn't it? And then everybody gets lumped. Yeah.
So I've got central organ in the cabin, and there's like bees this big, and you can see the stinger, and I've just never seen them before.
Oh, that's so cool. So the stinger, does it stick straight out? Does it stick up a little bit?
Sticks, I don't know, I haven't seen it, but someone said they got stung and they pulled it out, and it was like this big.
Oh my goodness.
There's a parasitic wasp
That's right.
That-
There's a-
That don't sing him is that's what they're putting into the wood to put into larva boars.
That's right. So these, I'm bummed to hear that one would sting a person. Usually that's actually an ovipositor. So those big monster, but you're like, oh my God, what are you? You're terrifying. That big long thing is an ovipositor, and they will make these, here's something crazy for you. They'll lay their eggs in aphids and other insects, and they'll make what they call zombie bugs. So the eggs hatch in there, and then the babies eat the aphid and the other thing from the inside out. So they're incredible biocontrols for your garden. So next time you see one of those, give it a kiss for me. Maybe not. Maybe just shake its hand, say hello, say hi to its mom for me. Okay, so pollinators are incredibly important to our ecosystem. I think we just said 30% of all, I got to get my numbers right because this is super important. Well, I'll talk about that in just a second. So this right here, this is a big, 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 big deal. Can I say one more big? This is a big deal. So neonicotinoids. I know neonicotinoids became kind of a little bit more of a household name a few years ago. Can anybody tell me what the deal is with those?
Kills all the bees.
Yeah, it kills the bees. So what happened 3 years ago? What is the McMinnville Home Depot parking lot? Suddenly there are hundreds of thousands of bees dropping from the sky dead. Mass swarm collapse there. It was a big deal, and people freaked out. What just happened? And through backtracking and doing research and testing these deceased bees, they found out that they had just fed on the pollen from, I think it was filbert orchard. No, it wasn't. It was a different plant that was, something else that was grown from seeds treated with this neonicotinoid. So doesn't that look dreamy? This plant's protected from problematic aphids, whiteflies, beetles, and mealybugs, and other unwanted pests by neonicotinoids. Yay! It's the best thing ever. So they coat the seeds of these plants with this neonic. It's purple or green. The plant grows up to be pest resistant. So it's actually got a pesticide built into the plant. So as the plant grows up, something comes along to pollinate it, to eat the nectar and collect the pollen off of it, and it dies. So every piece of that plant is now coated in a pesticide, meaning that it is resulting in the death of our pollinators. This is a bad deal. This is a good, what could possibly go wrong idea gone wrong vastly. So in my opinion, so this was a big deal. Now it used to be like, yay, neonics, let's put that on everything. Oh, my garden looks great. Now I encourage everybody to go to your garden center and ask, is this plant neonic free? Because that's a big deal. They're still using neonicotinoids, and we're trying to get that outlawed. But, well, things happen and things get unoutlawed. I just really want to encourage everybody to look at that. Now we're looking for plant tags that say this is a neonicotinoid-free plant. Some of our plants are coming from out of the state, so you can't watch everything. So anyway, neonics are a big, hairy deal. So are most pesticides, really. So we think that pollinators might be just the bumblebees and stuff, but we have a lot of things that pollinate, just to keep in mind. So we have, here's your little guy with his ovipositor. So we have wasps, we've got, sunbirds, we don't have those here, but we've got birds, bats, moths and butterflies, bees, wasps. We even can be pollinated by a mammal. You know, mammals walk through a pollen-ridden flower field, and they're going to drop as well and pollinate. So pollination happens in a whole lot of different ways. So we need to look at pollinators in a really global view instead of just in that narrow, like, I see bumblebees, they're pollinating.
We've become aware that bumblebees are threatened, and so we found out that California poppies really attract bumblebees, and so we've been planting California poppies, and since they are native, basically, even though they're from California, they still grow here well. I encourage everybody to plant as many poppies as you can because they really love poppies.
Yeah, and I will even up that game. Here you go, Bill Lennon. I'm going to up you one. I'm going to up the game, and I'm going to say plant things that are native to here and you will have more of our native bees and pollinators pollinating. So things that are native to here, we have some poppies as well. So any kind of flowering habitat, prairie grass habitat, prairie flowers habitat, those are all great for pollinators. Our ceanothus, our native ceanothus is really popular to pollinators. Red flowering currants, huge pollinator plants, and they know how to live here too. And I will tell you, my California poppies know how to live here too. They're pretty happy. So want to talk a little bit about monarchs as well. Let me pop back to that fella. Whoops, that fella. So monarch butterflies, so here's another little, this is only my opinion, so forgive me and take it with a grain of salt. So monarchs, I want to make sure that I've got this right. Habitat loss is a huge cause of pollinator decline, and I'm going to give you some monarch butterfly stats because monarchs and milkweed have been a big fat hairy deal lately. So monarch butterflies, for example, use over 30 different species of milkweed to breed, of which only 19 varieties are sold by seed distributors. We have a native showy milkweed here in the Willamette Valley that our monarchs use. Monarch growth in the U.S. is affected by herbicide use on farms, big shock, right? Urban development and harsh weather conditions. So check this out. People talk about the monarch migration, right? So monarchs migrate down to California or Mexico, and then they come up here, and we all think about that migration just being one monarch just kicking rear and taking names, right? We're like, wow, you're amazing for a little guy. It takes 4 generations plus for monarchs to complete that migration. So where nature puts milkweed is in a certain area. We get very monarch supportive because we're wonderful humans, and we start planting milkweed in places that might be north of or east of or not in the area where milkweed naturally occurs, and suddenly we're dragging a generation of them up where they could die from the winter. So monarchs and milkweed co-evolved to complete this circuit in a certain area. So if we drag them to colder climes, more higher climes, then we may be actually not helping them, but hurting them. So my encouragement for folks with this whole milkweed dealio is to see if milkweed naturally occurs in your area, because we may be causing them to move into a unnatural habitat. So that being said, in 2004, monarch populations migrating to Mexico reached 550 million butterflies. In 2013, the number dropped to 33 million. So 2004, 550 million, 2013, 33 million. Not looking good. Again, habitat loss and pesticides are huge contributors to that. So just as a heads up. So we should care about our pollinators for a lot of reasons. One of them is that 1/3 of all of our agricultural crops in the world depend on pollinators. So 1/3 of all of our agricultural crops depend on pollinators to grow. So we can can 1/3 of all of our foods. And then once we do that, that edge collapses, and then you see that we start collapsing all over the place. So my recommendation for everyone is watch your pesticide use. I have pesticide fact sheets at the Clackamas River Basin Council website. We have a whole variety of pesticide use fact sheets. Use them wisely. Don't use them at all. Use them in the right time, the right place, the right amount, blah, 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 or just can them. Be organic, be a little weedy. And then when people come and go, look at the dandelions, and you go, we're pesticide free, yay. And then people forgive you the weeds. That's just how it goes, but we can be less orderly than that. So the other thing is we can create a bird-friendly yard, and that's with some of our pollinator plants and different resources. So how does it fit in the natural system? Animals use corridors, and we'll go look at those when we take our walk today. So natural and man-made corridors. 'Tis the roadkill season here. Sadly, leaving my road today, there were 2 opossums that had gone to the great hereafter on it. So when we build roads, animals are going to use those as their corridors too. It's just an easier place to travel until a car comes down on you. They use habitat resources or fulfill niches within those resources. We have a great amount of biodiversity. So when we have biodiversity in an area, it helps all of the species increase. And then we can talk about keystone species later too. And those are animals that change their environment so that they can live. So population challenges, we have declines in numbers due to habitat loss and competition from non-natives. So there's that encroachment piece, right? It's us on them, it's not them on us. It's a little different than we think. And some mammals have adjusted their lifestyle to coexist with us, but can we coexist with them? So getting a little bit more plastic in the way we look at our wildlife is good. So what can we do? We can feed wildlife responsibly, or we can feed wildlife not at all. So I have pulled all of my bird feeding aside. If I want to see some songbirds, I'll throw a little something out in the spring. But let them use the natural resources. If we're going to be lazy in the winter and not fill our hummingbird feeders, we do have hummingbirds that stay here all winter long, bless their hearts. So if they get used to a resource, meaning our hummingbird feeder, and then it gets too cold and rainy and we're like, oh, I don't want to go, then they're used to that resource and they're gonna die. So don't feed them, just let nature do it. Provide the habitat and expect them to be used, right? Provide sources of water. So everything from like little flat pans with some rocks in it so insects can drink, to bigger things. My water troughs at home, they all have pieces of 2x4 in them, because if a bug lands in there, they can crawl out on the 2x4 and fly away, because I'm a big sucker. Keep the cats indoors, or at least during the nesting season. Plant regional native. So by natives, I mean natives in our area to the Willamette Valley. So there's right behind you is a big old data log called the Portland Plant List. Can you hold that sucker up? So if we want to know what's native to the Willamette Valley, that big old honker there is on the Metro website, or you can look at that here. It's got all of our Willamette Valley natives. People are like, oh, it's native, but to Eastern Oregon, it's not native to here. So plant what knows how to live right here. And if you want to know, look out your window and go, I see what's native right here, right here. Reduce window strikes with birds, meaning put bird stickers on them. There's an invisible pen that you could use that birds can see. It's a UV pen. I've written on my windows. I came home with one and my husband's like, what are you writing on the window? I'm like, don't hit this bird. I'm just writing things, So window strikes cause cats kill 2.2 million birds a year. Window strikes kill something like 50 million birds a year. It's insane. Yeah. So at certain parts of the day, that window looks suspiciously like a pass-through because it reflects the background back at it. That's how.
Did you use a pen that only the birds can see?
Yeah.
Where do you get
It's my secret magic marker pen. I got it from Backyard Bird Shop. It's just a UV bird pen. Yeah.
I believe there's certain places in the deserts, like when they do solar panel stuff, that the solar panels actually get hot enough that they like set the birds on fire.
Oh my God, that'd be terrible. Like spontaneous combustion. Chicken meal.
Because the solar panel is reflecting directly the desert.
Holy moly. They like turn into these ants and a little boy kid with a magnifying glass. That's terrible. Yeah, right, and we're trying to like get good with our solar, right? Let me be good and I'll use solar and roast a few birds. Reduce pesticide and fertilizer use. So those weed and feeds are really dangerous too. So I've spoken to people in the field that they're like, oh, I just use weed and feed. I'm like, that's not good either. And reduce monocultures and lawns. So it's crazy, this lawn thing we got, but is it crazy? Because our biology says, I really want to see across to that thing and make sure I'm safe. Now I'm comforted. So we have an affliction for lawns, and we like to play on them and goof off. Reduce these monocultures and lawns is a key thing. So I'm going to show you what's native, which is we're in the Willamette Valley right here, and that's what we want to use. Willamette Valley natives and wildlife. So here's our wildlife has co-evolved to use the native plants that we have, co-evolved. So they evolved together over gazillion years or something close to that. So here's a little for example for you. Our vine maple alone hosts 17 birds and 3 mammals. Serviceberry, native serviceberry, 21 birds, 5 mammals. Wood strawberry, 13 birds and 3 mammals. So if any of these natives, we've got these great layers that are specifically used by our native wildlife. Here's a fun fact. If you go down and get those crazy boxwoods or whatever from the Home Desperate, you know, the little canned hedgerow hedge things, whatever cultivar plant that we have that doesn't grow here naturally, probably 3% of that entire plant is used by our native wildlife. 99.6% of our native plants on average are used by our native wildlife. 99.6. So, and these guys know how to live here. Like I said, they can be starving in the summer, they can flood in the winter, and they're going to be beautiful, and you don't have to use pesticides because they're pest resistant naturally, blah, blah, blah. All great stuff. Maintaining and improving habitat for these guys, there's the Backyard Wildlife Habitat Program. And then if you're outside of their service area, oh, by the way, if you do this Backyard Habitat Program, 35 smackers, and a consultant like me will come, like I used to be, will come to your yard, help you figure out what you like, what you want to do. And then they'll write up a planting plan for you. So you get some serious support doing that. If you're outside of the area like I am, National Wildlife Federation's Backyard Habitat Program gives you resources as well. They're not going to have a human come out, but you can get your sign and you can wave it proudly like I do. Plant the natives, expect them to be utilized. Plant a multi-story canopy because that's what nature does. Look out there. It's not just like grass and a tree. It's grass, forb, shrub, small tree, big tree. Provide the water, leave areas untouched. Oh my God, that's so hard for me. I'm such a garden freak. I want to touch everything. Oh, Bill, you and George are garden freaks too, so you get it. Leave areas untouched. They're going to look jungly. That's what animals like. And think about those habitat requirements again, right? Food, water, shelter, space, and arrangement. So something like this might be grand to me. I get all excited. There's vine maple and sorrel and all kinds of native stuff in there. Some people, again, check in with your guts. How are you feeling? Like, oh, I don't know what's around that corner. But that's a good native habitat with a lot of different layers. And then here's our layers that we look at in some of the critters, just the birds that utilize it. So we have all these layers, and here are just the birds that might utilize each layer. So know that some birds are going to hang out on the ground, and that's all they're going to get if it's protected, and some will be at the tops of the trees. We'll talk about stormwater management too. There's downspout disconnection and rain garden stuff. So to make more water for wildlife or to help our trees and plants grow well, we want to make sure that what's running off the roof and the driveway is going right back into the groundwater and not into the storm drain and not creating pollution. So you can take free classes on making rain gardens, which is really cool. I built 4 on my place. I totally dig them. They have made because I do have a lawny spot because I'm human, it has gone from a big soup pit in the middle of the winter to a delightful little grassy area because I'm taking up a bunch of that storm water. By the way, the roots of our lawns go down this far. The roots of a multi-story canopy go down feet. So you have shallow roots, medium roots, deep roots, so tons of storm water is being taken up by our trees. As a matter of fact, one good mature tree, this guy out here, this big old maple here, will take up thousands of gallons of water a month, thousands of gallons. So people get all like freaked out. They're like, I just logged my property and now everything's flooding below me. And like, no one's drinking the water anymore. Plant the trees, increase tree canopy. You can go to Friends of Trees and get cheapo trees. They're natives. Yay. So lots of stuff. And then there's the pesticide piece of it. So you can, if you're in the Clackamas River Basin, you can join our pesticide-free or pesticide pledge program. So you can be wise about using pesticides, or you could just knock it off altogether. You get a really cool little metal sign with a salmon on it. If you're outside of the Clackamas River Basin, you can go to Metro and join their program as well. You can only be pesticide-free with them, though. They're hardcore. I love it. So if you're using stuff in your gardens and you don't know if it's going to kill the wildlife that you're trying to live with, you can go to this amazing app and site, Grow Smart, Grow Safe. It's Metro. You can get a free app if you've got an iPhone. If you're a jerk like me with the other kind of phone, Android, you don't get it. But you can go to this website here, and you can put in whatever you've got. So if you're like, well, Roundup. Let's put that in, and then it tells you if it's a green, go, a yellow, ooh, and a red, don't use this. And then it'll give you alternatives if you need them too. So it's all automated for you. Yippee. Look, it's so easy to be smart. And then can't we all get along? So this is the human-wildlife interface. I spent quite a few years teaching aquatic-based eco tours in New England on kayaks. And we had a ton of this, only someone would be sitting in a boat. These guys would be hauled out trying to mind their business and digest and mend. And someone gets kicked back in the water because they freak out because no one pays attention to that boundary when they're like, oh, I'm a little nervous about you, and they keep coming. They lose all of their biological ability to carry out their mending processes or the digestion processes because they've now been taken out of their haul out. So we want to be aware of how we all get along and how we use our and interact with our world. Even with our problem guys, like this bear. So we have how we're interacting is also about being wise about what habitat they're utilizing, whether it's breeding season, or if we're being sensitive to their breeding seasons. I've gone up into the Jewel elk habitat area. Anybody go up there? The Jewel wildlife area is filled with elk, and I have just brilliantly played my cow call during breeding season because what could possibly go wrong? I had teenage kids with me, and I had 4 bull elk on within 5 feet of me, and it was nerve-wracking because I'm like, not an elk, not an elk. So be aware of all of these things that are living around us.
In Clackamas County, we've got a range of hazards that we need to be prepared for. The biggest hazard, probably countywide and even statewide, would be for earthquakes. And earthquakes happen without any announcement or fanfare, and so what you've got when an earthquake happens is all you've got. So being prepared in advance is very important. But we also have winter storms, we have floods, we can have landslides, we can have wildfires. We've even got a volcano in our backyard. But even power outages that happen every year are something that we need to be prepared for. So Jamie, looking at the kind of hazards we have in Clackamas County, what kind of kits should people be preparing for?
Yeah, thank you, Jay. I think that we really need to be looking at having a stay kit for home. So like the case of an earthquake, if we have an earthquake and you can stay on your property, you want to have enough supplies to be able to sustain yourself while there. But also having a kit that you can grab and take with you if you need to evacuate. Like the case of a wildfire, you want to be able to, if you're told to evacuate, have everything ready to go and take that with you.
Sure. So what kind of stuff have you pulled together here that you would have as a stay kit?
Yeah, for a stay kit, I recommend that you want to start with your water and food because that's really essential. So obviously we don't have enough here to sustain ourselves. We would want to do it for about 2 weeks, actually. So we're saying a gallon of water per person per day. So that would be 14 gallons per person. And then we want to have enough food on hand to have the food for 2 weeks as well. And there's so many different options on food. You can go and get some extra things that you normally have in your pantry that are shelf stable and put those together, or you can invest a little more and get something like freeze-dried food or high-calorie dense bars. But it's nice also to have a combination of those because then you have some foods that used to eating, like that might be in your canned good pantry. We also want you to have household cleaning goods, so ways to clean when you're in this disaster are really important for sanitation. And then also heavy trash bags, thinking about shelter. If you can't be in your house, but maybe you can camp out on your property, having camping supplies would be really great. Or something like tarps that you could make a shelter. We also have matches here as a reminder for some way to cook your food. So you'd want to have a source of cooking outside of your house. So a barbecue, if you have a camp stove. Obviously you don't want to use those inside your home, but that would be good. Personal hygiene items, you want a first aid kit. Another way to get water, clean water, is a filter. So if you have a source of water near your home, like a stream, you might be able to use a filter to get water if you don't have enough on hand. And that might be good too if you're in an apartment situation, but you don't have a lot of storage.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so we got stay kits, go kits, and then over here we've got a pee and poo bucket.
Yes.
And this has been something that's come about recently, and an awareness of why it's important to separate the solids from the liquids when we're doing home sanitation, because it's much easier to manage. If you've got a solid and a liquid that you're working with, we encourage you to have heavy plastic bags for containing the solids especially. And the most important point here is that for public sanitation, you don't want to contaminate drinking water supplies, as well as spreading any disease. And so the basis for this is public health after a disaster if our sewer systems and water are not functioning.
Right. So that's part of the stay kit. Highly important to have a two bucket system and the supplies to go with it. So we've got, again, some sanitary wipes and ways to clean. We've got the toiletries, and then also we have hand sanitizer there. So after use of the toilet, you can sanitize things.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so the state has a program that you referred to called 2 Weeks Ready. And I believe that came about after the Oregon Resilience Plan a few years ago, which is really people need to be ready to stay prepared for up to 2 weeks at least for having a gallon of water per day. Another item as a resource people may not be thinking about is their hot water heater. That's a readily available source of water that you can draw from if water supplies are cut off.
Yeah, and it's important to find out ahead of the disaster how you actually access that water. It's important that following an earthquake, you actually shut your water off to keep that water from being contaminated. So you shut it off and then you can access the water. It's also nice to have a filter in the case of using your water heater as well, because there might be sediment and stuff that comes out of the water heater.
Right.
Yeah.
And of course, have your water heater braced with
Yes.
flex hoses. You don't want it to fall and lose that, as well as potentially start a fire if it's got a gas line attached.
Right.
Well, great. So,
Another important kit to be prepared for is a go kit. And this is really important if you have to evacuate your home. We want to make sure that a really important piece that you keep in there is your important paperwork and documents. You can put these together as copies, or you can put them on a flash drive, like a secure flash drive with scans. But we want to make sure that you have your identification, you have marriage certificates, you have insurance paperwork, you have birth certificates. The insurance paperwork is especially important, that if you take those with you, especially in the case of like a wildfire and your house happens to burn down, you have all the contact information and your insurance stuff with you when you go back to your home if it's been destroyed.
right. And copies of prescriptions.
Prescriptions.
Spare eyeglasses, if you've got an old pair that you've just let go of, to keep it in here. Cash is important too, because if the power's out and the ATMs aren't working, cash is going to be the currency following a disaster, so just tucking that away is important.
Right.
Well, I think this is an important reminder for everyone that every day of the year is disaster season in one form or another here. And so the mindfulness about every time you're at the store, just picking up a little bit, this doesn't have to be a monumental undertaking. And the important thing too is once you start putting something like this together, it helps you feel empowered that you're actually making a difference in doing something. And you feel less helpless and in fact a little bit more connected. And I guess in closing, one of the biggest things we tell people about disaster preparedness is you don't need to do this alone. It's important to reach out to your neighbors, to think about this as a collective issue, because as a community, we're much stronger working together than by ourselves.
Yeah, and I'd like to add to that, for working with your community, you can really figure out who has skill sets in your neighborhood, who has a little bit more resources than you might. And then also finding out who may need a little bit of extra help, and you could go and check on somebody next door if they need a little extra help, especially if you're evacuating. Maybe they need a ride.
Yeah. So disaster preparedness doesn't have to be something scary. It actually can be a way for you to find a way to invest in your community and have a sense of belonging and purpose and getting to know your neighbors.
My name is Alexander Hayes, and I'm a Deputy District Attorney for Clackamas County. Being a Deputy District Attorney is probably the best position that you can get out of law school. One, the courtroom experience that you get. Not many attorneys, especially first-year attorneys or fresh out of law school, get to even see the inside of a courtroom. Now I'm almost going into my second year. I've almost been a Deputy District Attorney here in Clackamas County for a year, and I believe I've tried over 14 cases. It's amazing experience. The responsibility that you have and the discretion that you're given as a young attorney, you don't have that anywhere else, whether it be at a private firm or any other area of the law. You don't have that type of discretion. It's always new, whether it be a new case that you're charging, different police reports come in, nothing's the same. And so it keeps you on your toes, and there's always new factual issues and new legal issues, so no two cases are the same, and that's intriguing. The reason why District Attorney's Office and the work that we do as Deputy District Attorneys is important is because citizens of Clackamas County and victims have a right to be protected. I know it's cliche when you say you want to give back to the community, but this is the community that I live in and I plan to retire in. I'm very familiar with the area, and so it kind of hits home.
Tori McConnell. I'm a Deputy District Attorney with Clackamas County. I became a prosecutor because I wanted to advocate for kids, for victims, and for vulnerable populations. I initially was terrified of public speaking. I was terrified of the idea of being in a courtroom, but when I was in law school, I had the chance to take a couple of trial advocacy classes, and I just fell in love with the work. I love working with people in the community. I love the collaborative aspect of my job, working with other district attorneys, working with the defense bar, and I really felt passionate about the criminal justice system and wanted to do good. I feel very passionately about treating people fairly, about seeking justice for victims, about using my prosecutorial discretion to charge the appropriate charges and reach the appropriate resolution. It's a job that I enjoy coming to absolutely every single day, and it's a job where I get to interact with the community and meet folks, whether they're a witness, whether they're a victim, or even when I have a jury trial and I can talk to prospective jurors. It just feels great to know that I'm coming to work every day as a public servant and serving Clackamas County.
I'm Barbara Dallas, and we actually are transplants from California. We moved here 9 months ago and looked into volunteering just to be part of the community. And I am a recently retired social worker, and I felt like I just needed to work with people, part of who I am. So I volunteer for the Turning Point food pantry. And it's an amazing program, and I'm really happy to be a part of it. The people who organize it and keep it going have it like a well-oiled machine. It's amazing. And so I enjoy meeting the people who work there, but more the people who come there. They're just amazing people who are kind of hard on their luck right now. And, you know, it's nice to be able to help people. So makes me feel good.
I am Guy Batiste. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. Came here in 1978. I was 13. And I did a lot of work in warehouse and food and transportation. I used to be a truck driver. And all of those things failed. Well, I started sofa surfing, excuse me. And from there, it was all downhill. Houselessness in Clackamas didn't really start for me until the year 2000. That would start with my friend having to do community service at the Clackamas Center. I met my caseworker with City Central Concern out in front of the Clackamas Service Center. After I met him, we actually, you know, took a little time to talk and get to know each other before he told me more about the Clackamas Lead program. There was some things that I had to accomplish, and I was negative about it. I'm like, yeah, here's another program that's going to blow up in my face. But I made sure, you know, while we was playing tennis, that the ball wasn't caught in my court. So whatever he asked me to do, we did it right away. Then he comes to me and he says, well, we need this paper signed by a doctor. We went and did that. We talked to Clackamas Housing several times. And next thing you know, I was okay at Clackamas Housing. I was okay with Clackamas Lead. I found an apartment. I came and seen the place, and then somebody gave me some keys. The next thing you know, I was using them in the door. And next thing you know, I need a whole bunch of stuff like, well, a chair. Yeah, it was just starting some new problems. For some reason, when I got the keys to this place and I'm like, oh, yeah. Well, I was thinking about all the people I left behind that are still there. Like, you know, I'm so glad for this blessing, but it's too bad it's limited. Since I moved into my new home, my life has changed to one of being stress-free. This should happen to everybody. I was holding on to the stress of living, on the bike trail and doing bike trail things, that it became normal to me. So when I got this stress level right here, it was way different. I like this way better. Everybody should experience this. It doesn't matter how it happens. An American can plan for life better with a roof. Because out there, you can make a mistake real easy. I mean, just to see people have a place to launch from, to accomplish a new idea to make themselves better, that's huge. We gotta have it.
I came across forest bathing, and so for sure I was like, there's gotta be somebody that's doing forest bathing in Portland. No, not a one. So I was like, well, I'm a certified arborist. I've been working with trees for 20 plus years. I think I'd be a good forest bathing leader. So I committed to once a week. Every Sunday, I was gonna show up, rain or shine, at a different park and walk people through forest bathing. Because I really did believe that because we came from the forest, we have a biological need. Getting the word out to people like, hey, we need this. Like, for real. So if you're not getting that, it's kind of like you're not getting an essential vitamin. Underneath this bark are bugs. And at one point, I was getting so many people showing up that I was doing 2 of them every Sunday. And I think our membership jumped to like 4,200. And then COVID hit. We took a good almost year break, and then I kind of felt like now was a good time to get started in some way, as limited or what have you, but as long as we can get out and do some things, like, yeah, let's get back to forest bathing.
I love that this is a form of nature immersion that is incredibly inclusive. I like that it's slow paced and it's meditative. It's a great way for me to recharge, take an hour out of my week, and it recharges me. And that helps me keep on keeping on throughout the rest of the week.
Well, I think it's a great way to experience the outdoors in a gentle way. So you don't need to be a super athlete in great physical condition, top physical condition. It's just a very peaceful way to experience some peace and some serenity in your day.
It's like the yin and the yang, right? So you've got to have some science and you have to have some woo-woo, because woo-woo is important. It helps us get into that parasympathetic nervous really quickly. I want to create some distraction. So we're going to get into mountain pose and we're going to start focusing on breathing. And now we can get present and we can start getting into that parasympathetic nervous system. And our body starts to rest and recovery. And then doing it on a Sunday gives us that for all week. There is no other place to get that essential element, which is nature. You can't get that in a city. No, you've got to get into a wooded, forested area. This is science. If you are an upset, angry person and you're not having it, walk through the forest. Essential as water, as air. I think that's how strongly I feel about people enjoying nature and making it a part of their lives to go out regularly. It's just going to benefit you.
think when it comes to youth, people start to realize that we do have a timeline and that action really has to happen right now. So when it comes to recruiting youth to tackling climate action, I think the urgency is one of the most pressing factors because people realize they don't really have a choice anymore.
I feel of what a lot of people think of climate change is they think of it as something that's far off, something that's impending. The issue with climate change, however, is that it's already occurring.
My generation is the most at risk, so I care because it's going to be me and my friends and my family that's going to have to deal with the repercussions.
I realize that this is something that's affecting everyone in our society, not just individuals, but rather as a community as a whole.
Youth need to be involved because it's the future. It's our future that is being affected.
Since I learned about the fact that we have a very limited period of time left, I've been in a state of high anxiety and a lot of other strong emotions about, well, what's the point of doing anything if nothing's going to matter after a certain period? And so it's taken me a while to learn how to turn that energy into something positive.
Students can do a lot of things about climate change. Students, like here at Rex Button, we started an Earth Club. You could do something similar, or you could get in contact with other students who are also passionate about climate change, or organize, or attend strikes and other marches and things.
Local governments need to consider not only their power as policymakers, but also as facilitators of community values and culture. If you truly want to build this community value of sustainability, the legislators need to go out to their communities and make everybody understand why we value such actions. Because you can pass all the policy you want, but if you don't have the base understanding of why those actions are being taken, there's going to be no commitment from the community.
I think all generations, all people all over the world should be working together, and that we should all be on the same agreement that this is a huge problem and we should be helping each other out.
It's important for youth to be involved in climate action because we truly do have a tremendous voice. Together as a group, we are able to impact those around us heavily. Though we may not have a legal vote, we definitely have a sway over those around us because we are the future of what our world is going to look like.
So the Library of Things is very much like what it sounds like. It's a library at the library where you can then go out and check out items that are things. So you can check out an Instapot, a sewing machine, bocce ball set,
The concept of the Library of Things has been around for quite a while now, and it's a trend that's growing across the country and regionally. And librarians here in Clackamas County have been really intrigued by this concept, and community members have expressed their interest in it as well.
We were coming at it from a sustainability aspect. The idea being that if you can borrow something, then you are less likely to go out and buy it. And when you borrow something, you're also reducing all the environmental impacts from having a new item made.
We don't all need to have our own pressure cooker. So I can borrow a pressure cooker and then somebody else can borrow it because I only can once a year or maybe twice a year.
I've heard stats about how the average household drill is used for 5 minutes. And so when you think about that compared to if you're borrowing one from a library where the item's always being used, it greatly reduces the environmental impact of that one single item.
8 Clackamas County libraries decided to launch their own collections, and so we got together to collaborate.
Right now we have Canby, Milwaukee, Oregon City, Lake Oswego, Estacada, Sandy, Hoodland, West Lynn, and Wilsonville. It was really awesome because we got to see unique responses from the different libraries in the different regions.
We live near the Willamette and Clackamas River, so we have a fish finder.
So the FLIR camera is really cool. So it's a heat and cold sensing camera. It's made here in Wilsonville by FLIR. It detects hot and cold, so you could use it around your house to see where you have drafts coming in around your windows or your doors.
The collection is available to anyone with a Link library card. Because of the high demand of this collection, we limit it to just one item checkout per time, and you can check it out for 7 days.
We're always working to break barriers of access and enrich people's lives, their education, overall betterment of their lives. So anything that can help them learn or improve their overall abilities, we want to try to support that.
Our mission is lifelong learning, and we believe that this collection, Library of Things collection, will beautifully support and promoting lifelong learning, promoting sustainability, and kind of leveling the playing field.
There's a lot of indecision about what was going to happen to Kellogg in the future, whether the plant was actually going to stay or be moved in the late 1990s and aughts. And so West didn't want to make an investment in a plant that might be demolished. So the plant went really beyond what it should have without having rehab work and just maintenance work done on it. Just like maintaining your house, if you don't take care of things, the problems get more expensive. So we upgraded and took care of things that needed maintenance throughout the plant. And we also, where we replaced equipment, we put in more modern, more energy efficient equipment.
They're a lot more reliable than the old equipment that was here. A lot less wear and tear. That means that we don't have to fix them as often. So we're freed up to do other things around the plant instead of working on old, broken equipment.
So these are Howden Turblex variable vane blowers that we've installed for this project. These give us a lot more flexibility and control and reliability in performing the aeration of the process. They have been a dramatic improvement. They are much more stable and efficient than our previous installation. One of the major projects related to the aeration basins was the addition of RAS piping, or return activated sludge piping, from inside the blower building around all that electrical equipment that brought that material to exterior and dispersed it across the aeration basins, eliminating electrical hazard risk in the blower building. We also added new flow metering, new valve control that helped stabilize and balance the flow between all 4 aeration basins. One of the things that we did to benefit the local area, the community around the plant, was to put additional covers on top of the aeration basins to trap the odorous air and allow us to draft it up through this odor duct piping into our biofilters. We upgraded a bulk of the electrical equipment related to the influent pump station. Master control panel, conduit leads to the VFDs for the pumps, and all the electrical in the building. This created a lot of resiliency and improved wiring that was very old and out of date. We were able to divide the dry well connection to the wet well, which improved odorous gases, operator safety, and provided an access point exterior to the building to reach the wet well to do cleanings and service work. So this is part of the Kellogg project. It was the addition of a dispatchable standby generator. We have redundancy as backup power in the treatment plant itself, but also a backup to the community grid, which allows them to automatically shift power to the grid if we have high demand scenarios and keep the grid from failing. It also, with this addition, was a switchgear that allowed us to diversify the power throughout more aspects of the plant and put us in a situation where we have more of the plant on backup power, so when we do have power failures, we have more resiliency and more processes staying online. We upgraded both the electrical systems in this pump station and the pumps themselves for both efficiency and resiliency. This process was also tied into the electrical grid as part of the DSG, or dispatchable generator upgrade. So this was one of the processes previously not on backup power. It is now on backup power and in full function when it is under backup power. What we have here as part of the Kellogg project is the addition of the flow management system, which just allows us to retain some hydraulic capacity that we had lost in the plant some years ago. This system allows, under storm conditions, high flow, high hydraulic conditions, to peel off some of the flow from the primary clarifiers, divert it directly to disinfection, and also helps retain some of our biological process in the aeration basins during these high flow peak wet weather events. This is our W3, or Reclaim Pump Station project, that is improving upon our pump station that supplies wash water, reuse water all across the plant. It's going to provide both disinfection and consistent pressure and reliable backup to a system that has not had that historically.
What we've put in are more energy efficient blowers. We've also put in more energy efficient water pumps. We've put in a more energy efficient standby generator too. So all this will save the ratepayers more money in the end.
We're going to be upgrading our disinfection system, either replacing UV or adding chlorination for all of our disinfection. We're going to be doing a major remodel on the admin building and working with our neighbors on what that should look like and what it should include. We're also going to upgrade our solids treatment part of the plant. Right now we haul solids to Tri-Cities for treatment. With treatment here, we'll greatly reduce the number of trucks in and out of the Kellogg facility. We work with the neighbors throughout this project, notifying them of when there were going to be shutdowns, or when there might be more odors, or when there might be more noise. And the resulting work leaves us with a better treatment facility. We're just fixed up our house. We're a better neighbor.
I've worked here for 25 years, 27 years, and I feel part of this community. I know my neighbors, they know me, and I just look forward to being a great steward of this facility and working many more years here, being part of this community.
We're pretty much the last line of defense for the river. We take all the wastewater from everyone in our district. This place is important because without it, you couldn't boat, you couldn't swim, you know, You really couldn't do anything connected to the water around here.
ClackCo TV, your local source for news and information in Clackamas County.
Hi, and thank you for joining us for this Clackamas County Emergency Operations Center update. COVID-19 has impacted businesses of all sizes, and it's no different here in Clackamas County. Joining us today is Sarah Ekman, who will tell us about help available to businesses within the county. Thank you for joining us, Sarah.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
What kind of support is the county offering to businesses who are affected by COVID-19?
The county is offering a wide variety of support for these businesses. We've done things such as the Who's Open website that you can find on our website that shows you which businesses are open and providing alternative services such as curbside and takeout. We've done over $5 million in grants. We've partnered with Clackamas Community College to provide scholarships to students nearing the end of their program. We have done zoning ordinance waivers, as well as distributed personal protective equipment to businesses. In addition to all of that, we've also partnered with 7 area chambers of commerce and are providing 6 business recovery centers in the county. This is a really exciting opportunity that provides a one-stop shop for businesses to ask for help when they need it.
Let's take a deeper dive into some of these things you mentioned. How will a business benefit from a zoning waiver?
That's a great question. Our Department of Transportation and Development has developed this waiver program to allow temporary modifications to commercial, industrial, and institutional land uses to support physical distancing. So this allows businesses that can provide services, for example, outdoors, to open at a maximum capacity depending on the risk levels. And it definitely allows them to open more than they would without the modifications.
What services are available to people who would visit our business recovery centers?
Great. So as I mentioned, the business recovery centers are a one-stop shop to recovery assistance and resources for businesses of all sizes and types. They're offered in multiple languages depending on client needs. And the staff at all of these centers are very well versed in providing a wide suite of services. This includes individualized answers to business questions, assistance with connecting to financial resources, navigating technical resources, as well as finding educational resources. It also allows us to provide referrals to organizations and gain access to interpreters and translation services. They're really a great place to go if you need help as a business owner.
You mentioned that the county is offering free personal protective equipment. How can businesses take advantage of this offer?
Yes, the easiest way to take advantage of this is to go to our website. Under the coronavirus page, there's a request PPE section. This personal protective equipment is available to businesses with 500 employees or less. And the types of equipment that are available are a variety of masks. So we have N95 masks, KN95 masks, as well as level 1 procedure masks. We also have face shields and hand sanitizer. This is available to healthcare providers, small businesses, community-based organizations, agricultural employers, and long-term care facilities.
Well, we're told that we're going to be wearing masks for a while, so we encourage anybody to take advantage of this opportunity. There are several funding programs available for struggling businesses. What are some of those programs, and how do people take advantage of applying for that funding?
So as I mentioned, our business recovery centers are that one-stop shop, and I would really urge people to connect with them to find out what programs are available. They open and are available for short periods of time. One that's open right now is through the U.S. Small Business Administration, and it's the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. So applications are being taken. Overall, so this is nationwide, the SBA is awarding $29 billion to restaurants, bars, and other places of business that serve food or drink. So the purpose is to provide support to eligible businesses who've suffered revenue losses throughout the pandemic. And as I understand it, these funds will be distributed until they're gone. So it's important that business owners in those categories that are eligible apply. And then again, I would just encourage everyone to connect with your local business recovery center to make sure that you know what's available at any given time.
We know vaccinations are so important and the tool that is going to get us through this pandemic. And essential and frontline workers were one of the groups prioritized before the vaccination was available to the rest of us. What's the county's involvement in ensuring that essential workers, frontline workers are receiving the vaccine or have equitable access to it?
Right. We are working with businesses to help vaccinate essential workers and hosting vaccination clinics in partnership with employers and business organizations. So we'll be continuing to communicate that information broadly. And then we're working through our Emergency Operations Center to ensure that that message is spread out as widely as we are able to do so.
Thank you for that information, Sarah. This is a tough and uncertain time for businesses, and we're here to help. Businesses with questions can contact us directly, and we will do our best to get back to you. Thank you for joining us for this week's update. Please continue to protect yourself, your family, and your community from COVID-19 by getting your shot, wearing your mask, and keeping your distance. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, Tootie, go ahead.
Good morning. I will now call to order the August 19, 2021 Clackamas County Board of Commissioners business meeting. Gary Schmidt, please call the roll.
Yes, Chair Smith. First, our staff support today, Shannon Bays, Clerk to the Board, Stephen Madcore, County Counsel. On Zoom, Commissioner Schrader.
Here.
In the hearing room, Commissioner Savis.
Here.
Commissioner Fisher.
Here.
Commissioner Shull.
Here.
Chair Smith.
Here. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So there's a delay there. Did I hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Thousands of miles.
So does that mean that if I speak to Martha, it is likewise delayed?
Yes.
By a few seconds.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We are holding this meeting in person and virtually. If you've joined us via Zoom for this meeting and are interested in providing public comment, we will prompt you how to do that when the time is right. As always, the public is welcome to sign up and to testify. Registration for public comment will close at 5 minutes past 10. I would like to remind all participants, including staff, all elected officials, and members of the public, that Robert's Rules of Orders will be enforced in this business meeting. I'm going to take a quick moment and note a few changes in our procedures. Many people came to speak to us last week. Our emergency exits and access points were blocked, and this room exceeded its permitted capacity. We have to ensure that everyone present has equitable access to their electeds, and those who work in and visit the building remain safe. We have brought folks here to help us. You should have seen security in our lobby and outside our hearing room. They are here to assist us with facilitating large groups of people. We welcome your opinions and look forward to your polite participation. Tuesday, the board decided to resume COVID updates with our Public Health Director, Philip Mason Joyner. However, we will not be having that update today since we just gave that direction to him 1 day ago. However, you can find regularly updated weekly updates on our website. Shannon, would you please pull up that page, please, so people can take a look at the link? I will. At our first meeting after the recess, Philip will update us on that. Oh, there we go. I have that here. I can see this now. Very nice. Okay. So anybody wants to know how to do that, it's clackamas.us/coronavirus/vaccine-facts. So if you just, get those first two words in, /coronavirus, it will probably take you to the page where you need to get your information. Thank you, Shannon. I will now recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as a housing authority. Gary.
Chair Smith, first, Shannon, would you please make sure that Ann Leenstra, Housing Commissioner, is in the Zoom room?
She is.
She is now here. Excellent. So this is the Housing Authority Consent Agenda. Shannon, would you please read the Housing Authority Consent Agenda by title only?
Approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the Housing Authority of Clackamas County and Community Development Division for Homeless Management Information System Staffing. $143,750 funded through HUD CARES Act funds, Emergency Solutions Grant, and Non-CARES Act Emergency Solutions Grant funds. No county general funds are involved. I'm so sorry, I have to pause for a moment. The webinar is not showing what I'm reading.
That's okay. Just take your time. It's fine.
Chair, in the interim, I just want to point out that Commissioner Leenstra is in the audience, on the virtual audience.
Yes.
Okay, but she's not in as a panelist.
Paul, we're having some trouble with our internet this morning, as was previously noted. Gary?
She is in the room. I just saw it here. So we'll make sure she's in the room again. One moment, please. Thank you for your patience, Commissioners. Our technology is having some issues with our drivers, so the internet is not as accessible. So we're doing this kind of the old-fashioned way, so we just need a little bit of your patience, please.
That's fine.
Thank you.
We can be patient.
Commissioner Leenstra is now in the room as a panelist.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, moving on. Approval of Amendment Number 2 to IGA between Health, Housing, and Human Services and Housing Authority of Clackamas County to allow for an increase from part-time to full-time case manager serving Housing Authority of Clackamas County public housing residents. Amendment adds $110,000, $55,000 per year for 2 years for a total contract of $1,267,344.91, funded through county general funds through policy level proposal, Affordable Housing Services Fund. Approval of an IGA between Housing Authority of Clackamas County and Clackamas County Community Corrections for funding supportive mental health housing for corrections participants, $343,064, funded through supportive housing services. No county general funds are involved. Approval to execute Amendment Number 1 to the contract between Housing Authority of Clackamas County and Cantor Taylor PC for legal services for the financing of low-income housing tax credit and real estate transactions. Total increase is $150,000 and the term extended to April 2025, funded through the low-income housing tax credit. No county general funds are involved. That is the end of that consent agenda.
Thank you, Shannon. I'll accept the motion.
I move we approve the Housing Authority consent agenda.
Second.
Commissioner Scholl has moved for approval, and Commissioner Savas has seconded the motion. Commissioner Fisher, you're in the queue.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to remove item number 3 regarding the IGA to discuss separately.
So technically, you already have a motion on the table, so Commissioner Fisher, your motion should be to amend the motion to make that change.
I move that we amend the motion to remove number 3 to discuss separately.
I think any commissioner can remove anything. You don't need a motion to do that. I'll accept that. We will consider that separately. So what we're going to do is we're going to vote on the 2 remaining items on the consent agenda. Shannon, does that make sense to you?
It does.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the poll on the 2 items only.
Commissioner Leenstra.
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher.
Aye.
Commissioner Scholl.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Chair Smith.
Aye, motion passes 6-0. Commissioner Fisher, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I need to abstain on number 3, which is the IGA between the Housing Authority of Clackamas County and Clackamas County Community Corrections, which utilizes supportive housing services funds. And the reason for my abstention, given my involvement with the development of the measure, the local implementation plan, and my involvement with the Oversight Committee, it is my understanding that the local implementation plan does not allow us to supplant supportive housing services dollars with money that has previously been used. I understand that Jill Smith addressed us in the last issues session, but I'm not satisfied that we are moving forward in accordance with how we are required to do so. And because I have not been privy to the Administrator's Task Force information, I do not have adequate information to accept that this is in accordance with what we are required to do. So I will be abstaining on this today.
Thank you, Commissioner Fisher. We will vote on that motion separately. Gary, do you have any comments to make on this statement that Commissioner Fisher just made?
Yes, we did discuss this in detail Tuesday at your work sessions, commissioners, and I know staff is not here to discuss it, but I will just say with great respect, Commissioner Fisher, staff disagrees that this is not in violation of the LIP. It is not supplanting the funds that we agreed to. This was a one-time only funding that ended, and this is an allowable use of these supportive housing services dollars. So I'm not questioning anything you said, Commissioner. I'm just saying staff has a different perspective. So thank you.
Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, I just want to correct another piece of misinformation in that statement that Commissioner Fisher just made, and that is that anything of substance Commissioner Fisher's been made privy to So there's nothing that's being withheld. I don't want anyone to infer that anything's being withheld. I think that there may be a need to a revisit as to the weekly updates because we're developing something and there's nothing of substance to report sometimes on these Tuesdays. And if that's somehow being perceived as withholding something, that's unfortunate. I trust that our liaisons, and for example, Commissioner Fisher's role in the supportive housing services with working with Metro and with the implementation of that at these Metro committees on our behalf, I'm not privy to every word or every discussion or every piece or any documents, frankly, since then. But that does not result in my distrust or abstention in supporting those efforts. So I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to hear from Jill Smith? She's
Is she
available.
online?
Yes.
Jill Smith, would you, you're up.
Okay, just one quick second, please, as we transfer her in. Jill Smith is the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of Clackamas County. All right, there she is. Jill, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. I just want to say that I was also a part of the early discussions with Here Together, along with Commissioner Fisher, and I realize there's a lot of discussion on the topic of displacement going on right now, and there is also, it's in negotiation as part of the IGA because there is a lot of misunderstanding around what this means exactly. But I can reassure you that early discussions and discussions right now, the way that I understand displacement is you take local funds, local housing funds that were used to support a program, and you intentionally remove them from a program, use them for other purposes, and supplant them with supportive housing funding. And the funds used previously to support this program that we're considering supporting, this corrections program, a tiny slice of them 1 year came from general funds. But what we're doing, supporting this ongoing work, was mostly funded for years by state corrections dollars, by behavioral health dollars, and by health center dollars. We are not supplanting previously supported housing programs by making this step. I've discussed this with the staff at Metro. They've told me that they did not see this as supplanting. So I feel quite confident moving forward and that we are doing so as appropriately.
Thank you, Jill Smith. Commissioner Savas, you're up.
Yeah, Jill, I just want to thank you and your staff. I know that you have been constantly peppered with responding to concerns and confusion about the misunderstandings of this, and I just applaud you for your patience. I applaud you for your dedication to this, and I just want to really appreciate that under these circumstances you have maintained your professionalism and been just done a great job. I just want to say hats off to Jill Smith for everything you've done and your staff and just thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Fisher, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Smith, and I echo that, Commissioner Savas, for Jill Smith. Really appreciate Jill's professionalism, and I don't at all argue or question anything that Jill Smith has done. The challenge with this overall program is that the local implementation plan calls for doing such things as outreach and navigation and case management, and because what the allocation that this board has provided allows us to continue our existing services so that people are not removed from housing, we are not able to move forward with the local implementation plan as passed by this board, the Metro Oversight Committee, and Metro, and that is my overall concern. So, because I'm a person of principle, and on principle I stand like a rock, I must abstain from any allocation until this board decides to find a way, which I understand there's a possibility that Metro would advance the dollars to have us implement this plan to help people right now that are chronically homeless in our community. Because of that, I will abstain today. Thank you, Jill. I appreciate your information.
Shannon, I'm going to have you read this particular item once again so there is no confusion on what we're doing for this. Thank you.
Excellent. Approval of an IGA between Housing Authority of Clackamas County and Clackamas County, oh wait, I'm on the wrong one, aren't I? Approval, sorry, to amendment number 2 to IGA between Health, Housing, and Human Services and Housing Authority of Clackamas County to allow.
No, it's number 3.
Is
Item
it?
3, yes.
Okay, I apologize.
No worries.
Approval of an IGA between Housing Authority of Clackamas County and Clackamas County Community Corrections for funding supportive mental health housing for corrections participants, $343,064, funded through supportive housing services. No county general funds are involved.
I will entertain a motion on this item.
I move to approve that consent agenda item.
Seconded.
Commissioner Savas has moved for approval. Commissioner Scholl has seconded the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Shannon, please call the poll.
Commissioner Leenstra.
Aye.
Commissioner Scholl.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher.
Abstain.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Chair Smith.
Aye. Motion passes 501. Thank you. I will now adjourn as a Housing Authority Board and reconvene as a Board of County Commissioners. Gary, what's up?
Yes, and thank you to Housing Commissioner Leenstra. You may go about your day. Next is a board discussion item, a resolution in the matter of recognizing the economic impacts of historical weather events on Clackamas County's agricultural sector. Chair Smith, would you like to introduce this item?
Yes, I want to thank our board for unanimously supporting an agricultural economic resolution because of the destruction of our crops in Clackamas County, not only the heat event that happened in just the end of June that really destroyed much of our Christmas tree crop, most all of the berry crops, a lot of our nursery crops. But in February of this year, we had an ice storm that took out many, many hundreds of acres of hazelnuts and other tree crops as well. This is designed to get the attention of not only our state officials, which they have been very good to work with, but our national congressional delegation and the National Agriculture Authority as well. And Secretary Vladeck has come out and toured California and Oregon. And what we're trying to do is there's legislation right now in the United States Congress at the Agriculture Committee to get them to list the specialty crops in Oregon as qualifying for FEMA dollars. Congress very much understands what corn, wheat, and soy is. They don't understand what hazelnuts and blueberries, grass seed, and a whole host of other specialty crops that we produce here in Oregon. And so it's a matter of education. Our national lobby is going to be working on it along with the Public and Government Affairs office here at the county, and I'm very happy to move forward with this. As a leader in the state of Oregon, hoping that maybe other counties will copy this and join us in our effort to get relief for our much-needed farmers here in Oregon. Is there any other comments from commissioners on this? I'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve this resolution.
Second.
Commissioner Scholl has moved for approval. Commissioner Fisher has seconded the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Shannon, please call the poll.
Commissioner Savas?
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader?
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher?
Aye.
Commissioner Scholl?
Aye.
Chair Smith?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Gary, what's up next?
Next is the consent agenda. Shannon, would you please read the consent agenda by title only?
So sorry. Approval of a grant agreement number 18869, amendment number 1 with Ride Connection, Inc. to provide funding for specialized service rides provided by members of the Clackamas County Transportation Consortium. Total agreement amount is $483,913, funded through State of Oregon, Oregon Department of Transportation, Special Transportation Formula Funds. No county general funds are involved. Approval of agreement number 18950 with Ride Connection, Inc. to provide funding for rides provided by the Social Services Division Transportation Reaching People Unit. Agreement amount is $4,182, funded through Federal Transit Administration grant. No county general funds are involved. Approval of grant agreement number 18870, amendment number 1 with Ride Connection, Inc. to provide funding for specialized service rides provided by members of the Clackamas County Transportation Consortium. Total agreement amount is $509,864, funded through the State of Oregon ODOT Special Transportation Formula Funds. No county general funds are involved. Approval of agreement number 18929 with Ride Connection, Inc. to provide funding for rides provided by volunteer drivers under the Vets Drive Vets program. Total agreement amount is $5,047, funded through the Federal Transit Administration grant. No county general funds are involved. Approval of agreement number 18949 with Ride Connection, Inc. to provide funding for rides provided by volunteer drivers under the Vets Drive Vets program. Total agreement amount is $206,670, funded through TriMet General Funds and Federal Transit Administration grant ODOT funds. No county general funds are involved. Approval of agreement number 18919 with Ride Connection, Inc. to provide funding for vehicle maintenance of Ride Connection-owned vehicles operated by social services, transportation reaching people, and community center-based transportation. Total agreement amount is $51,800, funded through agreements with State of Oregon, Elderly and Disabled Transportation Fund, and Federal Transportation 5310 grant funds. No county general funds are involved. Approval of grant agreements number 18871, amendment number 1 with Ride Connection, Inc. to provide funding for rides provided by social services, transportation reaching people. This amendment increases the total value to $222,284, funded through State of Oregon ODOT Special Transportation Formula Funds. No county general funds are involved. Approval of grant agreements number 18872, amendment number 1 with Ride Connection, Inc. to provide funding for rides provided by social services, transportation reaching people. This amendment increases the total value to $62,907, funded through State of Oregon ODOT Special Transportation Formula Funds. No county general funds are involved. Approval of grant agreements number 18873, amendment number 1 with Ride Connection, Inc. to provide funding for rides provided by social services, transportation reaching people. This amendment increases the total value to $63,595, funded through State of Oregon ODOT Special Transportation Funds. No county general funds are involved. Approval of intergovernmental subrecipient agreement with City of Lake Oswego Adult Community Center to provide social services for Clackamas County residents. Maximum agreement value is $124,877, funded through the Older American Act and Ride Connection pass-through funds. No county general funds are involved. Approval of subrecipient agreement emergency shelter grant with Clackamas Women's Services. The Emergency Solutions Grant funds $41,254 as a grant funded by U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, ESG, 2021 to 2022 funds. No county general funds are involved. Transportation and Development. Approval of a contract with NTA Contracting, Inc. for the 232nd Drive roadway at milepost 0.3 project. Value of the contract is $326,376.36. Road fund match of $33,723.94. No county general funds are involved. Finance. Approval of contract with Cintas Corporation number 2 for county-wide uniform services for a total of $448,200, funded through individual departments, some of which are funded through the general fund. FEMA 4599DR-OR infrastructure contract for the 2021 winter ice storm. No dollar figure at this time. No county general funds are involved. Elected officials. Request by the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office to approve Amendment Number 1 to the intergovernmental agreement with North Clackamas County School District. NCSD will fund the cost for one deputy at $144,124 and a one-time training at $89,247.73. No county general funds are involved. Approval of Amendment Number 3 with DePaul Industries to provide security services for Justice Court, Juvenile, and Circuit Court. This amendment adds $588,500.16 for a total contract of $1,649,176.76 through the Sheriff's Office and Justice Court General Fund. Request by the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Clackamas Community College for 2021 to 2022 GED classes at the Clackamas County Jail. Total agreement cost is $29,650, funded through county general funds budgeted within the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office jail operations and the jail levy budgets. Juvenile, approval of an intergovernmental agreement with Clackamas Education Service District to provide education and vocational opportunities for at-risk youth. ESD will fund $43,000 and the balance of $48,615 will be covered by county general funds. Approval to apply for a grant between the State of Oregon Criminal Justice Commission Justice Reinvestment and Clackamas County Community Corrections to continue the pretrial program. Tourism and Cultural Affairs. Approval of a contract to receive state transient lodging tax funds from Travel Oregon to implement Mount Hood Gorge Regional Tourism Plan for fiscal year 21-22. This is a revenue contract for $194,210 funded through Travel Oregon's Regional Cooperative Tourism Program. No county general funds involved. Approval of a contract to receive Regional Recovery and Stability Funds from Travel Oregon for Mount Hood Gorge Region Program. This is a funding agreement for $107,429 in revenue funded through Travel Oregon. No county general funds are involved. Community Corrections. Approval of an intergovernmental agreement between Clackamas County Community Corrections and Housing Authority of Clackamas County for supportive mental health housing, $343,064 funded through the Supportive Housing Services. No county general funds are involved. Approval to apply for a grant between the State of Oregon Criminal Justice Commission, Justice Reinvestment, and Clackamas County Community Corrections to continue the pretrial program. Total grant value is $2,441,218 through the Criminal Justice Commission. No county general funds are involved. I stop.
And that's the end of the consent agenda.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Does any commissioner wish to remove any item off the consent agenda? Commissioner Fisher, you're in the queue.
Yes, Chair Smith, thank you very much. I'd like to remove item G1.
And what is that? Would you like to read it?
That is the companion to the Housing Authority item, approval of intergovernmental agreement between Clackamas County Corrections and Housing Authority for the supportive housing services dollars.
Shannon, we'll remove that item and vote on it separately. Yes. Any other commissioner wish to remove any other item? Any further discussion? Hearing none, Shannon, please call the poll.
Have a motion?
I move for approval.
Yes,
the
motion would be
consent
nice.
Agenda.
Good job.
Second.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Scholl and seconded by Commissioner Fisher. Any further discussion? Please call the poll.
Commissioner Fisher?
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader?
Aye.
Commissioner Scholl?
Aye.
Commissioner Savas?
Aye.
Chair Smith?
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Just to note again that there's a delay with Commissioner Schrader's feed from clear over, way over in England. Thank you very much. Shannon, please read the item that has been pulled so this board can vote on that one separately.
Excellent. Approval of an intergovernmental agreement between Clackamas County Community Corrections and Housing Authority of Clackamas County for supportive mental health housing, $343,064 funded through Supportive Housing Services. No county general funds are involved.
Any further discussion on this? Does any commissioner wish to pull this item? I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I move we approve agenda item G1.
Seconded.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Savas to approve item G1 and seconded by Commissioner Scholl. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Shannon, please call the poll.
Commissioner Schrader?
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher?
Abstain.
Commissioner Scholl?
Aye.
Commissioner Savas?
Aye.
Chair Smith?
Aye, motion passes 401. I will now recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the North Clackamas Park and Recreation District. Gary, what's up next?
This is the consent agenda for the North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District. Shannon, will you please read the consent agenda by title only?
Approval of a resolution approving the renaming of the Milwaukee Center to the Milwaukee Community Center. Total cost will be $30,000, funded through NCPRD Milwaukee Center Building Maintenance Budget. No county general funds are involved.
Thank you. Does any commissioner wish to pull the item off this consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move for approval of the North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District consent agenda.
Second.
Commissioner Scholl has made the motion. Commissioner Savas has approved. Any further discussion? Shannon, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Scholl?
Aye.
Commissioner Savas?
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher?
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader?
Aye.
Chair Smith?
Aye. You abstained?
I said aye.
Okay. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. I will now adjourn as the North Clackamas Parks and Recreation District and convene as the Development Agency. Gary, what's up?
Next is the consent agenda for the Development Agency. Shannon, would you please read the consent agenda by title only?
Approval of amendment number 3 to the contract with Harper Hoof Peterson Regelis, Inc. for Phase 2 of the Clackamas Regional Center Mobility Improvement Project.
Does any commissioner wish to remove any item? May I have a motion?
Move approval of the Development Agency consent agenda.
Second.
Commissioner Savas has made the motion and Commissioner Fisher has seconded. Any further discussion? Shannon, please call the poll.
Commissioner Fisher?
Aye.
Commissioner Savas?
Aye.
Commissioner Scholl?
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader?
Aye.
Chair Smith?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Board. I will now adjourn as the Development Agency and convene as Service District Number 5. Gary, what's up?
Next is the consent agenda for the Service District Number 5, Street Lighting. Shannon, would you please read the consent agenda by title only?
Board resolution certifying the 2021 to 2022 assessment roll for Clackamas County Service District Number 5, Street Lighting. Assessment reflects a 5% reduction in all rate categories as discussed with the Budget Committee. No general funds are involved.
Does any commissioner wish to remove any item? I'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve the Service District Number 5 Street Lighting consent agenda item.
Seconded.
The motion has been made by Commissioner Fisher and seconded by Commissioner Scholl. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Shannon, please call the poll.
Commissioner Savas?
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader?
Aye.
Commissioner Scholl?
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher?
Aye.
Chair Smith?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. I will now adjourn as a Service District Number 5 and convene as a Water Environment Services. Gary, what's up?
Next is the consent agenda for Water Environment Services. Shannon, would you please read the consent agenda by title only?
Approval of a contract with Wolf Water Resources, Inc. for the watershed protection, benthic macroinvertebrate, and geomorphological monitoring. Contract value is $159,530 through West Surface Water Operating Fund and Lake Oswego contributing $21,050 through a subsequent IGA. No county general funds are involved. Approval of intergovernmental agreement between Water Environment Services and the City of Oregon City for the transfer of ownership of 2 sanitary sewer manholes and 2 sanitary sewer pipe segments. There is no financial impact. Approval of an intergovernmental agreement between Water Environment Services and the Clackamas River Water Providers for Clackamas River watershed activities. The agreement is for $50,000 total, funded through the West Surface Water Operating Fund. No general funds are involved.
Thank you, Shannon. Does any commissioner wish to remove any item off this particular consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move for approval of the Water Environment Services consent agenda.
Second.
Commissioner Scholl has moved for approval and has been seconded by Commissioner Fisher. Any further discussion? Shannon, would you please call the poll?
Commissioner Scholl,
Aye.
Commissioner Savas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher,
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader,
Aye.
Chair Smith.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. I will now adjourn as the Water Environment Services and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. Up next is public communication. This portion of the agenda will be limited to items of county business which are properly the object of board consideration and should be nonpartisan in nature, as the BCC is a nonpartisan governing body under Oregon Revised Statutes and County Code. Testimony is limited to 3 minutes. Comment shall be respectful and courteous to all. As a reminder, you can email submissions for public comment at bcc@clackamas.us, and these will be accepted as part of the public record. However, we will not be reading them at the business meeting due to time constraints. I will now open the meeting for public testimony. As always, I take public testimony of the people who arrive in person. That has been a board policy since I came on my very first meeting in January. It will remain a board policy regardless of the nature of the meeting, that people who bother to show up in person will be taken first. Up first is Tanya Streibel. Please come forward, state your name, area of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
May I pull my mask down to speak?
I think you have to leave it up, but if you pull this really close.
Can't keep up with the rules.
Yes, thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Tanya Streifel. I'm from Eagle Creek, Oregon. This is my son, Caleb. I am also an Oregon Moms Union representative of Estacada School District. And I'm here to just speak on behalf of being a mom in these very changing times. And also to ask for a partnership with our commissioners. You guys, I know, don't have the authority to change public school mandates, but we elected you to speak for us and with us. I don't think it's a coincidence that you are elected at this time in history. I believe we're all put in this place for a reason, and I believe there is a lot going on in our world that we must unite together, because united we stand and divided we fall. It takes a village to raise kids, right? So we need more elected village people to join with us. I do not co-parent with Kate Brown. I stated that last week, and it was very nice to be here last week with everyone. It felt very encouraging, and I hope people continue to come and speak and just know what's going on in our county. I just don't understand, and I guess I'm not a political person. Oh, I already ran out of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, we forgot to start the clock.
We did?
Yeah, go
Would you
ahead.
mind
Yeah.
wrapping up, please?
Okay,
All
so
right.
you probably have 2 minutes, I'm guessing, or so. Yeah, just continue with what you
Okay.
need to say.
I'm not a political person. I don't know lots about politics, so I'm learning as I'm going. But what we have going on right now is people in politics that are governing our state and our children, and they have things in their favor that allow us as people that oppose what they are mandating. We don't have a voice. And so I don't know what our next step is. And I guess that's why I spoke with you earlier this morning, Tootie, and I'm really hoping that we can convene some time together as a group and really discuss what our next steps are. Because as parents, we feel voiceless. We feel like our opinions don't matter. And we elected you for this time, and I really do believe there is a purpose. There's a really great quote that I love. It says, "We all place ourselves in danger to one degree or another when we stand up, but we place our children and grandchildren in even greater danger when we don't." So I truly believe that we can work together, even if we don't agree on everything. We all want the same thing, right? At the end of the day, we want our kids to be safe, we want to have good health, and we want to have our freedoms. So, did you want to say anything? No. Maybe next week. Maybe next week I'll get him to speak. So.
Well, but thank you very much, Tanya.
Thank you.
the policy is if he wants to testify, he can fill out his own card and speak for himself. Besides, it's good practice
It
for
is good
adulthood, right?
practice, yes.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming forward. Up next is Yvonne Lazarus. Come forward, state your name, area of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm Yvonne Lazarus, and I live in Milwaukee. I'm here today to say I was so excited on the night of the 12th. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't even hear myself. On the night of the 12th, to see the people come forward to talk to you. And what I want to say to all of those people, you have to come again. Now, as far as the mandates go and what Tootie has promised, she cannot go against the governor. There's nothing she can do there. But what can be done is that all of you can get together and get Tootie and support her and go before the governor. Go up there and tell her, look, this is what we want. You know, well, I can't go into that. But the other thing I want to talk about is I want to talk to Chris Waller and to the commissioners about what has happened with Mark. I know you've heard me before on this, but this time I want to say, look at what's going on governmental. I actually, when I first met Mark, the first day I was here, and he thanked me for supporting him, and I was alone, except I think Les was here, and I told him he was Paul Revere. And he looked at me and I said, what you're saying, I get completely. He says, you see the big picture. And it was the big picture. It's exactly what's going on. All of you need to really work with him because he is the people's commissioner. He truly, truly is. He has a lot of wisdom, a lot. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Up next is Nancy Hall. Nancy Hall, please come forward, state your area of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Sorry about that.
Before I begin, I'd like to say that I looked at the rules, and it looks like if you're coming forward and giving a speech, you're allowed to take off your masks. And I can quote that for you if you would like.
Gary, what's your policy on that? Do we know anything, Stephen?
It's number 4H.
4H, where is that online?
And that's in the Oregon Health Authority.
I believe that's correct. Stephen, I need your help. I don't.
Which I can. But it says, if I'll read it. But if you're giving a public speech, delivering a speech to an audience, you don't have to have it.
You have a mask requirement in this building.
So you're going against this.
We're going in addition to that.
All right. Nancy Hall, Happy Valley. It was fantastic to see so many patriots at last week's meeting. Sorry you couldn't attend, Commissioner Fisher. I hope the governor was watching. The shaming and blaming of unvaccinated people is ratcheting up. The government refuses to acknowledge that millions of the unvaccinated have already had COVID and have natural immunity. The evidence is growing that natural immunity is superior to the COVID vaccine. Those with natural immunity do not need to be vaccinated. The other elephant in the room that isn't mentioned is the chaos at the U.S. southern border. The Biden administration is refusing to enforce the law and is importing COVID by allowing thousands of infected illegals to storm our border. This policy defies logic. COVID positive illegals are being bused and flown throughout the U.S. Do you think that letting COVID positive illegals run amok through the country might be a problem? The city of McAllen, Texas had 7,000 COVID positive illegals dumped into their town. Where are all the other infected illegals going? How many has Oregon received? How many has Clackamas County received? Will the people who are so distraught over unvaccinated Americans please explain the logic of sanctioning COVID positive illegals to infiltrate our country while at the same time forcing unconstitutional mandates on American citizens? Please put a call into Joe Biden and get back to us with an answer. American citizens have protections against unlawful intrusions through our Bill of Rights. Government and businesses are forcing employees against their will to be vaccinated. These entities that are forcing vaccinations may find themselves liable if any employees have a bad reaction or die after being vaccinated. Mask mandates are ludicrous. Masks do not work. The virus easily penetrates the cloth and paper mask. Even Dr. Fauci conceded this fact. It's an individual's right to wear a mask or not. Schools are forcing masks on children, which the science and data doesn't support. Schools may be liable for harm done to kids forced to mask up. Parents are the ones to decide if their children should wear masks. Vaccine passports contradict HIPAA medical privacy laws. What else is more personal?
Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. Up next, Stephen Enos, please come forward, state your name, area of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Stephen Enos, and I've been a resident of Oregon City for 50 years, and I watched the entire 2.5-hour film a couple days ago, and I was very moved, and I want to thank all of you for really maintaining a cool head under pressure, because that was a very emotionally charged meeting, and I want to commend and applaud all of you. I'm not going to expand on anything that we haven't already heard. So there's maybe one or two things that I might want to expand on. And somebody did bring up the Nuremberg Code and the Geneva Convention. And you know, right now, I think the lawmakers right now that have the power, that make the decisions, are going to ignore that. But I think maybe 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8 years down the road, they may be held accountable for that. So I think maybe that should be a discussion. And I'm hoping that you guys have good interface with our legislators and let them know that, you know, you may be safe now, but you might not be down the road. So that is my big beef about the mandatory vaccines. You know, I like to think that I'm a big, strong man, but right now I'm afraid. I'm afraid of our society. And I think if you take a person's ability to go to the store and get food and feed themselves, there's going to be uprisings and damage that is going to be so much greater than what the virus has created. So I'm afraid. I'm afraid for me. I'm afraid for the people behind me. I'm afraid for you guys. And I think this is a time now that we need to really push for a non-vaccinated society. So it really is their choice. One other thing that I've kind of found disappointing, I do believe the state has now disabled the doctors from prescribing ivermectin and some other antiviral medicines. I think it was about 2 weeks ago. I know 2 or 3 people that have taken it and have been over it in 3 days, and they're fine and dandy. So I think there really needs to be a push to get that back on the table and let the doctors prescribe that, because this is one of our reasons for the lockdown was, hey, you know, we need to lock everybody down because we don't want our hospitals over stormed, you know, over capacity. I'm afraid for this winter when it comes, when our vitamin D3 levels drop naturally. I see a perfect storm coming. I see a lot of people getting sick, and I think that is really a quick answer to keep people out of the hospitals, keep them healthy. And I want to thank you all. I want to thank you all for fighting for us, and because we need you, and we need you now more than ever for society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, Les Poole, please come forward, state your name, area of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. I sure appreciate the sentiment that the gentleman just expressed. And much like in the past, I'm Les Poole. I'm here regularly. And like in the past, I'm seeing dismissive arrogance by government. And that's not a blanket accusation of every elected official. That's not directed specifically at the county commission or any specific commissioner. And I think back, and over the last 18 months, really over the last 7 years, what troubles me is the lack of public awareness and involvement. People find out what's going on after the fact. Through COVID, our illustrious governor started having what she termed press availabilities instead of press conferences. So she was going to come out of her locked room every so often and give us a little canned presentation and then disappear again. Can anyone tell me, have we gotten any kind of real public forum in Salem? No, the place has been locked up. When was the last time the governor said anything that wasn't rehearsed, contrived, or released to the press? Anybody seen her? Of course not. You know, for 15 years, when I showed up in Salem, the governor's office door was open. You couldn't just walk in there, but at least you knew the door was open. We have a reclusive, very self-serving machine in control of Salem that the folks in this room, do not trust. So if you are an agent for that, if you were elected to promote that, or you feel that that is something we shouldn't question, then you're not being objective, you're being partisan. I have 1 minute left, and I want to reflect on something, and that is, I encourage you folks to read the opinion piece that Commissioner Fisher submitted recently, dismissing the small group of people and that's showing up, and of course, accusing me of attacking her with my free speech rights. Commissioner Fisher, all I have done is ask very reasonable questions about your conduct. That's all I've done, and you've refused to answer. You haven't been silenced by us, you've silenced yourself. But prior to that, it was almost nonstop. And so the silencing of Commissioner Fisher was done by Commissioner Fisher because she refuses to answer simple questions that might get her in some real serious legal trouble.
Thank you very much.
Maybe we'll get an answer someday.
Thank you very much. I see no other blue cards of people in the room who wish to testify. We will move to our online people. Shannon, how many do we have in the queue?
We have 13 in the queue today.
Okay, who's up first?
First up is Amanda Fisk. Amanda, please unmute yourself, state your name and residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Amanda Fisk, and I live in Oak Grove. First, I have a question for all of the commissioners. When you took office, did you swear an oath to protect and defend the Constitution? If so, then sorry, I can't read. If so, then the erosion of our constitutional rights will become your responsibility. This erosion has gone far enough, as was evident at last week's meeting. We, the people, demand your courage, commissioners. It firmly states in our Constitution that any law that is repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. So we, the people, reject your statement at the end of last week's meeting, Chair Smith. Using, what does it say? Hiding behind legalese is no longer acceptable to we the people. It takes courage to go against the popular narrative, but that is exactly what I am demanding on behalf of we the people. 3 counties now have used the Restore Oregon ordinance as a template to create their own version. I am asking the commissioners, again, on behalf of we the people of Clackamas County, to do the same. Have the courage to take your oath seriously. I am also asking that you restore Commissioner Scholl's duties to him as you remove them for his defense of our constitutional rights. As the great General Flynn has told us many times recently, local action has national impact. Thank you very much for your time, and God bless America.
Next up is Debbie Otenberg. Please unmute yourself, state your name and residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Commissioners, Chair Smith. My name is Debbie Otenberg, and I live in Oregon City. Chair Smith, on July 28th, you posted to your Facebook page, "Responding to emergencies takes a community effort." I've also heard you express concern over wildfires, noticed your interest in creating a disaster preparedness committee, and heard you mention taking FEMA courses to further your understanding of disasters. These are items we agree on. But I wonder in your FEMA coursework whether you came across the term all hazards approach. The all hazards approach means that communities consider all types of potential and actual emergencies and disasters and their impact. Wildfires are without question a hazard we should be concerned with in our community. Many people lost their homes and businesses during the 2020 fires, and we saw 11 deaths statewide. But Chair Smith, we've lost 246 people to COVID so far in Clackamas County, and you seem resistant to any mitigation efforts to prevent further deaths and severe illnesses. Do you feel the same way about burn bans during red flag warnings as you do about mask mandates? You didn't have an issue banning fireworks over the 4th of July. During this Tuesday's policy session, the commissioners discussed the various dangers posed by the large crowd of people gathered in the room and hallways last Thursday. Some commissioners expressed concern about the anger in the crowd, to which you said, "I don't like it. I don't like what happened Thursday night." Yet on your public 2D Smith for Oregon Facebook page, you posted multiple posts, articles, and videos of the event and thanked the crowd for coming. When one commenter asked, "How can we support you?" you replied, "In large part, just like they did last night." Replying to a video posted to your page of a crowd breaching the doors, you posted, "Wow, incredible to see so many stand up and speak out." I don't know what part you played in organizing that crowd, Chair Smith. You claim none. But I do know that you applauded the event wildly on your Facebook page, fanning the flames while putting on your adult face during the policy session. You maintain that you believe COVID mitigation should be a local issue. You've constantly criticized the governor's COVID response, yet cases in our county more than tripled under your watch. If we judge job performance by outcome, and I do, your performance leaves much to be desired. Thank you.
Up next is Tammy Stevens. Tammy, please unmute yourself, state your name and residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tammy Stevens. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Sorry, printing, oops. Tammy Stevens, Chair of the Hamlet of Beaver Creek here with our quarterly community communications. Thank you again for providing us 5 minutes to give our report and answer any questions. A few housekeeping items to report. We continue to meet via Zoom and plan to continue until our citizens are vaccinated against COVID. We held 3 board meetings and 3 community meetings, one of which was a town hall where our revised bylaws were approved to include the Karis area in the Hamlet of Beaver Creek. We hosted 3 excellent guest speakers, Fire Marshal Sean Olson, Clackamas County Fire District Number 1, discussing COVID, 2020 wildfires, ice storm, backyard burning, and 2021 fire prevention. Also, Martine Koblentz, Clackamas County Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, and also Aaron Heckelman, Director of a Safe Place Family Justice Center. Also, Night Shift Watch Commander Marcus Mendoza pops in quarterly to discuss Sheriff Office activities. We completed and will post to our website our board's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Statement. Our CPO received, discussed, and provided input to the Planning Department on 5 land use applications. Board members participated in several wildfire and emergency preparedness Zooms with the fire district and county. The leaders meeting on June 9th focused on emergency preparedness where input was provided. On August 12th, we participated in Public and Government Affairs Hamlet Quarterly Catch-Up and Reporting. We'd also like to mention the numerous advisory boards and commissions we continue to participate in. ODOT Region 1 Act, CPO Summit, C800 Citizen Budget Oversight Committee, Community Fund, Road Fund Committee, C4, Clackamas River Water, and Planning Commission. Beaver Creek Road became very dangerous near Oregon City High School as a result of development across the road. After working with the developer, county, and city, the road was shut down in order to complete the construction before school starts. Our treasurer has been working consistently with Brian Nava and Kelly Lude to improve reporting, streamline banking processes, and develop a Hamlet Treasurer Handbook. In the coming quarter, our focuses will include supporting our citizens through education and transportation to vaccinate against COVID, working with our county to plan for future transportation needs, and our elections will be held in October, which will be, with the help of the county, to be held virtually. So for the over 10,000 Beaver Creek residents, we thank you for your time and support. Any questions?
Tammy, have you finished?
I am done, thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the folks in the audience, Tammy Stevens is the president of our Beaver Creek CPO, and when she made the comment about 5 minutes, usually we give those folks 5 minutes. Hey, Tammy, thank you for the report. Give me a heads up next time. I didn't know that is what you were going to talk about. Commissioner Savas is in the queue.
Yeah, I just want to say, Tammy, thank you and the members of your Hamlet and all the other members of the CPOs and Hamlets for your volunteering and your oversight and all the things that you listed. It's appreciated. I know in the last year and a half with COVID and all the other crises we've dealt with, it's kind of overshadowed all the good work that people have done. But just a shout out to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Up next.
Up next is Christine Kennedy. Christine, please unmute yourself, state your name and residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Christine Kennedy. Thank you for the time, Chair Smith, Administrator Schmidt, and Commissioners. I've lived in Lake Oswego, Clackamas County for 6 years. I'm a retired nurse administrator, and today I would just like to be thankful for the fact that we have Clackamas County Public Health Authority. And Tootie, thank you for referring us to the proper place on the website for Clackamas County. I'm also just going to take a minute, and I probably won't have enough time to read the whole thing, but it's from one of my physician partners at Vanderbilt University. He's the medical director of the medical ICU, and I just want to share his words. He's the father of 2 children, 15 and 17. He trained for pandemic, specifically Ebola and H1N1. But for him, the sheer volume of young COVID patients in the intensive care unit right now is taking a huge toll on him and his staff. And I know these people personally. First, there are a group of people, he says, that are adamantly against getting vaccinated. It doesn't matter what we say or do. Second, a lot of people are confused and tell me that they don't have somebody they trust to answer their questions about the vaccine. Third, some of this is driven by our colleagues. In the last 2 weeks, 8 pregnant women with COVID-19 were admitted to our ICU. At least 6 said that their OB told them not to get the vaccine while pregnant. That myth is still out there. What's going on in the ICU? Todd says, I want people to know that our unvaccinated, infected COVID-19 patients are the sickest patients we take care of. Their condition can change on a dime. We think they're getting better, and suddenly we turn around and they're near death, or they die in seconds. What's hard for our staff is that many of these patients have been with us for several weeks. We get to know them so that when this happens, it hurts us even more because we've gotten to know them. What we need to do, while it may take time, we have to talk to vaccine hesitant people one by one and ask them what their questions are and then provide them with the answers they need. I think the next 6 months are going to be all about getting people who are still movable on this, get them to be comfortable that the vaccine is safe, that we didn't cut corners. Yes, it was developed faster than anything we've ever done before. That's because it had to be. So I say to you, if you have to comfort a crying mother, as I did, who has a pregnant daughter in ICU who's trying to deliver a baby, I just want to help you understand why I'm so passionate about this issue. Thank you. Take care.
Up next.
Up next is Bill Weir. Bill, please unmute yourself, state your name and residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Smith and Commissioners. Bill Weir, Damascus. I want to review the events that led up to the censure of Commissioner Scholl in January and the subsequent stripping of his liaison positions in June. When the news of Mr. Scholl's post became general knowledge on the morning of January 11th, the county became a busy place. Mr. Scholl sent out an apology via email to all county personnel on January 11th. On January 13, 22 members of the county's exec team in writing believed he should resign. On the cover of this memo, the county administrator wrote, "I need your help to set the tone." On January 13th, Chair Smith asked for him to resign. The Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Council asked for his immediate resignation. Various groups outside by then had called for his resignation. What did all of these communications to the commission have in common? All of them did not mention the punishment of censure. How did it happen that on January 14th, the county attorney just happened to have a censure resolution in his back pocket for the meeting ready to be voted on? The censure was not a line item on the published agenda. At the beginning of the meeting, he electronically sent it to the commissioners, who went on to other business, and then at the end of the meeting voted on it. Now, it's my understanding that the public rules of public meetings is that if the commission is meeting to determine action or vote on a final position on a motion or proposal or resolution, it has to be posted at least 24 hours beforehand for the public interest. This was not done, nor was it an agenda item printed right up to the meeting. Beyond that, if more than 2 of the commissioners jointly plotted behind the scenes, it's a violation of public meeting laws. And I'd like Mr. Madcourt perhaps could clarify that. It seems to me that something as serious as disparaging a commissioner's reputation and censoring and demanding his resignation would warrant public notification. And did Mr. Scholl even know this was going to happen? If not, it was an ambush. If he did resign under pressure, what you would have had was a political coup overturning the will of the electorate. Later on June 1st, Chair Smith castigated Mr. Scholl for not properly vetting a resolution he brought up for discussion. She said his resolution went through without vetting by County Administrator Hirsch. She went on to claim it as an example that she'd been working for months on a resolution, had 16 pairs of eyes on it. She said, you don't throw gasoline on a fire. With that, Scholl lost his committee assignments. Each session operated under different rules, but the same result, to damage Mr. Scholl. This commission needs to
Thank you,
undo the censor and return
Thank
him.
you. Thank you, Will. There were some pretty serious accusations Mr. Madcore made on us in violation of public meeting law. Can you address those?
If Mr. Ware has reason to believe that, he can certainly file the proper recourse in court if he wants to challenge this body's compliance with public meetings law. I fully believe that we're remain in compliance with public meetings law and public records law consistently.
Thank you very much. Shannon, who's up next?
Connie Lee is up next. Connie, please unmute yourself, state your name and residence. You have 3 minutes.
Connie Lee, Lake Oswego. I was horrified to watch last week's Board of County Commissioners meeting. The meeting was packed with people who were not wearing masks at a time when it was well known that the Delta variant was and still is a very real threat to public health. To me, Chair Smith seemed excited and happy to see so many maskless people, while all I could see was a super spreader event waiting to happen. And as we know, the Delta variant spreads 2 or 3 times faster than the original COVID virus. At this meeting, one after another person testified using misinformation about COVID, yet their information was not corrected by the officials present. Shouldn't a public health professional be at a meeting where it is known that many anti-mask and anti-vaccine individuals would be testifying? Please consider having a member of the Clackamas Public Health Department at all BCC meetings in the future to do just that, so that misinformation is not disseminated inadvertently by this body. I was so disappointed and saddened for the people of Clackamas County after last week's meeting. Let's hope and pray that this meeting doesn't turn out to be a super spreader event, as it very well may be, because the Delta variant is so highly contagious and kills unvaccinated people at a vastly higher rate. We want to see a Board of Commissioners that is concerned about the health of its residents. And COVID is a life and death issue. It should not be a political football. It is my opinion that Chair Smith used this issue for grandstanding at the expense of people's lives. I certainly hope for her sake that no deaths come out of it. Thank you for listening.
Up next.
Up next is Chris Waller. Chris, please unmute yourself, state your name and residence. You have 3 minutes.
Chris Waller, Jennings Lodge. My plan was to address several of the comments Chair Smith made at the August 12th board meeting, but Chair Smith, you're off the hook today. Yesterday, I learned that Mark Scholl actively worked to cancel a county vaccination clinic in Molalla. And the implication from posts from Mayor Scott Kaiser celebrating the closure is that he did it in his official role as commissioner. Kaiser wrote, I just received a message from our Molalla River School Board and Commissioner Mark Scholl. The vaccine event scheduled for August 23rd at Molalla High School is canceled. According to state data as of June 25th, Molalla had the smallest percentage of people vaccinated against COVID-19 of any sizable zip code in the Portland metro area. Only about 38% of the 97038 zip code's population of 15,000 were vaccinated, lower than the vaccination rate of states being ravaged by the Delta variant like Louisiana and Arkansas. And Molalla predictably has had extremely high rates of COVID. According to Oregon Health Authority, 1 out of every 15 people in Molalla has had COVID, one of the highest rates in our entire county. So the clinic, which was scheduled to run every Tuesday, offering free vaccines to anyone 12 and up, is desperately needed. That a sitting commissioner would actively work to stop vaccinations is reprehensible and incomprehensible. What was the excuse given for stopping the clinic? Some residents objected to the $50 gift cards being given out, as they are in every vaccine clinic in the county, as a bribe. And some objected to adolescents 14 and older being able to get vaccinated without parental permission, as is the law in the entire state of Oregon. But this clinic wasn't being held to secretly vaccinate the children of Molalla. It was being held for all the citizens of Molalla and the surrounding communities. No doubt we will hear excuses from Commissioner Scholl, like the people of the community didn't want this clinic and there are other clinics. So do we really want to set the precedent that we allow anti-vaccine activists, a noisy but tiny minority, to dictate the availability of our health care? How many people will now not get vaccinated because you made it more difficult for them? How many more clinics will you work to cancel because they are following state law? And how does that make our county look that sitting commissioners again and again attack and oppose their own public health department? The true tragedy here is that teenagers who have the sense to do the right thing and get vaccinated, who are responsible and care about their communities and themselves, have to fear retribution from their parents who may be deluded by anti-vaccination propaganda. The stories of kids who have had to hide their vaccination from their parents are as sad and tragic as the stories of kids who've had to hide their gayness. I know that personally, I'm on the side of those kids. Thank you.
Up next.
Up next is Allison Bernaldez. Allison, please unmute yourself, state your name and residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Allison Bernaldez. I'm a Clackamas County resident in Tualatin. I'm a mom of 3 kids under the age of 5. I'm the aunt of 2 Clackamas County kids, ages 5 and almost 8, who will be attending in-person public school in our county. I am terrified for the health and well-being of the children I am responsible for keeping safe and for whom I love. On August 10th, 2021, OHSU released a statement on their COVID-19 forecast. The opening paragraph of that statement reads, "The latest data on the Delta variant of COVID-19 and its predicted impact on Oregon is dire. By Labor Day, OHSU predicts that the state will be short 400 to 500 needed staffed hospital beds. This means that some Oregonians will not be able to get hospital care for COVID-19 or any other condition. Clackamas County has seen a 139% increase in COVID-19 related hospitalizations in the last 14 days, according to the New York Times coronavirus map. The OHA Oregon COVID-19 vaccine efforts metric data dashboard shows out of all counties in Oregon, Clackamas County has the largest population of unvaccinated residents in several age groups, including 60 to 69-year-olds, 50 to 59-year-olds, and 30 to 39-year-olds. Rather than posting, encouraging, and spreading misinformation about mask mandates, including retracted studies and preprint, not peer-reviewed studies, Chair Smith, our county would be much better positioned from a public health standpoint if energy was spent focusing on vaccinating more of our community members and promoting, rather than opposing, additional evidence-based risk mitigation strategies like mask usage, distancing, and ventilation during times of high community spread. Commissioner Scholl, from my understanding, you participated in getting the vaccine event scheduled for August 23rd at Molalla High School canceled. This action is deplorable and is only exacerbating this public health crisis. It is devastating, terrifying, and infuriating to be in this situation 17 months into this pandemic. It is even more so because we have a free vaccine available, which has demonstrated real life effectiveness in keeping people out of the hospital and from dying. But because unvaccinated people are getting infected and filling up our hospitals, we have to add additional measures like masking, distancing, and ventilation to protect our community and healthcare workers. I don't want to wear masks either. I wish our community and country had listened to science and not made wearing masks political. For the sake of our county, state, country, and the world, we need leaders who will listen to consensus among the science and medical experts across various fields, including the CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics, who agree layered risk mitigation strategies are vital to slow the spread of COVID-19.
Thank you. Gary, there's been a couple of wrong accusations made. I'd like you to correct those, please.
Yes, and we've also I've received some emails as well. So Commissioner Shull had nothing to do about the cancellation of the vaccine clinic in Molalla. That was a decision made by the county's public health director and the superintendent of the Molalla School District. They independently made that decision and plan to reschedule it at another location within the Molalla area very, very soon. But Commissioner Shull was not involved. I've asked him directly, and I've asked our staff. There was no involvement by Commissioner Shull. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Commissioner Shull.
Yes, Chair Smith. Yesterday morning, members of the Molalla community and the Molalla mayor contacted me about some concerns about vaccination process. That was staffed by me to our people here in the building. They staffed it with health services, and I received a very professional response back by email that identified the laws under which they're doing these vaccinations. That was made available from me to the mayor and to the people from Molalla who asked the questions. And like Gary said, the decision on that to change the dates was done by the folks in Molalla and not by myself. So there's been some, I don't know where the misinformation got out, but we have a very transparent policy in this county. When somebody asks me a question, it's staffed and they get an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Shannon.
Jennifer Duncan is next. Jennifer, please unmute yourself. State your name and residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Duncan, Lake Oswego, Oregon, retired teacher. The rise in COVID cases in Oregon is by any measure a crisis. And in a crisis, leadership matters. Your Board of Commissioners is uniquely placed to help Oregonians navigate our way safely through it. I hope you're up to the challenge. So I want to thank those board members who have stepped up to the plate as leaders. I thank those board members who recognized that the August 12th meeting with a crowded room of unmasked participants was ill-conceived and badly executed. Thank you to those who have pledged to do better in the future. I thank those who understand that the loudest voices aren't usually the ones with the facts, and that bullying others just shows the weakness of the argument. I thank those who extend the hand of friendship, trying to bridge the gap with offers of a lunch or a happy hour get-together in an attempt to forge a bond, even when those invitations are rudely rebuffed. I thank those who understand that if we don't get this thing handled, our children will be the ones to suffer with illness and school closures once again. I thank those on the board who support a statement of endorsement for Governor Brown's mask mandate, which was enacted to keep us safe and healthy. Masking is an easy and effective way to reduce transmission of the virus, and we all need all the help we can get. I thank those who use their position striving to share the truth and not as a way to share false information about vaccines and whatever, and foment anger in those who look to them for guidance. Lastly, I thank those members who understand that this board is tasked with the health and safety of our whole community. These members encourage the public to be safe, wear masks, and get vaccinated to protect us all. I hope with your help that we can all get to a place where people understand that these masks are a safety tool, like a hard hat at a construction site, and that vaccines are a gift. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your listening, and have a good day.
Thank you. Up next.
Up next is Sarah Lambert. Sarah, please unmute yourself. State your name and residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Thank you, commissioners, for hearing me today. My name is Sarah Lambert, and I live in Oregon City. I own a foster home for adults with developmental disabilities. I am here today to advocate for vaccine choice. On August 6th, Kate Brown announced she will be requiring all IDD adult foster home owners and employees to be vaccinated or submit a weekly testing by September 30th of this year. For the last 21 years, I have been advocating for people to have a choice in their lives. I have worked fervently to make sure that all of my residents have the best quality of life possible, and that includes who I hire to help care for them. Now, for the first time, I am having to advocate for my employees and myself. How can I require my employees to get a vaccine in order to keep their jobs? Governor Brown is forcing me to force my employees to choose between feeding their families or injecting themselves with an experimental vaccine. I don't know if you're aware, but we are facing a major staffing crisis in the healthcare industry, and that includes adult foster care homes. It has become almost impossible to hire and retain caregivers. I'd like to ask Governor Brown and all of you commissioners a few questions. Who will be paying for the testing that is now required should my employees not want to be vaccinated? The cost is roughly $150 per person per test. Add that up. Who will cover the cost of additional staffing when I'm forced to pull employees off their regular duties to wait in line to be tested? Who will cover the medical costs should they choose to take the vaccine and have an adverse reaction to it? And moreover, who will protect me when an employee sues me for damages because I have now forced them to get an experimental vaccine? And this is probably the most important question that I have today. Why on earth is a vaccine being mandated that has not been FDA approved and has not gone through the proper clinical trials? Like I said at the beginning of my statement, I have dedicated the last 21 years of my life to being a voice for people who do not have one. And now I'm here today fighting for my employees, for myself, and ultimately still fighting for my residents. Because we're the people that they see every day. We're the ones they rely on for their quality of life. We're the ones who they laugh and cry with. And in some cases, we are all that they have. When you take away their support people, you take away their quality of life. I implore you all to fight with us for medical choice. Wherever there is risk, there should always be choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's up next?
Up next is Tim Smith. Tim, please unmute yourself, state your name and residence. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi. This is Tim Smith from Wilsonville. Boy, there's so much said here. I don't know where to begin. I'm going to go back to last week's meeting where I'm going to start with Chair Smith. I will applaud Chair Smith for doing everything she said. She stood not with the minority, like Chris Waller says, because Chris Waller doesn't know how to add. There were 600 or more people, plus those who are online, that supported everything Mr. Scholl has resonated with since day one. The only issue I have, Ms. Chair Smith, with you, and I implore you in respect, unlike Ms. Fisher, to you, I have just the opposite views. I have identified with us who believe in pro-choice. We don't believe in forcing anything on anybody, but we don't want the opposing views forcing their views on us. We want freedom of choice. So what I'm asking you, Chair Smith, I would like you to address it. Will you unlock the shackles that have been put on Mr. Scholl? He's not our liaison. There's been a recall on him. I'm asking you, Chair Smith, would you please address this again? Because he is our voice in this body. And without him, you've silenced us. Mr. Savas, I listened to some of your meetings yesterday, and I was shocked to hear how you, Chair Smith, were attacked very similarly as Mr. Scholl was. Ms. Fisher basically said, this was my interpretation. Chair Smith, I heard, you have the push, but I'll tell you, I have the shove. Because I have Mr. Savas in my back pocket, and I have Ms. Schrader as two peas in a pod, and we outnumber you. So if we can't work this out amiably, we'll use the power of numbers to divide and conquer. So you're already divided. You divided Mr. Scholl, and you got just a taste of it, Chair Smith, of what this, Ms. Fisher is doing. So I support you in how you defended yourself, and I feel for you, but I feel even more for Mr. Shull. I have a lot to say, but I'm going to end it on this. The way you're stuck in between, Chair Smith, in the worst situation at all, because you are not supporting Mr. Shull, who's supporting us and me, but you're being attacked by the other side. Savas, he plays the gray area. He rides a fence like a cowboy rides a saddle. And I mean that he doesn't take either side, so he's, Teflon proof. But you are in the middle, Chair Smith, so I feel for you. I hope you take your stance. I hope you're not robbed of your powers. And I would implore you to.
Thank you very much. I am going to make a comment. We've heard a lot of stuff regarding Commissioner Shull. Commissioner Shull knows exactly what he needs to do to get his liaison duties back, and that's have a conversation. I've also implored my other county commissioners. I said, county commissioners, I've gone to Commissioner Shull. I would like you all to engage in private conversations with each other. I cannot do that alone. I do not have the power to either take away or reinstate anybody. It must be a board decision. There must be a conversation going back between board members. I have worked on this for months and months and months behind the scenes to reinstate Commissioner Shull. He needs to go to his commissioners and sit down in a chair and have a conversation. That is all that I've asked. Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, my comment, Chair, as I kind of mentioned this before, not necessarily on this particular topic, but it's certainly included. When it comes to boardmanship, it comes to the rules that we've agreed upon, we've voted to agree upon. They're laminated here. I believe the best way to have that discussion is with a retreat. We are way behind, and I think we all have an obligation to work out all these people don't know of all the differences, but we have a number of issues that come up, and this is one of them. This is not all of them. This is one of them, but that's what teams do. That's what teamwork is all about, and I would, again, renew my request for a retreat.
Well, we're going to be addressing that a little bit later coming up in Commissioner Communications, and I hope everybody pays attention to that. Shannon, who else is up?
Thank you. That is the end of the list of callers.
Okay, we now move into Gary. What's up next?
Next is County Administrator Update. That's me. I have a few good news items to share and a few quick announcements. First, I want to recognize our staff who operate the Canby Ferry. We received a note from VJ who wrote, I want to give kudos to the Canby Ferry. I have used it about 8 times this summer. In some cases, I took a detour to the ferry because I-5 was too slow, and even though the ferry route was longer, it was still faster and infinitely more enjoyable. I wanted to give a special thanks to the ferryman, Rory Quinn. I found him to be a lovely person who had a kind word for everyone who came aboard. He's a gem. Thank you for keeping the ferry running. It is a treasure and well worth the $5 fee. I take it for double that amount. So thank you, VJ, for the note, and thank you to Rory, a member of our staff, for his great work. Next, 3 members of our Social Services Division of Health, Housing, and Human Services have been recognized by the Oregon Office of Developmental Disability Services for their outstanding work. Brooke Gelfland, Stacy Mullins, and Sandy Olson from our Social Services Division were all recognized. Brooke was given the Equity Champion Award for her support of people, families, colleagues, and providers experiencing marginalization. Stacy received the Outstanding Supervisor Award for the way she communicates and supports her team. And Sandy was recognized for the All-Around Outstanding Service Award for how she goes above and beyond for people with high needs and how she has coordinated evacuations when they were necessary. So thank you and congratulations to Brooke, Stacy, and Sandy for your outstanding support and modeling our core values of Clackamas County in your work. Next, a few quick updates. September is Suicide Prevention Month. Clackamas County wants to highlight the importance of connection. When we connect with others, we feel seen, less isolated, and more likely to reach out for help. We want to remind everyone in our community that connection fosters hope. On September 7th, here at the Red Soils campus, we will have a kickoff for Suicide Prevention Month for those of you that are still here. And then we'll have another ceremony later in the fall when everyone's back from the recess. But just want to let people know, if anyone needs to talk or needs help, please reach out. We have a crisis prevention line here at the county. We have support for people in the community and our employees and YouTube board. Anyone who needs it, please reach out and someone will be there to help you. Finally, board, as you know, you will be on recess from August 20th through September 6th. Your next board business meeting will be Thursday, September 9th at 6 p.m. It is an evening business meeting. Per the county code, I am authorized to sign contracts on your behalf during the recess. And of course, I've reminded staff I will only do that if absolutely necessary. Everything else needs to wait until your return. That is my update. Thank you, Chair Smith.
Thank you, Gary. We will now move on to Commissioner Communication. Up first is Commissioner Schrader.
Well, thank you, commissioners. I'm calling you from Bristol, England. And I've listened to a lot of testimony tonight, but I thought it might be interesting for me to talk a little bit about my personal experience. In order to get to England, I've had 2 COVID tests, both were negative. I'm on my 3rd COVID test because England requires me on day 2 of being in the country to get another test and also to fill out a form, a locator form, so they know where I'm staying and who I'm with, which is with my family here in England. I haven't seen my 2 grandchildren since 2019, so it's been quite a pleasure for me. And I don't want to be controversial tonight. I'm just going to give my opinion, and that is that I believe in the vaccination. I'm wearing a mask. I think that masking helps. It isn't perfect. It does stop the spray. I also believe, from what I've read, that messenger RNA vaccines are the vaccines of the future and may very well be vaccines, if you can imagine this, for cancer in the end. I am following every protocol that I needed to follow to get this far. I flew through Iceland. I had to have a test in order to get into Iceland. I also had to have my 2nd test within 72 hours of arriving in the United Kingdom. And once again, being here for 3 days, I have to have a 3rd test to make sure that I continue to be negative. I know that people want to have a choice. I'm not disputing the fact that you have a choice as to whether or not you get vaccinated or not, whether or not you wear a mask or not. What I'm trying to tell you, in my personal opinion, in my own experiences, and coming from a family of nurses where, unlike many other folks, being nurses, I not only got shots, I got them from my parents, and that included vaccines because they were registered nurses and they could do that. So I'm going to urge folks to get vaccinated. I'm going to urge you to wear a mask, not because somebody's telling you to. I don't really, mandates, you can do a mandate, but quite frankly, it really is, in the end, a personal choice. But I am going to urge you to make the personal choice to wear a mask. They're not perfect. They prevent spray. It isn't the be-all of end-all of stopping this virus. And I also will tell everyone, quite frankly, from my perspective, since I have an I actually do have a disease that is an immunological problem, and that should the time come, I will also accept a 3rd booster shot for this. That is my choice. And I'm urging everybody to please look at the science. Please don't look at this as people telling you what to do, as much as, from my perspective, it's my duty as a citizen of the United States and being a global citizen to make sure that I'm doing everything possible to stop the spread of the virus. So that's my message. And I'm saying it respectfully because I respect all of the commissioners I work with. I'm all right with a difference of opinion. And I was going to add that my son-in-law and I have had some very interesting conversations about masking and vaccines because he's a little bit more on the other side of the aisle on that one. So doesn't matter. He's family. I'm family. I will express my opinion. And I suggest people please, please follow the medical protocols of the folks that know the science, are medical professionals, and are really looking out for the public good. So hope that doesn't get me into too much trouble, but I'm awaiting the result of my third COVID test. I hope I'm negative. I think I will be. And in order to get back into the United States, I will have to take 2 more COVID tests. One to fly through Iceland and the other one to get back into the United States of America. And I'm going to do it because I see it as my duty as a responsible citizen in order to not just protect my health, but to protect the health of others. So respectfully, love all you guys, miss you. We'll work with you as soon as I get back, and hope that you all stay safe and you stay well. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Schrader. Up next is Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I'm going to make my comments real brief as I want to hear what everyone else has to say, and I have a noon engagement that I have to depart for, but I just have to say that I got to just do a shout out for our developmental disability staff that were recognized. My heart felt real warm hearing Brooke Gelfand was my daughter's service coordinator for many, many, many years before I became a county commissioner and had to get exiled to Multnomah County to provide my daughter's services. That's what they do with county commissioners, so we don't have any conflicts. But Brooke Gelfand was a lifeline for so many years with my daughter and her services and needing the support and really just approaching every moment with such compassion and care. And I tell you, our staff at Clackamas County that are working directly with folks that are struggling have hearts as pure as gold, and I just applaud and thank them so much. So that's all.
Anything else? Thank you, Commissioner Fisher. Up next, Commissioner Savas.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. One thing that came up Thursday night and came up again today is really about people's constitutional rights. And do we hold that and respect that and hold that close? I believe we do. But I don't have the exact oath of office that we took, that I last took, and a number of my colleagues have taken, the exact wording, but I'm going to get it. Frankly, I'm probably going to post it right here in front. But it goes something like this. I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of my office, Clackamas County Commissioner, that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Oregon and the county ordinances and laws and something to that effect. It's all of that. It's not one piece of the Constitution of the United States. It's all of that. And, you know, when you take the oath of office for whether it's a special district, a city council, county commission, you know, we actually have a little bit less rights than some of you have. And in that, our freedom of speech is somewhat limited to some degree because we also have board rules, boardsmanship, behavior, number of things that we abide by to keep our relationships sound as best as possible, to keep a good decorum up here, to be respectful. and treat each other with respect so we can work together every day for the best interest of everyone. I truly appreciate, frankly, everyone, whether you're the people that called in or call in daily, and I hear both sides, and I respect the right for everyone to be able to speak to both sides. And, you know, as a parent, I too hold, and I think most of us do, hold more valuable than anything the welfare and the health of our children. And while a number of the things that we heard on Thursday were focused about rights, what I was somewhat saddened by was not really a lot of focus on the problem that we have that is really pulling our country apart, this world apart, and that's COVID. The enemy, I will state again, I've stated this last year, I've stated it a couple times this year, the enemy is COVID. And when this country, as a patriot, has had an enemy, and it's not been a virus, we have all pulled together, we have all sacrificed for the betterment of our community, for the betterment of our country. And the part that I struggle with is that all the sacrifices my family has made who serve in the armed forces, friends of mine that serve as law enforcement, firefighters that put their lives on the line for the welfare of others is a duty that it's part of who we are. If our neighbor's house is burning down, you know what? We're going to go help them. And I'm concerned, frankly, for our children that the longer this virus continues, the longer that our economy is suffering, the longer our children don't have a great opportunity to have a healthy environment in school, the longer, and those impacts would be deeper and longer, and I'm concerned about the long term for our children and for ourselves. So I would really like to hear more about how we're going to work together. I'd like to hear more about solutions, not complaints, but solutions, and how we're going to get behind this. I understand that people do have medical circumstances in which their doctor probably advises them not to get a vaccine or not to wear a mask or to use some alternative. I understand that. And they're going to have to, really, the doctor's probably going to advise them to take extra precautions. And one could say, well, those precautions maybe might restrict their freedoms. Well, it's really about their health. It's about the health of others. So I would just really ask all these people, these divergent opinions, which they all have a right, and I'm not going to criticize anyone for their opinions, but we need to really work together to beat this. This world is at risk. This is not in the United States. This is around the world. You know, it was sad to watch the Olympics and in those indoor settings to see the crowds. No, there was no crowds in there. It was empty because of those restrictions. This is not a hoax. This is real. I have family in the medical industry, not just in Oregon, but along the West Coast. The problems we have, this is not a hoax. I don't believe it's a hoax. I encourage people, frankly, to abide as best as possible to state law. We are bound by that. And as I stated in the oath we took, and I just want to say I support the requirement to wear a mask. I support people's freedom to whether or not to get a vaccine, but I will encourage people to get a vaccine and not go contrary to their medical advice of their doctor if it is contrary to that. So let's please work together. Let's please put aside for a moment and think about the greater good. Put our self-interest aside and think about the greater good. That's our job up here. That's the oath we took, and that's what I plan to continue to do. And I'm going to continue. It's difficult, again, to abide by the rules when we work together to be respectful, and that means that I don't really have the freedoms really to say or do what I would like to do because I'm going to be respectful. But I'm perfectly comfortable abiding by those, and I'm perfectly comfortable with the sacrifices I take in the office of being a public servant. Looking here at my notes, everything I really just want to say. Oh, the other thing I wanted to say too is that we're also, not only are we the Board of County Commissioners, but we're also the Board of Health. And I went back and I read the requirements, the duties, and the responsibilities of the Board of Health. And perhaps that ought to be posted in these times. It's substantial. There's a substantial responsibility we have up here. I was not happy with the fact that we put people at risk here inadvertently. I don't think, and no one deliberately put people at risk here Thursday evening. I'm not going to make that anywhere near that kind of an accusation. It's not an accusation, but people were at risk. This building was overcrowded. I've been in this room when there was a medical emergency. I still remember the lady who had a medical emergency here. Had that same situation happen Thursday night, there was no way the paramedics or emergency personnel could have got in here and out of here in safe fashion. I've had people that almost died because they didn't get to the hospital in time, and I've had friends of mine that did die because they didn't get to the hospital in time. So the welfare, the safety of everyone in this building, whether you're staff, whether it's the public, whether it's ourselves, we have a responsibility for the health and welfare and the safety of everyone in this building. And frankly, everyone in this county. That's our responsibility. It's huge. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Scholl, you're up.
Yes, good morning, Clackamas County. Yesterday, I had the privilege of attending the Clackamas County Fair and Rodeo, and did I ever have a good time. People say that might be the best county fair in America, and I believe it might be true. And I saw that young man, Caleb, over there yesterday in his cowboy hat, and boy, did he look good. In the last couple of weeks, I've had the privilege of attending the Cottrell Bull Run CPO meeting, Stafford Hamlet meeting, Government Camp CPO meeting. These CPOs are doing outstanding work. If you live in unincorporated Clackamas County and you're not involved in your CPO, get involved because you will not regret it. We talk about the importance of transparency in government and free speech. Well, last Thursday evening, we saw both in action. The governor's mandate brought people to their feet. Thursday's meeting of hundreds of concerned citizens were families with children, working people, pregnant women, war veterans, young and old, rich and poor, who came to express their opinions on mandates regarding their health. They were intent on having their personal freedoms respected. They were adamant, yet they were peaceful. Some cities have rioters. Clackamas County has concerned citizens carrying out their civic duties and declaring their constitutional and God-given rights as free people. Yes, the building was a bit overwhelmed with numbers, but that was overshadowed, in my opinion, by the importance of the people being heard. We commissioners and the staff don't own this county building or the desks or the chairs. The people are owners of it all. We are their guests here. Some of us elected, some hired. If the people want to come, they don't need an invitation or approval from us. This is not a virtual Zoom life. This is a real blood, sweat, and tears life. These are the real people with real problems, real concerns, and real opinions. And our staff and commissioners are bound to listen and accommodate, and they do. I encourage every resident of this county to become involved. Pick an issue of concern. Send the board an email with problem, observations, and recommendations for action. Then come in on a Thursday meeting and testify for 3 minutes. That is how you start to move mountains. Your opinion not only matters, it is imperative that it is heard. With liberty comes the requirement of personal responsibility. Protect your loved ones, be safe, be well, and be free. On COVID, I would like everybody to pause for a moment and think about preventative medicine. Think about farmers, good diet, exercise, a healthy lifestyle. We have heard a lot over the last few months about constitutional rights. I spoke yesterday with Chair Smith about a resolution supporting the protection of constitutional rights during emergencies, and I would like to give that to the clerk to share with the other commissioners so they might read it over the next couple of weeks, and maybe we can discuss it when we come back from recess. I know that the last 18 months for anyone involved with health services in hospitals, clinics, and to include our public health services here in the county, have worked really hard. And I've talked to people from Providence yesterday who said that their biggest problem is the shortage of people to work in the hospitals and the clinics. If you're a young person out there who is looking for a road ahead in your life and you haven't found your calling yet, I would ask you to take a minute, give some thought about becoming a nurse, a doctor, a technician. And if you make the decision, I can tell you, you're going to have a great career because you will be in demand for every day of your life. So again, thank you for all the people who have worked so hard and are so tired now fighting this COVID thing. And I'd also, like I said, I don't always agree with people who call in, but I know people who do call in that may not agree with my way of thinking all the time. They're passionate about what they believe, and for everybody who testified here today or called in, I appreciate you taking time. I appreciate your comments. God bless America.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Scholl. Commissioner Scholl, thank you very much. You know, there's been a lot of information floating around. I just want to state, as your chair of Clackamas County, your elected chair, that people put me in this position. It's very difficult, and I would never guess that we'd be required to do all of the actions that we're required to do. For me, it's 24/7. I don't take off on Friday or Saturday or Sunday necessarily and go have fun, maybe like some of you folks do. And when it comes to public health, Commissioner Savas mentioned we are the Public Health Board, yes, and I have supported every single initiative that our Public Health Director has put forth. I have even come up with outside-the-box ways for people to get vaccinated for those who choose to be vaccinated, because I feel that is, in all accounts, our public health directors and our doctors say do that, but I do support people's choice. I do support people who cannot get the vaccination for medical reasons. I do not think mandates are the way to go because mandates do not support peace. They do not support a healthy society. People have to want to be healthy. I will say this, COVID does not like sick people. COVID does not like overweight people. COVID does not like people who have diabetes or heart disease or people who don't exercise or take care of them. So I implore every single person to take care of their personal health. Regarding the business meeting last Thursday, it's somehow perceived out there that I was responsible for that huge crowd. I wish I had that much power. Honestly, can you imagine what would happen if I would have invited people to come? I can assure you I did not. But that was a good lesson for us. And we all learn through what can be perceived as not doing so well. We don't learn from our successes. You know, we learn from the opportunities presented to us where maybe we don't perform so well. We will do better to manage a crowd. This room has a capacity of 143 by the fire marshal. You count how many staff are in here, you subtract that. That is how many people will be allowed in this room at one time, 133. That will be maintained. But I also support the people to voice their own opinion. And I will do everything in my ability to make sure everybody gets to state their opinion before this board. You have listened to a lot of criticism of me ever since I came on January 7th. The criticisms on me have been lobbied, and they have been nasty. They have continued with those. Likewise, we will hear any other side of any other opinion to any of our commissioners. We all have been vilified. We all have been praised. That's part of the First Amendment process, that people have a right to engage in their government in public opinion. In public opinion. And I will maintain that your manners and decorum will go much further than insults and attacks. This board is going to take a much-needed break for 2 weeks. I'm going to recommend to my commissioners that we all go home, take a vacation, go sit next to some water, drink your favorite adult beverage, and process what we have been through for the past several months. And I'm going to recommend that we all come back with renewed vigor, respect for our citizens who put us here, respect for our staff, and most importantly, respect for each other and how we manage through 5 differing opinions that are all very strong. And with that in mind, this meeting is adjourned.
Hi, I'm Commissioner Martha Schrader. Welcome to Cooking with the Commissioner. This is going to be a really delicious dish that I'm making for you folks, once again, from my Italian heritage. It's really going to be a really rich Italian meat sauce known in Sicily in southern Italy as a ragu. And once again, I learned how to make this with my grandmother and my aunts. I talked about them last time. They have influenced everything I've done through the years with my cooking. And the good news is, when you take a look at what we have here today, all of this, all of the meat, the spices, and the produce are from the Oregon City Farmers Market. So I was very happy to go there the other day, do my shopping. I found a beautiful, beautiful pork roast. And as you can see, it's been marinated in Italian seasonings, for about a day now. We're going to be putting that into our meat sauce, as well as some very mild Italian sausage. Once again, all of this is available at the Oregon City's farmers market, as well as the other markets that we have here in our county. And the reason I love to cook is because I want people to know that we have one of the best farm-to-table opportunities here in our county with the wonderful meats and foods and vegetables that we have available. So let's get started. I'm going to actually finish cutting up my onion here, because you can't make a ragu unless you have a really nice bit of onion in it. But I'm going to chop this up really well, as you can see. So here's my onion all chopped up. I'm going to take it and put it into this little bowl, but I also want to point out some of the other wonderful spices and things that I have here today. But first, let's get this onion in the bowl. So really, to have a really good Italian ragu, you have to have a base to the sauce. And the base in my family was always onion and garlic. And then this is fresh oregano and basil from my garden. And then this is an Italian spice called pepperoncini, because we like to add a little heat to our sauce. So it isn't a mild sauce. It's got a lot of meat in it. And when you really have it and eat it with your spaghetti or with your linguine or any other kind of pasta you want to use it for, it really has that nice tomato flavor with a really meaty bite to it. So that's kind of how you really want to make it flavorful. And I have a few other dried spices that I use. And actually, this was purchased from a local company. It's called Pilgrim Spice, and they're fantastic. I actually went to the Milwaukee Farmers Market to find those spices. So I have one that is Italian seasoning. And I have another one that says garlic lover, because the other thing about this sauce that you're going to need to know is it has lots of garlic, lots of onion, very flavorful, very, very full-bodied. And a lot of times what Italian families would do is they would make the meat in the sauce, but the meat actually becomes a side dish, and then the sauce goes on the pasta. So you're actually getting two meals out of one big pot of sauce that you're making. So let's get started. The first thing I have to do with this is, as usual, get my glug of olive oil. And this is olive oil from Sur La Table. I use it all the time. So here we go. Just going to cover the bottom. Just going to cover the bottom a little bit there with olive oil, okay? And then this is where all these other yummy things start to cook together. So the first thing I'm going to do is turn it on, and I'll be sauteing the onions and the garlic. So I'm going to go to the stove because we're going to get ready to saute our savories here. Here we go. So I'm going to take the onions. There we go. Get them all nicely coated with the olive oil. And next, I'm going to put in the garlic. Here we go. Let this get nice and kind of browned up a little bit, kind of sauteing the bottom of the pan. This is going to be the base of the sauce. And we get this all done right before we put the meat in. So let's let that go a few minutes here. So the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and get our meat. Actually, it's a pork shoulder, I believe, because it has the bone in. And what I did to prep it earlier was cut it into big chunks. Now, I do have a big chunk that is the bone, and I am going to put the bone into the sauce because it'll give it, again, a richer, meatier flavor. So what I actually did was a little salt, a little garlic pepper, some of the spices. You can see I have pepperoncini on it. So I'm going to take this right over right now. You can hear it sizzling. And we're going to take our meat and we're going to put them in the bottom of the pan. Oh, but let's put our nice big shoulder in here. You can see this is quite a big pork roast, but it will cook down considerably because this will go in the oven and probably just simmer now for about 3 or 4 hours. And while I'm waiting for that to brown, I'm going to do something here with my sausages. This is mild Italian sausage. A lot of times I just cut them into pieces because it browns a little bit easier that way. So, once again, from our Oregon City Farmers Market. And you can see, so all cut up into pieces. So now I'm going to take it and put it in with the meat sauce, and we're going to let it cook and brown. Oh, it's browning nicely. So we're just going to let that brown a little bit before I put the tomato sauce in. I'm going to start to add some of the spices. Here we have Italian seasoning. And this is garlic lover, so it's got a little more garlic in it. There we go. The pepperoncini, be careful because it will make it very hot. So if you like it hot, put more in. But if you don't like it hot, just put a tiny bit. Just put a tiny sprinkle in there to add that flavor. Here we go. Just tossing it and moving it a little bit so it doesn't get burned. As I said, you want to get it nice and brown. How about I do 2 at a time? That would work. Here we go. Oh, you can hear that bubble. Woo. Fills all the way to the top, and now I'm going to take my fresh herbs and I'm going to put it in and we're going to let it simmer. Here we go. Oh, wow. Look at how rich that looks. Oh, it's actually starting to bubble if you can hear it now. So, every Italian nonna always puts a little red wine into their sauce because it's good for the heart. That's exactly what my grandmother used to say to me. So this is a cab. It's also from the farmer's market. And I'm just going to do my famous thing and put a glug of wine in here as well. So here we go. Ooh. Now that'll give it another really good flavor. Absolutely fantastic. So now that this is started on the stovetop, I'm going to move it into the oven where pretty much you just leave it, go every so often, every half hour or so, go in and give it a little stir. Put your chop on. Oh, you feel how heavy that is with the meat in it? Oh my goodness. This is going to feed an army. Okay. There we go. And voila, our sauce will be done in about 3.5 to 4 hours. Now that we have our Italian ragu in the oven, I'm actually going to add more meat, not just the pork, but with ground chopped meat. And this is the way my grandmother and my aunts made their meatballs. Very, very simple. And I'm going to use my little chopper here to get started. So I'm putting about a whole clove of garlic in here. And next I'm just going to kind of chop up, I've got some fresh parsley. And I'm just gonna kind of cut it like so, and I'm gonna stuff it in there with the garlic. So there we go. Like I said, this is one of my most favorite kitchen tools. I love this little food processor because bingo. So if you can take a look here now, this is the parsley, kind of pulverized, and the garlic pulverized kind of into a green paste, and that goes right into the meat. So the other ingredients are also pretty simple. So a little bit of garlic, salt, and pepper. Just gonna put that in there. I'm going to put in grated Parmesan cheese. There we go. And my famous Progresso breadcrumbs. And finally, now this was something my Aunt Mickey told me. She said, well, you always add water to your meatballs because it makes them more fluffy. And so now comes the fun part where you put your hands in and you mix it all up. Make sure it gets all mixed in really, really well. Now, this is the one time I don't always use olive oil, actually. I actually use canola oil. And I'm just gonna coat the bottom of a pan, maybe a little bit more. There we go. So let's get this going again. Now we're gonna let that heat up a little bit. And I'm just gonna start rolling the meatballs in my hand. You can see the size of them. That's about a good size. So here we go. And usually I just roll a few. As I go, I'll wait for the oil to heat up. You can actually tell when it's ready because the top of the oil gets a little shimmery. And you know it's time to drop them in. There they go. So I have about 6 in there at a time. We're almost done with the meatballs. I'm just finishing them up right here. I'm going to move them over. And the next thing I'm going to do is bring the pot of water over, and we're going to be getting that going for the pasta. But I thought you might like to have a look at the meatballs. So this is what we have. This is my grandmother's Italian meatballs. We're going to leave them on in the pan for a little bit, and we're going to notice I have paper towels underneath that help soak up the excess oil. So they're going to be beautiful when we put our sauce on top of them and have them with our pasta. And let me tell you a little bit about the pasta. This is pasta that you can get at all 3 of the farmers markets. I have found it in Milwaukee, I have found it in Oregon City, and I've also found it in Lake Oswego. And it's pappardelles. And this kind is a toasted onion pasta. And I thought it would be delicious with the meatballs and the sauce. And it isn't a spaghetti, it's more of a fettuccine. I'm gonna put about 1.5 pounds of pasta into the boiling water. Once again, with my famous pot that I love, which is actually from Italy. We let that boil about anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes. Just depends, you know, you kind of, like I said, I'll kind of check and see if it's done. We're gonna take a quick look in the oven to see how our sauce is doing. So let's take a look and see how we're doing. That's just gonna bubble away now for the next 4 hours, and it's gonna be an absolutely delicious ragu. And there we go. Voila. Oh, and look at how this nice fresh pasta looks. So right now I'm going to actually take some of the sauce and I'm going to dress the pasta with the sauce and maybe even add a few meatballs on top. So this is what the sauce looks like after it's been cooked all day. The meat is all nice and shredded. You can see those nice pieces of pork. And I'm going to get a few meatballs to put on top. And the piece de resistance is you've always got to have a little bit of Parmesan cheese on top. So voila, here we go. homemade meat sauce with meatballs. It's got pork in it. It has sausage in it. It has ground beef in it. It is really a meat lover's dream. It is called an Italian ragu because this is how they made meat sauces in Sicily and Calabria, the boot of Italy, where my family came from. And it's just the sauce I grew up with. So bon appetit. Hi, this is Commissioner Martha Schrader again, and I just finished cooking this wonderful meal, but what is a meal without a good friend to share it with? So I have my friend and my colleague, Christine Lewis, who's one of our Metro counselors.
First off, thank you so much for having me. I walked in the door and it smelled so good. I was like, thank goodness we've got the commissioner in the kitchen and not me.
Okay. Well, I did make this especially for you because I knew that it would be something that you would really like. And I thought, what can I make Christine that would be something I can share from my family, but also be a delicious meal. So thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.
And we've been working on a number of things together too, if I'm not mistaken.
We have been, yeah. It's really delightful to see you every now and then up at Metro, and I come down your way for meetings at the county, and I think we've got a really good partnership going.
I think we have a fantastic partnership. And I know we were at an event the other day
talking about Willamette Falls.
Yeah, Willamette Falls. Yeah,
that's a really important project for our community.
Yeah. What's your role in that right now? I mean, you're relatively new, but you jumped right in with both feet. And so, tell me what you know and where we're headed with that, because Metro is a big partner in the whole.
Absolutely.
In the whole undertaking.
Yeah. So there are 4 public partners: Oregon City and our county. So you and Metro. So I represent Metro at the partner table, and of course the state of Oregon that's also been a funder. So the 4 of us as public partners are all working hard together, and it's really exciting to see the opportunity with that public Riverwalk moving forward, and with the values of access to nature and our economic redevelopment proposals all alongside the cultural and environmental heritage of the area. It is so magnificent, and we've cut off access for far too long. Nobody knows it's the 2nd largest falls by volume in the United States. It's this magnificent treasure just nestled in at the bend in the Willamette.
I mean, I always knew it was special, but I hadn't realized really until we started the project that it was really one of our biggest waterfalls. That was stunning to me.
Yeah.
And the other thing I always thought was interesting was the history there spans not just our recent history of 200 years and the generation of electricity but then I think it wasn't called PGE, it was called Portland Electric.
Yeah.
One of the first transmissions of electricity to Portland, and they lit 50 homes. That was like in the late 1800s, 1896, I think.
And that's actually when you see some of our Oregon City and West Lynn bungalows from that period of time.
Yeah.
They were the workers who worked in that electricity.
Wow, that's amazing. But even that recent, when we talked to our tribes, it's millennia, because wasn't that one of their main gathering places?
Absolutely. It was such a crossroads for many tribes, and we have to make sure that the tribes are our partners going forward.
Yeah, I believe that they will be, and I know for them, again, with the history, it's also a sacred place, because it was a place where they gathered, where they met in peace with one another. I know they fished, I know they gathered lamprey. There's just a whole number of tribal rituals that are special to that place. And one of my favorite things to do in a kayak is I can actually kayak up to the petroglyph that's there. And it's an old, ancient Native American kind of a sign, I guess, if you will, that's there, and you can still see it from the water.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited about this. How long do you think it's going to take? I mean...
Well, I think the project has been designed out in phases. If I'm not mistaken, I think there are 9 phases. So we have lots of opportunity well into the future. But last I've heard, we're going to be breaking ground within the next year or so.
Oh, wow. That's the one thing I at least want to finally see happen, because we've worked so long and so hard for that. And it's going to be a boon for Oregon City. It's going to be wonderful for the county, but people are talking about it, even at the meeting we had the other day, they were talking about it being like world-class.
Absolutely.
Like international. And
yeah. I am so glad that we have Italian food. You know, my husband is from an Italian family.
Oh my
And when we go to Thanksgiving, there's lasagna on the table right next to the turkey. So
okay, that's
it's
the way
your
I grew up.
it's your heritage and your family, but I'm all on board.
Well, I have to send some home with you today. I
will take it.
You can never leave an Italian household without food.
That I've learned.
Mm-hmm. Can't beat this pasta. It's from a local vendor, so really good.
I heard that you got it at one of our farmers markets. I love going to the market.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that we love the most about our neighborhood is on Wednesday evenings, we can, in the summer at least, not in the dreary winter, but
in the
summer months, we can go, you know, just a couple blocks, walk and get flowers, vegetables.
You're in West Lynn, right?
Yes.
Okay, I've got to do the Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Most of this is from, I went up to Oregon City.
The Oregon City, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great market as well.
I do Oregon City, Milwaukee, Lake Oswego. Now that I know Wednesdays, I will do that too in West Lynn.
And don't leave off Happy Valley. They've got a market.
Oh, they do? Okay. Is it a big one or is it a smaller one?
Smaller.
Smaller, but it's still a market.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to do.
It's the eastern corner of my district. I have to stand up for them.
Okay. I love our farmers markets.
Absolutely. And I think that's something that's really unique about Clackamas is we can have these farmers markets in smaller communities because we're right at the urban-rural interface.
Absolutely.
And that's a very kind of metro way to look at it, the urban-rural interface. But in very real terms, we're connected to the farming community because we're at the edge of our urban growth boundary. And we're able to really reap the benefits of that.
Yeah. And we're really committed to farming in Clackamas County. You know, our extension office.
With OSU, yeah.
OSU is going to be opening, actually going to be breaking ground, I think, this fall. So we'll actually have a brand new extension building on the campus, and they're going to build it of cross-laminated timber.
Fantastic.
Which we're really, really happy about.
I know that's a priority for your commission. Yeah.
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we've also been committed where we worked with Clackamas Community College to get like a small farm program going where they actually help people who are maybe retiring farmers pass their farm on to either their family or someone else who wants to continue farming. And that's a really important thing. We really do have a lot of agriculture, a lot of berries, a lot of, meat products. I mean, you name it, we offer it here. And so you can't find more wholesome food.
Yeah,
I think,
absolutely.
in this county.
And I do know of a local tech startup based out of Canby that one of their goals is to get food grown and raised in our community up into Portland. So it's like a food delivery service where you can go online and you order, you click, I want the beef and I want these peppers, and then 2 days a week they drive it up and you can get delivered to your office tower in downtown Portland. So that's a great way that we're bringing food in, and it's a tech solution to kind of an old-timey problem.
Let's get that farm to market going.
Absolutely,
really.
yeah. But it's also a transportation issue, and that's
you
knew I was going to talk about transportation.
Transportation. So what is going on with Transportation 2020?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. Yeah, so as you know, we are convening a table of 35 leaders from across the entire metro region to help advise Metro as we think about putting together a package for 2020. This would be innovative transportation, both on the funding level, but also really looking at what corridors in our communities connect people to where they need to go, be it picking up kids from soccer, be it going to work, the needed medical appointments, all of these places we go to and from. How do we get there, and how can we make it safer, more dependable, and easier to access the spaces we need to go to?
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
And I think, I think two of my colleagues, I think Pam Treese of Washington County and Jessica Vega Peterson from Multnomah, they're the co-chairs, aren't they, of the whole piece. And I think Chair Bernard.
Chair Bernard's on
that,
along with two of our mayors, Mayor Knapp and Mayor Gamba.
Okay.
And we also have representatives from Clackamas County at the table in their capacities through their jobs, both working professionals. So We do have a Clackamas County voice at that table, but I view my job as making sure that we're going to have Clackamas County options and solutions.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
We really need that, and you've been a fantastic champion.
Yeah, thank you.
I have to say, you've come right out of the chute, started working so hard. We served together on Impact together. It's a delight to have you there. You've really brought fresh new energy to all of this, and Clackamas County is well represented with you.
Yeah, thank you.
With you as our representative at this point
Thanks.
as well. Because you understand the county. You understand rural, urban, suburban.
And we're all different communities, right? So when I look at my district, I have Lake Oswego, I have Happy Valley, and pretty much everything in between. And we all have to get around, and the north-south routes are far easier than the east-west.
Yeah.
And when we are going to move forward on a package, we need to know that those challenges aren't going to be solved in one package, but between opportunities at 205 and some of the Sunrise work, I think we could actually get there.
I think we can get there too, and the
Yeah.
Sunrise has been on the books since I first was a commissioner. One of the other transportation things that we've done as a county, we have a new vehicle registration fee. We have 1,400 miles of road, a lot of it rural. And we were falling behind, and we finally said we need another leg to the stool. So we've started a committee now of citizens who will really inform us about what needs to be done where and how. We want to concentrate on safety. We want to concentrate on making sure those shoulders are clear in the rural areas so you can see when you drive. We want to concentrate
Separated
on
bike
intersections.
lanes.
Yep.
Bikes don't want to be in the road any more than drivers want bikes in the road.
And we're really going to work it hard to make sure that we're giving the public the best transportation service that we can deliver as a county. And so we're real proud
Fantastic.
of that. Still have a lot to do, both
Absolutely,
you and I.
yeah.
You and I. So what do you like best about your job? Let me just...
Oh, I love it. Every day is something new and different. And normally that means, I get to go learn about something interesting. Like I've learned a whole lot about the falls. I've learned a whole lot about some of the work that Metro does running the zoo and the expo center. On days like today, I get to come eat food with you, and this is delicious. So really, every day is different. And I see one of my jobs as really being an advocate for Clackamas up at Metro. And eventually, I want to turn that into bringing Metro down into the district and make sure we have a good connection to all of our local jurisdictions. Everybody at our cities should know who to call. They should pick up the phone and know who at Metro can help them with what they're working on.
And we did just have a big... I know Clackamas County, we have a thing called the Clackamas Coordinating Council, Clackamas County, C4 for short. And the bottom line is that that's how we work with all our cities, and we just had a retreat to, again, look at transportation.
We talked about transportation, we talked about housing, and the two are so interconnected. And we absolutely have to make sure that we have a livable place, and that means having communities where people can work where they live if they so choose, and if they don't, they have dependable road or transit to get to work.
Where they're going to go.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I think it's going to be time for us to finish eating.
Absolutely.
Wrap her up, and you really do like it, huh?
I love it.
So you think Mike would like it too, because he's Italian?
I think he would.
That's special to know. Thank you so much, Christine.
Yeah, thank you.
It's been a pleasure having you here
today. It's been a wonderful opportunity.
Thanks, my friend.
The The Clackamas River is a uniquely diverse river system. With its source high in the Cascade Mountains, the upper reaches of the river are part of the National Wild and Scenic Rivers System. At lower elevations, conifer forests are actively managed within the watershed, and dams provide power, while irrigation water is drawn from the Clackamas and its tributaries for agricultural use. The lower Clackamas River Basin is convenient to Portland and is developing rapidly. It offers breathtaking mountain views with native wildflowers and wildlife, and direct access for fishing, boating, and hiking. The Clackamas River provides drinking water to nearly 400,000 people. The Clackamas River Basin Council is an environmental nonprofit that engages communities and landowners in watershed improvement projects to ensure clean water and to improve fish and wildlife habitat in the lower Clackamas River watershed. No better way than by air to offer a unique perspective of several recent Clackamas River Basin Council restoration projects. At the junction of Mosier Creek and Little Clear Creek near Estacada is a magnificent working sustainable forest property that is part of the holdings of Port Blakely, a family-owned company for 5 generations. Port Blakely has a long history of valuing strong environmental stewardship and is working with the Clackamas River Basin Council to enhance nearly 2 miles of Little Clear and Mosier Creeks for the native fish populations that spawn and live there. This project was planted in 2018, and the native plants have already gotten a great start at creating a lush riparian zone along these free-flowing creeks. Farther down the watershed, Bonnie Lure State Recreation Area is an Oregon State Parks property at the confluence of Eagle Creek and the Clackamas River. Eagle Creek provides spawning and rearing habitat for endangered coho, chinook, and steelhead. This 68-acre Oregon State Parks recreation area is open to the public year-round. Decades of logging, farming, and development allowed invasive plants to take hold and smother the important native species that are key food and shelter for wildlife. Funded by grants from the U.S. Forest Service and the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, the Clackamas River Basin Council is now working to remove invasive plants and increase biodiversity by reestablishing tree cover and native shrubs that reduce erosion and flooding. From high above, Barton Park looks green and vibrant. However, this county park, situated along the Clackamas River, is Clackamas County's most used park, with full riverfront and riparian natural resource areas. Overuse of the riparian area by fishermen and floaters had damaged native plants and allowed invasive ivy and blackberry to take over. Clackamas River Basin Council, with funding from the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, coordinated the work of several partners to restore and protect this key main stem habitat. A summer youth crew funded by the Oregon State Marine Board removed invasive plants and defined trail corridors, while the Rivers of Life Center, a youth education and natural resource training organization, constructed trails and fencing to protect the recovering riparian corridor and planted over 400 feet of important riverside habitat. From the air, the open fields along Clear Creek North Natural Area stand out from the forested slopes around it. The land was farmed for many years, leaving very little riparian habitat along this section of the creek. This free-flowing tributary to the Clackamas River supports 11 different species of fish, including threatened species of chinook, winter steelhead, and late-run coho. To restore the riparian habitat, the Clackamas River Basin Council removed almost 4 acres of invasive species and planted 9,500 native plants as part of Portland General Electric's Shade Our Streams program. To restore in-stream fish habitat along 3,000 feet of the stream, Clackamas River Basin Council partnered with Metro, the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, and the U.S. Forest Service. Heavy equipment was used to reconnect alcoves and place large wood logs to provide off-channel cover and reduce flow velocity during high water. As native plants mature along this section of Clear Creek, they will shade the stream, reducing water temperatures and providing cover for resident and migrating fish and other wildlife. CRBC's hard work to improve watershed habitat is expansive and is experienced by people in the region in so many uniquely different ways. From production to recreation, the Clackamas means many different things to many people who experience it. In the fast-moving Upper Clackamas River system, whitewater kayaking is a favorite pursuit. Sam Drevo started Energy Kayaking to promote the sport of kayaking and to protect the health of our rivers. He started a nonprofit, We Love Clean Rivers, and has partnered with Clackamas River Basin Council to recruit volunteers every year to support the Down the River cleanup.
Well, the Clackamas is important to me because I went to college in Portland, and the Clackamas River is the closest river with moving water, and so I spent a lot of time in my college years on the Clackamas. The first couple years that we ran the event, we had the Clackamas County dive team come out and bring 8 or 10 additional scuba tanks, and they literally were in a silver sea of cans on the bottom of the river. And so we created a nonprofit called We Love Clean Rivers to just make sure that the event continued into the future, to try to, bring in, more partnerships. I think last time I checked, there was 22 organizations involved in the event. It's something that the whole community has gotten, has embraced, and I think that it will work to benefit the river and clean water into the future. The CRBC brought all the relationships from the county, all the agencies, and really kind of the following year, it doubled, and then it kept doubling every year for quite a few years. And so it was basically connecting the recreation community with a small watershed nonprofit. That was the success.
The forested slopes of the Clackamas watershed support working forests that can be managed to improve habitat for fish and wildlife, as well as produce harvestable timber. In the Sutter Creek subwatershed, small woodlot owner David Bugney has been proactive in managing his forest acreage to best protect streams and wetlands while reducing impacts from harvesting timber.
We became connected with the Clackamas watershed when we first moved out here in about 1990, and being on a creek, which is part of the Clackamas River watershed, that tied us to it. And so I've always been interested in things like that, so I read as much as I could to try to understand more about what the Clackamas River is all about, and that really got me enticed about it. The Clackamas River Basin Council has been of great help to us, and we first became involved about 9 or 10 years ago when they came out and they gave us seedlings to plant in the riparian area. But then in 2015, things really started to get going when they enrolled us in the Shade Our Streams program. And so we had about 1,400 feet of creek bank that was where we had exotic reed canary grass and Himalayan blackberry, where the folks at CRBC came out, removed that, and then replanted with almost a couple of dozen different native species of trees and plants and shrubs that we have around us here. And then following that, in 2017, I worked with CRBC to write a small OWEB grant to install additional large woody debris, boulders and gravels farther upstream. And so I think those 3 activities have been the principal things the CRBC has helped us with, and it's been an invaluable organization, very important to us.
Clean, cool water is necessary to the survival of our native fish and other aquatic life in the Clackamas watershed. Tim Shibahara has lived in the Clackamas Basin for most of his life. As a fish biologist with power producer Portland General Electric, Tim has been involved in developing new approaches to ensure quality habitat and safe passage through dams for endangered salmon and other fish species in the Clackamas River Basin.
I think the thing that's drawn me to the Clackamas River is that I moved here in the early 70s, and this is the basin that I know. This is the streams that I've always played in as a kid. As a kid, I was always fascinated with the Clackamas Basin and the tributaries and streams, playing with the fish and the salamanders and frogs that I would find in it. And so that fascination kind of led me to college, where I studied fish biology, and my first work coming back to the Clackamas Basin was with the Forest Service doing research. The cool thing about the Clackamas River is that it has some very viable salmon and steelhead runs. And so of the Willamette Basin and of the Lower Columbia, it's really one of the hallmark basins for fish health. I came to Portland General Electric about 20 years ago, and for me, when I was with the Forest Service, working with the biologists at PGE was something that I really enjoyed. They had a lot of passion for improving fish runs in the Clackamas and improving river health. What we're looking at here is the floating surface collector at North Fork Reservoir. And what this does is it improves fish passage around the dams for the baby fish. One of the things that we found through a lot of research was that our fish passage here was okay for most of the baby fish, but some species like Chinook did not guide very well to certain types of structures. So we made this one, which was a lot larger, which really does a really good job of passing Chinook downstream. The floating surface collector has dramatically increased survival in the Clackamas River for baby fish making their way to the ocean. For me as a biologist, I think the thing that I enjoy most about being out on the river is I love observing change. And so I love seeing how the river changes after floods. I love seeing the changes after each season. I love the lower Clackamas right now because of all the change that's going on down there with with the Shade Our Streams program, with the gravel augmentation program going on down there. And so the goal of the Shade Our Streams program that PGE partnered with the Clackamas River Basin Council on was a goal of planting 30 miles of riparian area. And so we have hit that this year, and we're still in maintenance mode for some of the sites, but it's been a huge success.
As the urban area begins to develop along the lower sections, the Clackamas River is becoming a mecca for outdoor recreation just outside of Portland. Along its banks are opportunities for fishing, floating, paddling, hiking, bicycling, and camping. Tina Johnson discovered the Clackamas River on a kayak. She now floats the river on multiple weekends in the summer months, on many of those days picking up trash left in the river by others.
I moved here in 1993, and a friend introduced me to the river in 1995. And we put in right here at Barton Park, and then we took out at Carver, and I just fell in love with it. I love the water, and I had taken some trips to Hawaii, and I met this gentleman on the beach who was a very friendly man, and it seemed like he was always looking out for the people who were new there by telling them to wear your fins and making sure you're not caught in a riptide. But I also noticed that he was picking up trash, and I asked him why, and then asked him who he was with, and he was not connected with anybody, but he just did it out of his own heart. I was so inspired by it, and I felt like, yes, one person can actually make a big difference, and if I can inspire others to make that difference as well, that would be awesome. When I found out about the amount of garbage that I encountered last summer, I knew that this was a bigger problem than just for me to solve. I met Susie from the Clackamas River Basin Council, and we partnered on ideas on how we can keep the river clean and just help people be aware of how we can respect the river and the people who use it. I think everybody loves the river that much that they would want to help and chip in and do their part.
The Clackamas River watershed is a resource and an environmental treasure. Your support is needed to ensure that it is protected in the face of increasing development and climate change. Because when the river thrives, we all thrive, especially when we work together.
We are a nonprofit organization located in Clackamas County. Our mission is to serve those who are most vulnerable, and we do it with a trauma-informed approach in a culturally responsive way. When the dual pandemic, COVID-19 and the economic collapse, came upon us very abruptly, we really sprung into action. Because our staff works out in the community, we were ready to be able to work remotely in virtually every type of service except for our domestic violence shelter, which we just kept open.
It looks different now, and we're holding a lot of things virtually, so all of our meetings have moved online. We've also been able to successfully hold events online.
For a minute, it was really kind of concerning and scary how we were going to continue to support the kids that were experiencing anxiety and substance use. Now everything is done over the phone or video chat, so it's changed a lot. I mean, it's changed a ton.
I think I've been telling most of my clients, students, been like, if their stress levels aren't even high, we usually work on skills that if they do encounter something like stressful in time, they'll know how to cope with it better, and ways that it won't affect them as much nearly as if they don't have any coping skills at all. So we're working on that right now, even if they don't have high levels of stress.
And we miss seeing the people a lot. We really can't wait till we're all back together. That's the thing that we really value, community, and the best part about our classes is learning from each other. You know, when people leave our parenting classes, they always say, we just loved getting to come and learn from other parents and to share what our family does and learn about other families. And so we're missing that aspect of it a little bit, but we're trying really hard to create as much of that as we can in an online platform.
Our staff are also going out and dropping off things to families where they're bringing food boxes, they're bringing personal hygiene items, activities for kids to use, and we've really been blessed with a community who has been very responsive and eager to help.
My name's Raven, and I'm a youth mentor, so I work in Clackamas County Schools. And so what I'm doing is keeping contact with my students and their parents and supplying food, resources, hygiene, just anything I can help with. So every Monday I provide a couple food boxes to a couple families in need. We've been connecting with all of our families during the closures, and we're emailing students as well as contacting the parents. Some of our staff are also working on newsletters that go out to the families. We're also running a social media page on Instagram to post resources and updates as well.
Although it's a massive challenge, together we're responding appropriately by giving the students the resources and the families the resources, getting so involved in the community right now.
The energy that adults and caretakers and nonprofits seem to be having for our youth in the community. Even though a lot of us are in a situation where we're, financially stressed, psychologically stressed, of course, it seems like we're all channeling all the energy that we have back into our youth and making sure that their basic needs are taken care of. And I haven't seen that slow down at all. And I think if anything, it's just going to ramp up during the summer months and into the beginning of the school year. So it's really encouraging to see that kind of support from all aspects of our community.
I'm hopeful because people are also now starting to recognize all of these things that in the social services and mental health community we've been talking about for a while, about mindfulness and self-care and stress and anxiety, that people are paying attention to some of that stuff now. So I'm hopeful that because of this, people that may not have ever accessed services are doing that.
In the midst of all this, we're going to take a lot from it and reflect back and say, hey, we might not have come up with those things, or our creative juices might not have been flowing as much had we not had to do that. I'm so excited to get back to normal, but I think that it's been really neat to see in some ways how different groups have kind of stepped up and responded in this situation.
So tonight, Linda Buechler
who's author of From Garden to Vase, Growing and Using Your Own Cut Flowers, is one of the books that she authored and published through Timber Press. She's also written 2 other horticultural books, both about clematis. And in addition to teaching as an instructor at Clackamas Community College, she, for the last many years, has been the curator of a Rogerson Clematis collection, which I know she's going to mention during her presentation. So with no further ado, Linda.
Thank you, Sherry, and the Clackamas County Master Gardeners are always very welcome. I'm happy to speak for our sort of hometown Master Gardener chapter at the Rogerson Clematis Garden. So yes, in 2007, Timber Press published Garden to Vase, Growing and Using Your Own Cut Flowers, with me as author and Alan Mandel doing the absolutely swoon-worthy pictures for that. I think I had 4 total pictures in the whole book. And part of that book is a directory of cut flowers, cut foliage, things you would grow for the berries or the fruit, ornamental grasses. And a lot has happened since 2007. And the book is not even in print anymore. You can still, it wanders across your screen at Powell's. But Sherry wanted to talk about cutting gardens and cut flowers and the year-round concept from the very beginning of when she approached me to do this talk. And I decided right off the bat that I would send you guys the handout, and it's 2 pages, and one of them is tips about harvesting and conditioning and how you handle cut flowers and at the time that you harvest them. And then also on that same page on the reverse side is about the various kinds of preservatives that you can make at home, or something just as simple as knowing how much rubbing alcohol to add to water to get things that you might think of as not being very long lasting, to get them to last better. So in keeping with our 12-month theme, I'm going to start out in the winter, which we're just coming out of. So this is a mask that was, masks required. This is a wreath that was done with all living plant material that will dry in place. And because it's outside, that sort of has preserved it. And I understand from Lucy Hardiman that she still has this on her front porch, and her porch does face west. So eventually those hydrangeas are going to fade, but all of that plant material was used fresh. And so there's camellia leaves, viburnum, tinus, Bewley's variegated is the main variegated foliage you see there. There's also some euonymus. That particular hydrangea is Hydrangea Aisha, which is one of the few mop heads that has a cupped, the bracts are cupped. There's even some plain old yew. The dark foliage is a Pittosporum. And then just a little bit of found ribbon. I never throw ribbon away. I have a box under the bed that's full of, long and short pieces of ribbon to add. So these are all of that plant materials from my garden. I didn't buy anything to do that. And I did a very similar wreath, but using a different hydrangea for myself. So winter is really the time when we celebrate our broadleaf evergreens. We have a lot of them that do well here in the Pacific Northwest. And some of them are even native over in the Coast Range. The Garrya elliptica is really a terrifically ornamental through the winter. The common name is tassel flower, and the tassel flower buds that you see here are going to elongate, get much longer, but by the time they're 8 to 10 inches long, they're poofing out their pollen everywhere, and they're not pleasant to have inside. But before the catkins completely elongate, you can use them in this stage. And so here they are in Lizzie Harriman's bathroom for her annual Christmas party, which of course has not been held for 2 years. But anyway, you can see the Vigaria there sort of forming the focal point, and it just gives this tremendous texture, very interesting, and also really long lasting. I love forcing branches, and it's really fun to bring things in 2 or 3 weeks even before they're going to be in bloom outside, and get them to bloom inside. And it couldn't be easier. All you want to do is split the stems vertically, so you make a nice angled cut and then a clean vertical cut up the stem to expose as much cambium as you can without putting a lot of debris in the water. And then warm water initially, and usually in about 2 weeks. You might change the water once a week. In a nice big container, you can have a big wallop of blooms. Coralopsis passifloras, very easy to force. And so are the star magnolias. Once you see the buds start to expand on your plants outside in late January, you can go out and start picking twigs or larger branches. I don't remember, I've had Magnolia stellata king rose in my garden for so long that I really don't remember where I got it, because I knew I wanted a star magnolia. It was one of the first plants I put in my garden 30 years ago, or almost 30 years ago. And so I don't quite remember where I got it, but it's absolutely gorgeous. It does turn completely white, but the buds are very, very pink, and then it softens, but a great plant for forcing. And the tallest element you see in this derangement here is Lanicera fragrantissima, which if you're not growing it, it's true, it's not native, but it is not an aggressive plant, and it establishes quickly. It's not a vining honeysuckle, it's a shrub. It starts flowering in November, and the hummingbirds love it. I swear the flowers must have antifreeze in them. When we had our big, ice and snow mess in February, the hummingbirds were pecking at the ice, knocking the ice off of it, and still getting nectar out of those flowers. Absolutely amazing. And it is an excellent cut flower. And what's really great about it for winter is that it's flowering without the leaves. So you really get the full impact of all of those white flowers that line the stems. And I want to mention the dark flowered or the dark leafed plant here is a Loropetalum. When I got mine in 1996, I was told it might not be hardy, and it's now about 12 feet tall, and I'm limbing it up to be multi-trunked small tree, but great year-round purpley green foliage. There is also some clematis in here, and this is Clematis fasciculiflora. We originally acquired it for the clematis garden, and I acquired my plant for home from Sistis Nursery, but it is an evergreen clematis for shade. It's hardy down to about zone 6, which is pretty unusual for evergreens, but they can grow this in Spokane, in the colder parts of Spokane, and I've seen it done. So those are great winter things. The Clematis fasciculiflora is a vine, gets pretty large, but it really does want partial shade. It's going to sunburn horribly if it gets hot afternoon sun. And it flowers in February, March, and the hummingbirds love it. So lots of home runs there, lots of points scored by Clematis fasciculiflora. And I'm always on the lookout for conifers that have a distinctive texture and even some color that aren't strictly firs and spruce. And when I was in the floral business, we always said that once you got past Christmas, You couldn't sell an arrangement that had evergreens in it that looked like typical evergreens, because people would say, oh, you're giving me stuff that's left over from Christmas. And there's so many great conifers out there, and I don't have to tell you guys, but this is one of my favorites. This is the golden mops, Chamaecyparis, really unusual, and in full sun and in the winter, it seems like it's much more vivid than it is even through the summer when it's still bright yellow, but a great texture. I'm not going to belabor hellebore too much, but my students at Clackamas Community College for 2 different years when I was teaching the commercial floral design classes, they always offered them winter term, and it was a great time for us to do experiments with hellebores and preservative. In several of the more learned books about hellebores, they talk about them as cut flowers, but it's a glancing blow. They really don't go into details. And so they would say, use alcohol. Well, okay, do I want to wipe the stems down with alcohol? Do I want to be drinking the alcohol? How much, when do you give it to the plant? So on. So we were able to do 2 different winter terms in a row, between 15 and 18 specimens throughout the term that we would follow. And what we found consistently is that 2 tablespoons of alcohol could be rubbing alcohol, isopropyl could be methyl, could be ethyl alcohol. And we were using it from Walgreens, so we were using either 70% or 90% concentrations, but 2 tablespoons in a quart of water. And it was the difference between these guys lasting 4 or 5 days and lasting 17 days. I think the one that we had that lasted the longest was actually 20 days, and we had used the alcohol plus a packet of floral preservative that had come from the florist. So that would be about a tablespoon is in those little packets that you get. So I wanted to talk here just for a minute about what I've learned about clematis breeding. And there used to be a wonderful clematis, or not clematis, hellebores breeder. It was Honey Hill Farms, Jim and Audrey Metcalf, and they were really good friends of Marietta and Ernie O'Byrne, who are doing the Winter Jewels series. But Audrey really articulated beautifully the DNA progression that goes on as a single hellebore with the nectaries there. You'll find in the wild, they'll sort of sport or cross-pollinate, and you end up with an anemone flowered type hellebore. And once you start crossing these with each other, then you get the double hellebores, where the nectaries stop trying to be nectaries at all and really start to become more sepals. And this particular one is Jade Tiger, really, really long lasting as a cut flower. And so there's a description of that preservative in your handout. But hellebores as winter cut flowers, pretty great. And I used to do the BFAs, big fabulous arrangements, that drew attention to the winter botanicals display that the Hardy Plant Society of Oregon would have at the Yard Garden Patio Show. And this was the display that I did the second to the last year that the show happened. And I want to particularly focus in on using Edgeworthia as a cut flowering branch, because it's just really, really tremendous. But when you take branches off for cutting, remember that this is in the Daphne family. So if you just do a heading back cut where you leave kind of a stump, you're going to have all of these latent buds that are packed around the end, the cut end. They're just going to explode, and you're going to end up with very heavy, very weak, brittle growth that has all this new growth at the end of it. So it's really important when you're harvesting or when you're pruning your Edgeworthia in the garden to make sure that you cut it all the way back to the crotch. And of course, Daphnes, that family of plants, they tend to branch in threes. So make sure you cut it all the way back to the original branch that it's coming out of, or where you've got a trio coming out. But Akebono is also known around sometimes as red dragon, but it is the same plant, the orangey red version of the yellow Edgeworthia that's been in the trade for a really long time. And here it is, just as a nice, simple filler with the forest Coralopsis branches and some store-bought tulips. I started pushing the season again. I love tulips. They're one of my favorite cut flowers. And so I try to, as long as they're cheap and local, I try to get them as often as I can. There's nothing wrong with flowers for cutting that are of short stature. With those, you can make little nosegays and posies and sort of tuck flowers around your house in ways that you might not have thought of it before. When I was first getting into floristry, I found this book called Small and Beautiful, and it was all about flower arrangements. None of the arrangements in the book were taller than 8 inches. And I was utterly, utterly charmed. People think of me as the Hardy Plant Society florist, and I'm doing these huge, arrangements that are taller than me. And yet in my house, it's full of little tiny this and that all over the place. And the Primula Sunset shades, that's the cowslip, typically yellow, but somebody saw populations where there were other colors and they started crossing those. So they created this seed strain of really vibrant oranges and reds. And then Pulmonaria benediction is, in my garden, it's been in bloom maybe 3 weeks or so. It's just been, it's a tremendous, tremendous Pulmonaria, not the flashiest foliage, but I'm growing it for those true blue flowers. I love muscari. I love grape hyacinths. I have since I was a little child. We had this funny, the house I grew up in had a very funny little long, narrow planting bed on the west side of the house that got super, super hot, and it faced the next house over. And my mother just paved it with good old fashioned grape hyacinths. So they're something that's sort of one of those childhood things. But at the Clematis Garden, we've been growing the Muscari latifolium that has those broad tulipy looking leaves, very dark flowers, and then the sterile lighter flowers on the top. I never planted Muscari neglectum in my garden in Selwood, but there it is, and there it has been. And it's a little bit lighter blue. And again, it's got little sterile flowers at the top. It's got that little edging of sort of white petticoat at the edge of every little grape in the grape hyacinth. And of course, they have a nice light smell to them and just great in your little small intimate flower arrangements. And for larger arrangements, you can grow the summer snowflakes. And summer, of course, estivum is a relative term. There is a Leucojum vernus who only gets about half this tall. We're looking at a plant that's about 18 inches tall. The Leucojums have foliage like a daffodil. It's a little bit broader, but they're wonderful interplanted with daffodils. They just seem to really mingle. I don't know that they're poisonous like the narcissus are, but we haven't had deer that get into the clematis garden bother these at all while they're in bloom. And each one of those little bells has 6 overlapping petals, and each one has a green dot on the bottom. And each stem will have 4 to 6 of these flowers that drop out one by one, and each one of those will last about a week. So you've got this overlap and the whole period of bloom for a whole clump of these, and they grow from a bulb that you would be hard pressed to tell from some of the smaller daffodil narcissus bulbs. But these are a absolutely wonderful cut flower, very long lasting. I think the impression of them in the cut flower trade is that they would be hard to ship. They seem very fragile. So the bulbs are not expensive and you should grow these for yourself. I do have some favorites in the Narcissus clan. I love the Pheasant's Eye or Poet's Narcissus. That's sort of my favorite group with that little brightly edged cup. I'm also very fond of good old Mrs. R.O. Backhouse, who was allegedly the first of the pink trumpeted daffodils. But I don't really think that's very pink, but I don't tell the daffodil people that because I don't like it when people tell me that clematis aren't really blue. I mean, I know that, but I don't need to be told that. So, so I don't say that this looks more apricot than pink to the daffodil people, but I do really love it, Mrs. R.O. Backhouse. Something I want to mention about the narcissus is they do have that clear toxic sap. And I think, I hope it mentions in your, in the handout that the best thing to do with these is actually to rinse them, to sort of let them bleed out. So go pick all the daffodils you want, put them in a bucket of clean water and let them sit for 10 to 20 minutes, and then pick them up and see if that thick mucus-like clear sap is still running out of them. If it is, put them in a new bucket of clean water and let them sit for another 20 minutes or so. And usually it takes 2 rinsings, and then all the sap that's going to come out has come out. And then you can go ahead and put them in clean water again. And at that point, they're not going to be toxic to themselves. They're not going to be toxic to anything else. But we don't think much about the vascular system in plants. The xylem goes up and the phloem goes down, but those 2 systems are closed to each other. And so narcissus are not sucking up their own sap as they're attached to the ground, to the bulb, the living plant in the ground. And so their own sap that's flowing down is actually toxic to them. And so that's why narcissus don't last very long. If you just put them in, water, and then you further insult them because you've read somewhere that they don't need very much water. And I see that mistakenly said about tulips also, but you have to think of flower stems like a straw. And you don't want anything to clog the straw. And it's easier for us to drink the Burgerville milkshake when it's full. And there isn't any berry material clogging up the straw. And the cut flowers don't have the advantage of being able to take the straw out and blow out the whatever's clogging it. They're just stuck when something's clogging them. So, and they're stuck when they're drinking something they shouldn't be drinking, like their own toxic sap. So with these guys, the answer is rinsing. It takes a few minutes, might be an hour, that you're coming back every so often and putting them into a clean vase or a clean bucket of water. But eventually you have narcissus that will last 10 days instead of lasting 2 to 4 days. So this is the reason that the handout for this talk wasn't ready until today. About 3 years, I have loved this plant in my garden, the spring vetchling, and I started experimenting with it as a cut flower about 3 years ago. It only gets at its highest maybe 18 inches tall, but it's got nice branching, so you can have shorter flowers. I usually cut each branch in half so that I've got a stem that's about the right height, and that's the tip, and then another branch that comes off that's lower. But this beautiful, vibrant violet color, and just had to include it in the talk when I walked outside Sunday morning and was going to send the list off to Sherry, and went, no, I have to redo the whole thing now because I've got to remember everything because I have to show this wonderful plant. I probably got it years and years ago at a Hardy Plant Society sale, but I know that they have it occasionally at Zero Plants if you're looking for it. And also, if you belong to the North American Rock Garden Society, their seed exchange had seed of Lathyrus furnace in it this year. And so here it is. And so here's the Lathyrus, here's Benediction. This is some Epimedium pinnatum var colchicum, one of the taller yellow epimediums that makes a fine cut flower. And so I've made a little nosegay with one big camellia blossom in the middle. This is Black Magic. And then I've also used a little collar of Geranium macrorhizum, the big root hardy geranium. That foliage is scented and it makes a nice flowery, spicy, scented element to the nosegay when the rest of these things aren't particularly scented. So of course, once I saw that it was in bloom, okay, I took pictures. Then I had to make an arrangement with you just to show you how absolutely charming the spring vetchling is, and you should all be growing it. Tulips, I adore tulips. If I had all the space in the world, I would probably breed tulips. I just think they're absolutely fascinating. And I just want to mention quickly the varieties of tulips that last the longest as a cut flower. So the parrots, and this happens to be my favorite of the parrot tulips, but the parrot tulips are very long lasting. Any tulip that takes a long time to develop its color. I once did a talk about cut flowers and was talking about tulips up at the Northwest Flower and Garden show in Seattle. And I had a Dutch woman come up to me afterwards and thank me for telling everybody that they should be buying their tulips when they're green. You want to see just enough color that you know what color the tulip is going to be, but no more. If you're buying tulips that are already brightly colored, then you've missed the whole show. You've missed that developing of the color in your vase. Then they stand up and they point towards the light, and then they start to get too heavy for themselves and they start to lean around. And there are a million wives' tales that tell you put pennies in the water and they won't do that. Or stick a pin underneath, just pierce the stem right underneath the flower with a pin, and that will help them stand up straighter. And it's just absolutely hogwash, all of it. Tulips are going to do what they're going to do, and they're growing, and they're one of the few cut flowers that actually continues to grow. And it's part of that is because of the cellular structure of their stem. They don't have a traditional xylem and phloem configuration to their vascular system. And so they tend to pass water from cell to cell indiscriminately up and down the stem. And they continue to grow. And if you don't believe me, go buy a bunch of fairly green tulips, recut them before you put them in water, take off about an inch, and they'll grow during the lifespan of them as a cut flower. Each stem will grow about 2 inches. And if you don't believe me, try it for yourself. So any of the tulips like Greenland or there's one called Spring Artist that have a flash of green that stays on the petal, those are going to last longer. The parrots last longer. What they call French tulips that are super tall tulips, there's nothing French about them. They tend to be the late single tulips, and they get much taller than the other tulips do. Some of them will be 36 inches tall. They're very long lasting. So the later in the season a tulip comes into its own, the better a longer lasting cut flower it will be. I love this plant, not just because I love the smell of lily of the valley, but because later in the year I can go out and pick a few of these leaves, and they make a great collar for a little nosegay. They're very bright. And I've had people come to my house for open gardens and they'll say, what hosta is this with these really strong stripes? And I go out and it's coming up amongst the bricks in our pathways because, you know, it's lily of the valley. It's doing what it does. And I'm like, oh, you don't see a lot of hostas that are invading pathways. But anyway, this is great, not just because it's a lily of the valley and it's sweet and evocative and smells good in the spring, but you can go out and raid that foliage for small arrangements later in the season throughout the summer. Pinks are wonderful, and this is my favorite pink, the Rose du Mai, a very, very old cultivar, and this is a beautiful spread of it out at Joy Creek Nursery. And again, these are only about a foot tall, more or less, but not every arrangement has to be huge. And the scent of these is just fantastic. It's really much stronger than the scent of most florist carnations these days. Alliums, there's just a jillion good alliums. They're all good cut flowers. The only thing I would caution you about alliums is that you really do, even if you're using floral preservative, need to change the water every 2 or 3 days, or you're going to smell like the grill at Nick's Coney Islands, you know, where they grill the onions. For the hamburgers, yeah, you really don't want to let that water get old at all, even if you're using preservative. I was really amazed to be taking this picture. I took it at Jane Austen's garden in the village of Chawton in England. And so now we're moving into spring, into summer, or the season I like to call spummer. And you all know what I'm talking about. You're really waiting for summer and it keeps raining and it's really a spummer. So I was surprised to see Buddleia globosa in her garden and went and did the research. And sure enough, it's been in cultivation. She was gardening in the early 1800s. And this has been in cultivation since the mid 1700s. But what a great Dr. Seuss plant. I have had this plant for a long time and it gets kind of big and sprawly, but it doesn't tend to go to seed and show up everywhere the way the Buddleia davidi species and hybrids of it can do. But it's a great Dr. Seuss plant and a lot of fun for early summer arrangements. My favorite herbaceous perennial cut flower is Scabiosa caucasica Fama Blue. And what I'm going to show you now is a few relatives of it. And I just want to say, if you don't let it set seed, and if you pick it in about this stage, so you've got these beautiful ray flowers, but then this sort of tucked part in the middle is still tight. That's when you want to pick it, and it will last about 10 days. And if you don't let it go to seed, it will keep flowering all summer. So why would you let it go to seed? If you want to save seed of it, wait till the end of the season. But this cultivar is a fixed cultivar. It comes very well from seed. And once you have it, you might have to pay a little bit more to get plants of it or get your initial bunch of seed. But it's just an excellent, fluffy, slightly fragrant cut flower. And what a great periwinkle blue that is. This plant used to be a scabiosa, and in fact, its common name is giant scabious, but this is now Cephalaria gigantea. And the picture you see there is of it at about 7 or 8 feet tall in the garden at Modestfont Abbey, where they grow a lot of herbaceous perennials. Yes, this is an herbaceous perennial, and you will only see a little bit of it by January in your garden, just a few little, maybe sort of bits coming up from the crown, trying to figure out if it's time to come up yet. And then it comes up 8 feet tall, but it has this scabiosa-like bloom in a very soft, very pretty buttercream yellow. So really great spring into summer plant. And again, if you don't let it set seed, you can keep harvesting it. And another great plant, Astrantia major, I have found that the colored varieties like Roma really want to be in more sun, but the original species actually flowers better in partial shade. The flowers are very papery, and if you don't let it set seed, it will keep flowering and flowering and flowering all summer long. Both Roma and Astrantia major will get maybe about 2 feet tall, maybe a little bit more. The flowers rise above the mound of foliage underneath, and just beautiful in the garden. I have not used it as a dried flower, but I know people who have, and it dries beautifully. You know, just bundle it up and hang it in a warm, dark place so that if you have one of the colored varieties like Roma, it won't fade. And it's a great dried flower too, but don't let it set seed and it will flower all summer. So Sherry sort of alluded to this before, but I don't do talks anymore where I don't talk about clematis. And they are starting to become more and more available in the cut flower trade. And I wish this is Niobe. No, this is Rutal here. This is called Pinky. This is Candida here. Daniel Duranda over here. These are common varieties that you can find to grow in your garden. But when you grow them in Florida in a greenhouse, the flowers are much smaller than what you would pick from your own garden. And in Japan, they use the integrifolia forms, the herbaceous perennial clematis that don't climb. They use these in their tea ceremony. And in a tea ceremony, it's supposed to be calming and relaxing, and you're not supposed to talk about business. You're not supposed to talk about politics. And always on every table, if you're having a tea ceremony or if you're in a tea room, there will be niches in the wall with little vases, bud vases with one perfect flower. And in Japan, where they revere the clematis, it's quite often the clematis integrifolia forms like this skylark, because they have a very simple little bell. And in fact, skylark was actually an introduction from the Rogerson clematis garden. Brewster let me name this one skylark because of the color and the way it spreads out like bird's wings. And we gave this, shared this with a clematis breeder named Mikiyoshi Chikuma in Japan. And he said, well, you know, can I propagate it? And I said, well, of course, sure. And actually, he had seen it here, and then I was able to take it with me and give him a plant when the International Clematis Society went to Japan. Didn't hear too much more about it. And then about 3 years ago, we were contacted by a nonprofit organization who does a big plant sale every year. And evidently, skylark is extremely popular in Japan as a tea ceremony flower. And so if you can't talk about business or politics, you talk about the flower and the characteristics of the flower, how the flower makes you feel, and you relax and drink your tea and talk about flowers. And so we were thrilled to find out that skylark was a big hit in Japan. And this garden actually donated money to our garden because Mr. Chikama was breeding this and dividing it and giving it to them to sell for their fundraisers. And they felt like they should give something back to us, which is very Japanese sort of thing to do, very courteous people. And so we were delighted. So we actually propagate this through division because it goes a lot faster than cuttings, or I'm not sure it would. We've never tried to grow it from seed. We don't know if it would come true from seed. And we don't have too much room here for a lot of experimenting like that. So we just divide it, lift it up, and pull the crowns apart. And if you go to Garden Time on YouTube, I just did a couple of minutes with them on dividing clematis, and I think it was actually skylark we were dividing. Anyway, it's an excellent cut flower, And like hellebores, which are in the same family, the Ranunculaceae, these are close cousins. These guys last longer with a little alcohol in the water. Now we're into the height of summer, and what's more summery than a flock of Lysymachia clethroides? This is known as geese go walking, and any clump of geese go walking, all of the flowers will be pointed in the same direction towards the light. And they are, as you can sort of tell from the picture, they make a big patch. They'll kind of run a little bit if they have room to run. But if you keep harvesting them and don't let them go to seed, they will keep flowering through July and August. It's a really wonderful summer cut flower. And the sanguisorbas, the burnets, are wonderful cut flowers. So this is quite a large flower. These are probably 2 to 3 inches long, lavender squirrels. But a lot of the sanguisorbas, just the typical Sanguisorba officinale, the salad burnet. There's a very tall, variegated form called Dali marble that we grow out at the Clackamas Community College herbaceous perennial gardens that has a much smaller flower that's more like a little club that is burgundy on these tall, wiry stems. They're just fantastic. And as a cut flower, really charming, really interesting texture. And if you keep picking them and don't let them go to seed, I'm saying the same thing over and over, I know, but it's great that you can keep them going in your garden and you can keep them and feel like you can cut a few stems off and enjoy them in a vase in the house, and you haven't ruined the show. The show will go on. When I was a florist, these were called cobra lilies, and this is the part of the plant that we saw as a cut flower. This is the leaf. This is the pitcher of a pitcher plant. This one is tarnock. This is actually the common cultivar that's used for the cut flower trade. But this is not a flower. It's a leaf. It's called a phyllodes. And this is what the flower actually looks like. And they usually don't cut the flowers, but the cut flowers, this will be as tall as the phyllodes are. So this can be 15 to 18 inches tall. These bracts, well, so these are the sepals. The pollen is inside another structure in here. And then these are the true petals hanging down. Those won't last that long, but the inner portions and the outer sepals will last quite a long time in a vase. And I always think it's kind of diabolical that these plants are attracting these pollinators with these fabulous flowers, and then the pollinators get stuck down the phyllodes. And here's a hornet trying to break out, but he didn't make it. But anyway, this is the part that's often used in cut flowers, and they're very long lasting. So let's take a look at some of this craziness for the summer. This is actually Scabiosa fama white. And this arrangement was a good 2 feet taller than me once I had it all constructed. This is the flowering oak leaf hydrangea. You can see the green foliage there. And here's our cephalaria, our giant scabious. And here are the bright green cobra lilies of Sarracenia flava. And what else is fun? There is some store-bought stuff in here. I think I ended up buying the fama white because I hadn't seen it before. And also this is just a white foxtail lily, the Aramaris. But they sell Aramaris down at Dancing Oaks, and they grow it quite successfully down there in their display garden. This is just the bronze fennel flowers. And then these wonderful screwy things here coming off to the sides, those are the flower stems of Verbascum bombaciferum polar summer, which is a wonderful, forms a big silver, heavily felted rosette of big leaves. And the great thing about this, it's a plant from the steps. It takes up a lot of room in the garden, but no weeds come up underneath it. It's just really wonderful for covering and shading the ground and making a big statement. They're sort of biennial, short-lived perennials, but you can grow them from seed. They'll flower the second year, but by the end of the first year, they're starting to work on this big, like 36 inches across rosette of really fabulous foliage. And then they put up these stems, and the stem, the bud, all of it is really, really white and fuzzy. And then the flowers are brilliant, brilliant yellow. And you can see just a few flowers dotting those. But anyway, it's great cut flower, lots and lots of fun. Another very tall, but my favorite black-eyed Susan is actually the green-eyed black-eyed Susan. This is Rudbeckia Herbstsonne. This will get 6 to 7 feet tall in the garden, but it has a beautiful branching structure. So you can go in and take branches off that are 2 or 3 feet long and still have a tremendous display, because it branches really well and flowers July and clear into early September, right through the heat of the summer. Solidago, of course, in the aster family, and it's been crossed with some of the asters to make a cut filler called solid aster. But this is just your basic spike Solidago from the Midwest, really wonderful cut flower. My favorite of the lavenders as cut flowers are the pedunculata forms. You can get them in different colors now. Sometimes they call these French lavender or Spanish lavender, but they've got those peduncles, I guess they are, those structures at the end of the inflorescence, those sort of feathers that give them a little bit more distinction and a little bit more presence in a vase. Not quite as scented as the old English lavenders, but if you want something that's got a nice herbal scent to it and it's got more firepower as far as the flower impact goes, I would grow the Lavandula pedunculata. So what I've learned lately about why I was failing with agapanthus was because I was trying to grow the evergreen forms, and they are not nearly as hardy for us as the forms that die back pretty completely in the winter. Agapanthus Joyful Blue is a selection that they made out at Joy Creek Nursery with bright blue flowers. And then at the Clackamas Community College, we grow the dark flowered form, the Inapertus, which is much more tubular, and then Atropurpurea. When you see the prefix atro in front of any of the Latin color words, it means darker than. So Atrosanguinea would be dark red, and Atropurpurea would be very dark purple. But these are fantastic cut flowers. And I think it's pretty amazing also. I've noticed now that I'm successful with these in my garden, because I know which ones to grow, the hummingbirds love these. And what that tells me is that they're as drawn to the shape of something as they are drawn to the color red. So here out at the Clackamas garden, you've got these, that's Penstemon Arabesque Red back there. They're coming to that, but they're also coming to this in equal measure. I think they're figuring if it's tubular, there's probably something good at the end of that tube that my beak can reach. So they're great cut flowers. And I would just say about agapanthus, if you're going to cut some, you want to cut it when only about half the florets are open. And that way you'll get to enjoy the rest of them as they open. So I love a roadside stand, and we got to actually visit the garden that was producing the bounty here of this roadside stand. So I was on a Hardy Plant Society garden tour of Bainbridge Island. And so this was early August, and look at all the gorgeous cut flowers, lots and lots of herbaceous perennials in there, generating their bouquets. So this was the Bainbridge Island Floral Company. And one of the grasses that they grow, but this picture was taken at Clackamas Community College, is Miscanthus gold bar. And I didn't put the patent number up there, but it is a patented plant. It was the first plant that Joy Creek Nursery patented. It is a wonderful, upright, about 5 feet tall, non-floppy, doesn't bloom very much, and it blooms very late in the season, but look at all those gold bars. There was never a better named plant. It just is wonderful, upright, sturdy. I do not like floppy ornamental grasses. And I also don't like ornamental grasses that seed all over the place. And this one flowers very little. It puts all of its energy into those fabulous blades of grass, and holds its color really, really late in the season before it goes completely tan. I only do weddings for relatives. So my husband's younger brother was getting remarried a couple of years ago, and I said we would certainly do the flowers. And his bride, even though it was August, wanted a really autumnal color palette. And this is a plant that if you're not growing in your cut flower garden or in your garden to take stems off of it, this is Hypericum, St. John's wort. This is one that gets 3 to 4 feet tall with these fabulous orange berries. This one is Elstead, and that's in your list. Couple of different styles of traditional sunflowers, and then some redder ones. And then this again is foliage, or the flowers from bronze fennel used as the filler. And then I did have to buy the roses because I don't grow cutting quality roses in my garden, that's for sure. But anyway, very fun and really textural sort of summer bouquet for my sister-in-law, Liz. Helenium is a fantastic cut flower. There's a wonderful old yellow form called Butterpat. They have brought out one from Joy Creek Nursery that is a bright gold called Tijuana Brass. Really great. And this one is actually a selection that we made here at the Rogerson Clematis Garden. One year, my students in the herbaceous perennial class at Clackamas Community College grew a seed strain of Helenium called Red Gold, which had red flowers, all of them heavily, heavily tipped with gold. And we had a bunch left over, and I asked if it was okay, and they said, yeah. So I brought about 5 different plants, not in bloom yet, to the clematis garden. And we had this one that was solid red, and we loved it for years. And I finally took some stems to Paul Bonine at Zera Plants and said, what do you think of this? And he said, oh my God, can we sell that for you? Because he knew that we don't want to sell anything that isn't clematis. We don't want to muddy our mission, but we did get to name it Summer Cinnabar, and